You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? How's it going? Turn that on. All right. And also that. There you go. Gotta have my head right there. What's happening, everybody? Whoa, it's the last vodka stream of 2023. That's right. Hopefully you guys have some plans, or if not, who knows? I mean, I don't even know if I have plans for New Year's. You know, the older you get, the less you even care about that. It's like, all right, it's a new year, let's see what happens. But right off the bat, I do want to thank you guys and cheers for Friday. But also want to thank you guys, of course, for a great 2023. It's been a fun year. It's been an interesting year with all the strikes and all the stuff, and then trying to figure out how I'm gonna what's happening when it comes to the channel, like how many streams I do and all the stuff. I mean, the Vodka stream will always be a thing. And of course, Film Junkie Live at least once a week. And then, of course, the members only. I'm going to keep that format for a little bit. But I also have some ideas as well of things I want to do in 2024. So looking forward to tapping into those, because, it'll be fun things. It'll definitely be fun things. But cheers, guys. Cheers to, 2023. Putting it behind us, and now on to 2024. Bring on the madness. Anyways, all right. How we doing out there, huh? Okay, who we got here? We got Super Gorilla's Vlogs, Gorilla X Vlogs. Good. Did my top 5 favorite movies of 2023 on Facebook. There you go. I'm gonna do my before we get the panel in here, I'm gonna do 3 lists. I'm gonna do my favorite movies, my best of movies of 2023, top 10. I don't do a worst list anymore because I'm just like, don't want to waste time with that. Why? If I didn't like a movie, why would I want to revisit it? I know there's like a lot of debate. There's a lot of debate out there I've seen on Twitter where a lot of people don't like people doing their lists. I mean, I don't know why. Just people have been very vocal about their opinion on best and worst lists and whatever the fuck. And I'm just like, hey, do whatever you want to do. It's fine. I choose not to do a worst list because I'm just like, whatever. But I do want to talk about my favorite movies. And then I'm going to do, I'm also going to let you guys know my ranking of all the comic book movies that came out this year. I'll do my ranking of those. And then I'll do my top 10 anticipated movies of 2024. And then when the panel gets in here, when whoever joins the panel today, we'll get everybody's list, at least some. I'm not saying that everybody's going to come in with a bunch of lists, but we could talk about that. And then of course we got some other rumors and stuff like Superman Legacy stuff. James Gunn still teasing that freaking costume and then debunking some other rumors. What's going on, Yakko? What's going on? Good to see you. We got Miss Jackson right here. Good to see you. Let's see. Yours are top 5. Godzilla -1, John Wick 4, Aquaman 2, Knock at the Cabin, and Cocaine Bear. That's quite a list right there. There you go. I think some of those might be in my top 10 list right there. I think that's what's going to be the case. But I'm glad you enjoyed all those movies. Actually, bump for Blue Beetle. So you're giving love to the CBMs this year. That's for sure. What's going on, Mr. Venom? Good to see you. Let's see what's yours. We got Boy of Haran. I keep hearing that's really good. I've never really been into the whole anime thing, but I mean, I get it. I know they still make good movies. Godzilla -1, John Wick 4, Oppenheimer, and Super Mario Brothers. So there you go. There you go. Hey, Mr. McKenzie, of course, helping out that pirate ship. Much appreciated, sir. Cheers. That's right. Every little bit helps. And I really appreciate it, Jason. And all the other times you've donated this year. Much appreciated, man. Much appreciated. Go, just to continue doing what I'm doing and, get a little further, widen the audience a little bit. Like I said, I have a couple of video segments that I want to do, that I want to put into like the rotation, so hopefully I'll be able to do that. So Hey, what's going on, RJ? So, yeah, I know, right? I mean, that was just one of those movies that just kind of like, oh, okay, we got a Godzilla movie. It's from Japan. So, looks decent. Let's see what happens. And then we all fell in love with it, man. Jeez. What's going on, Mr. Axel? Quite a year. It's been quite a year for sure. What's going on, Ryan? All right. Let's see who else we got. We got Carlos right here. Hello, hello, hello. And then we got Gilmer right here. Cheers. What's going on, Mr. Thabang? It's getting harder and harder to catch these live. Hope everyone had a lovely Christmas. Yeah, hopefully you guys did. Got some goodies. I posted. I did get a blanket with my head on Batman's body, so that was pretty cool from my brother and his girlfriend. So it was a pretty funny gift right there. A very soft blanket too. What's going on, Max Wolf? What up? My favorite 2023 movie is going to be Blue Beetle. Okay. I saw the article about the new villains in the Batman 2, and then James Gunn said my thoughts. Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. What's going on, man? Yeah. Get Jet Set radio game when it comes out this year. And my Snyder cut of games. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers. What's going on, Chuck? Wishing you happy holidays and may 2024 bring you happiness, joy, and seeing the Dodgers beat the Giants. Well, I mean, Jesus Christ. We'll see what happens, I guess, Whoa. What's going on, Joseph? The even numbered years seem to be better ones. Okay. That's an interesting theory. I like it. There's Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. Love you. Mama Film Junkie made some delicious prime rib when it came to our Christmas dinner and everything. So it was awesome. And because she's awesome, of course. What's going on, Anthony? ACS right here. All right. Good to see you. All right. We got Cortez. Can't believe there's 2 days of I know, right? We're going right into it, right into 2024. We'll see what kind of madness that's going to bring us. Whew. Yeah. So we got Mr. Pal right here. Across the Spider-Verse, Oppenheimer minus one, and then, of course, Killers of the Flower Moon. There you go. All right, let me take these off. Take these off for the time being, as I'm going to go ahead and give you my little list right here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and do this ranking. I'm going to tweet this out. But, yeah, I'm going to give you my list. I got 3 lists, and we'll go through them. I won't take too long with them, I promise you. Let's see. I'll do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. I'll start off, of course. Let's see. I made my list today. Hard to do it, especially when it comes to the top 10 favorite movies of 2023. But yes, sadly, when it comes to this list, I wish I would have saw more movies. I started lagging a little bit the past couple of months. I wasn't going every Thursday because work was kicking my ass, and yeah, just couldn't make it out to the movies as much as I wanted to. There's many movies that I probably can guarantee that we're going to end up being on the list just by seeing the reception or hearing somebody talk about them that probably would have ended up on the list. And sadly, it just didn't. So I apologize. Didn't get to see too many movies. That's one of the things when it comes to 2024. I want to make sure that I'm seeing as many movies as possible because I love going to the movies. But sadly, like I said, life gets in the way when it comes to that, especially when you have the day job kind of thing. But I do want to get out to the movies a little bit more. All right. So my top 10 favorite movies of 2023. We'll start, of course, with number 10. And, I didn't do a first reaction, didn't do anything with this movie right here, but The Killer. Michael Fassbender, David Fincher. Obviously, it went straight to Netflix. And, it was kind of interesting because it was like, well, I'm a big David Fincher fan. Love his movies. I have a poster of one of his movies on my wall. And it's just kind of they just showed up on Netflix, and then nobody really, there wasn't much talk about it. I mean, people were talking about it, but it wasn't talked about a lot. And I thought this was a fantastic movie. I know it's based off a graphic novel, and I thought Fassbender was a beast in it. Everybody, the whole story, the tension, so much tension in this movie. And just the way that, this assassin, how he does his job. And then, of course, one little foul up, and then, of course, he has to clean house, and he goes on this little adventure of just like, covering his tracks. And then, of course, getting a little, it's like, it's a subtle John Wick because there's no killing of a dog, but of course something happens to his, the lady in his life. And then he has to go and kind of just like even out the whole thing and take on but it's just, of course, it's not like action packed. There's just a lot of tension. I thought it was pretty great. So there's my number 10 right there. Number 9, Air. That's right, Air. I don't know why I decided to, say it like that when I, taking deep breaths. But I hope Air gets a lot of awards recognition when it comes to the award season that's coming up. I know it's getting some Critics' Choice Awards. I think I got some, but really enjoyed Air. It's just one of those feel-good kind of biopics. It's not really a biopic because it's not one specific person. It's not like a Michael Jordan biopic, but it is, has to do with Michael Jordan, of course. And Ben Affleck, I don't think like any of his directed movies, I think they're all been just winners. They've all just been just awesome movies, and I want more and more of Ben Affleck directed movies. And it was just a fantastic movie. So that is my number 9 right there. And like, you haven't seen it, it's on Amazon. Check it out. Just a feel good movie right there. So, and then let's see, number 8. Dun, 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 dun. Of course, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. You guys know, part 1, I should say, which was such a long title. That's the only thing I didn't like about the movie, was it's such a long title. But Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. I remember walking out of that and just going, well, I love this franchise so much. Every Mission Impossible, and I defend the absolute shit out of Mission Impossible 2. I don't care what anybody says. John Woo, love it. But obviously, with the Christopher McQuarrie Mission Impossibles, they've been pretty consistent, and they've all been just winners, man. Is Dead Reckoning better than Fallout? Nah, but still, it's still Mission Impossible. It's still Tom Cruise doing his thing and being a crazy son of a biatch. My God. Guy's insane. I can't even imagine what he's going to do for part 2. But yeah, number 8, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. Number 7 is a surprise, a big surprise. Probably the biggest surprise when it came to going to the movies this year. Big surprise, because when I saw the trailer, I went, nope, this is going to be horrible. This is not for me, but I'm still going to go check it out. And I did, and I walked out with a big smile on my face. Dungeons and Dragons. Come on. This movie just kind of came out of nowhere. It was funny. It had great action. It had great characters. Even if you're not into D&D, it's fine. You didn't have to be. And I just really enjoyed the movie. I probably watched it like 3 times this year at least. Thought it was a great movie. I was very surprised by that, and I love that. So there you go. Dungeons and Dragons right there for number 7. Number 6. Well, it's the movie that everybody's been talking about for the past couple of weeks. Rebel Moon, baby. That's right. Number 6 is Rebel Moon. Watched it. I put it on again last night. I was just editing and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put it on as I'm working. And I found myself not looking at my computer screens, but looking at the TV, because every time I watch it, it just gets better with each watch. But of course, every time I watch it, I also go, man, there's more right here. There's more there. I know that's been the topic of conversation about the director's cuts. And I even posted that clip of Zach from last Vodka stream talking about the director's cuts. And I know that's been a debate. That's been pretty divisive when it comes to that. But yeah, Rebel Moon, man, I can't get enough. I've seen it 4 times now. So watched it 4 times. Rebel Moon, number 6. Number 5, a masterpiece by the man himself, Martin Scorsese, Killers of the Flower Moon. Almost said Flowers of the Killer Moon. There, dyslexia much, I guess. But yeah, this is a movie that I've only seen the movie once. I haven't watched it again, but I do plan on watching it again soon, because this is it's a masterpiece from Marty Scores right here, because it's a 3-hour plus movie. You don't feel the runtime. It's a dark story. And you just kind of walk out going, oh, you feel kind of gross, but you feel kind of good. I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, I just remember me and Miss Nighthawk walking out, and we could not. We were just talking about it. We were talking about it on the way home. And she even says, like, anytime that she talked about it, she would really like, always had to pee during movies, didn't have to pee once. And yeah, it's just, that's how good the story was. But, of course, that's going to get a ton of awards and everything. So yeah, there you go. Killers of the Flower Moon. That's going to be my number 5. Number 4. And it happens to be the 4th movie in the franchise, John Wick 4. Number 4, John Wick 4. I mean, of course it's going to be it's in a lot of people's top 10. I mean, my God, way to go out with a bang. I mean, spoiler alert. I mean, obviously there's still going to be spin-offs. We got the ballerina movie that's going to be coming out next year that's going to expand on the John Wick world. We have the Continental show, which I have not watched yet, but I hope to get around to it. I mean, you can expand the world pretty well. I mean, and just how do they keep on pushing the boundaries when it comes to the crazy stunts, the crazy fight scenes, the shooting scenes? I mean, that shot from above, that one shot where it's just like above and he's just blasting people away with a shotgun or a certain kind of shotgun. I forgot what it was called. And then of course that stair sequence. Holy crap. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. But yeah, John Wick 4, man. I just can't get an. Is there going to be a 5? Who knows? Who knows? And then now we got number 3, which I guess this is really the only superhero movie that's on the list, Across the Spider-Verse. Number 3, Across the Spider-Verse, which of course it's an amazing movie. It's an amazing multiverse movie. I mean, obviously, just the way that they deal with the multiverse, especially since Marvel Studios has been not really dealing with it that well. And then, of course, DC was tapping into the multiverse. I think DC, of course, tapped into it better than a little bit better. Maybe. I don't know. It's all very weird. We're going to get more multiverse stuff, of course, when it comes to next year. But yeah, Across the Spider-Verse, what can you say? I mean, that scene where all the Spider-Men, all the Spider people are chasing after Miles. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And I just freaking love that movie. Number 2, also a surprise, another big surprise when it comes to 2023. And I'm sure you guys can guess what this movie is because it's just like, wow, yeah, American studios take notes when it comes to Godzilla or monster movies in general. Godzilla -1 is my number 2. My second favorite movie of the year. I mean, I was floored by this movie and I can't wait to watch it again. And I went to the premiere and, it's just, you watch this movie and this movie was for Godzilla fans and it created Godzilla fans, That's the way I kind of look at it. Like I've been a Godzilla fan, but I wasn't like a diehard fan. And after watching this movie, I was like, geez, now I want to go back and watch a bunch of Godzilla movies. But the way that they brought it and what's his name, the director, writer, VFX artist, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but the way that he just brought it into present day, but still being the old story of like, post World War and all that. And then you see kind of Godzilla just be Godzilla, just be like this thing that is just fucking everybody's lives up. And then you care about the human characters, like Jesus Christ. That's the thing that's missing when it comes to at least the newer ones. It's like you don't care about these characters that much. Maybe in Godzilla 2014, sure, you cared about those characters, but man, did you care about these characters? So Godzilla -1, number 2, and I guess you guys could probably already guess what my number 1 is because why not? But of course, I think it's a lot of people's number 1, but Oppenheimer, of course, my number 1 because it's Christopher Nolan. He's one of my all-time favorite directors. Anytime a Christopher Nolan film comes out, I'm excited. Everybody's excited. And just like what I said, like, after watching it, it's like if anybody else told the Oppenheimer story, it probably would have been like decent. But the way that Christopher Nolan structures his stories is just so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And having the 2 different point of views and the black and white and the color, it's just, that's just what he does. So he took that story and it's not a good story. It's not a celebration either. I mean, there's moments, there's literal like moments that look like a horror movie. And he wanted to represent that and show that in his film. And it's just absolutely crazy. I mean, it's just, it's just so good. It's so freaking good. And like I said, only Christopher Nolan can tell a story in that way, just the way that he structures the story. And it's got a fantastic cast, a huge cast, and they're all on the top of their game. And I really hope that Cillian Murphy, I think he should win best actor, but I think 100% Robert Downey Jr. definitely needs to win supporting actor. So there you go, guys. That's my top 10 favorite movies of 2023. So cheers. All right. Now, let me give you my comic book movie ratings. So we had 7 movies come out. I think. I don't think I'm missing one, right? We had 4 DC movies. 4 DC, and then 3. Was it 3? Let's see. Well, 7 movies. Okay, I think we had 4. Am I missing one? I'm just trying to see here. No, I think I got everything. All right, so I'm going to give my rankings, of course, from last to first when it comes to CBMs. I think you guys can already pick. I think you guys probably already know if you if you paid attention to my favorite movies of the whole year, you probably already know what number 1 is. So of course you already know that. But number 7 is of course one of the ones that came out recently, and that's the Marvels. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's just it was a struggle watching that movie. It wasn't all bad. I'm not saying it was all bad, but it was definitely the weakest one out of the bunch. And I don't know. It just seems like it was just such a throwaway movie, you know? Seems like they really could have done something with those 3 characters. It could have really done something better, like big time. And who God knows how much that movie was chopped up as well too. But as much as I love Kamala, like her character, Miss Marvel, it just all didn't work. I mean, their chemistry was there, but a lot of the things just wasn't there, at least for me. So there you go. Yeah, my least favorite CBM of the year was the Marvels. And then number 6, the next one is one I just saw recently too, which is Aquaman 2. Aquaman and the Lost Movie. Am I right? Jesus Christ. Wasn't all bad. Some good stuff. Like the second act was probably the strongest when it came to the adventure with the brothers. But yeah, overall, it just was not really about this. And you go in just thinking that already, and you can already tell like there was a lot of fuckery that happened with the movie. So yeah, sadly, it's just like follow up to a really good first movie. I really enjoyed the first movie. So, but yeah, this one I don't see me really revisiting Aquaman 2, to be honest. So yeah, so that's number 6 right there. And then of course the next one coming in at number 5 is Ant-Man and Quantumania. That's right. I love Paul Rudd. I love the first Ant-Man movie. Did not really like the second one. And the third one wasn't that much better. I mean, let's face it. They had the potential of doing something pretty cool, but it just didn't really work. And then, of course, they're trying to be like, hey, here's the new baddie. Here's the new baddie right here. And, of course, now that's a whole other can of worms that's happening right now at Marvel Studios with Jonathan Majors. God knows what's going to happen with that. And to be honest, the fact that Ant-Man and Quantumania wasn't really well received and didn't really do well at the box office, it could kind of just be like, well, maybe we don't. I mean, we can have Kang still around, but we don't have to, really focus on him anymore. But who knows what's going to be happening with that. But yeah, number 5, Ant-Man Quantumania. Number 4, and I really enjoyed this movie and watched, I haven't watched it. I haven't had a second viewing of it, but do plan on doing that soon because now it's on Max. But Blue Beetle, enjoyed it. Like I said, I still feel like, yes, it felt like an 80s family adventure movie. And yeah, I like Sholo. I like the family. I was worried that George Lopez was going to annoy the absolute piss out of me, but he didn't. So really enjoyed the movie. Going to watch it again soon. And yeah, there you go. Blue Beetle, number 4. And coming in number 3, The Flash. That's right. I don't care what anybody says. I know it gets a lot of hate, but I still enjoyed this movie. I watched it, 5 times? Probably 4 or 5 times. I mean, yes, there are some issues with it. I get it. But I mean, come on. You got the return of Michael Keaton as Batman. And I saw a lot of people, on Twitter talking about that was one of the coolest things of the year, which it's absolutely true. I mean, Michael Keaton returning as Batman was, it was a cool moment that happened this past year. But, I mean, I get people's gripes. I do. Like I said, it's definitely not a perfect movie, but it's a very enjoyable movie, and I really enjoyed the movie. I thought Ezra did a fantastic job as playing both Barrys. Yeah, young Barry can kind of can be a bit much, but at the same time, it doesn't take me out of it. But I thought Ezra did a great job when it came to leading the movie. I thought he just, who knew, like when it came to Ezra and all the stuff that was happening, it just sucks that a lot of that outshined Ezra's performance in the movie. So yeah, The Flash, number 3, and then coming in number 2 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. That's right. Sorry, James Gunn haters, but yeah, I let's just face it, the way that James Gunn wrapped up his trilogy was pretty damn awesome. I mean, the second one, I'm not too thrilled about the second one. Second Guardians of the Galaxy was kind of for me, but this one was strong, very strong, with the rocket story and the CGI animals that make you just get a little lump in your throat. My God. But yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is number 2 for me, the second favorite CBM of the year. I thought he just did a fantastic job of wrapping that up. Kind of curious to see what they do with the franchise, or at least that team. I mean, obviously they're still around, but yeah, there you go. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 at number 2. And then, of course, number 1, I already talked about it in my top 20 or my top 10 list of 2023, which of course is Across the Spider-Verse. I mean, again, how do you not put that at the top ranking? I know some people are like, yeah, but that's animated. So what? I don't care if it's animated. That is fucking cinema. All right. So that is the best CBM of the year. I mean, it's hard to even argue with that. I mean, subjective, I know, but at the same time, it's like, geez, when it comes to like CBMs and the fact that we've been talking about like superhero fatigue, Across the Spider-Verse just kind of goes like, fatigue, fuck that. And I can't wait for Beyond the Spider-Verse. So I'm just saying. So there you go. That is my rankings of the comic book movies right there. So cheers. And of course, next year is going to be very interesting when it comes to ranking those, because we're only getting one from Marvel Studios and one from DC Studios, Elseworlds, whatever. And then we're getting like, what, 3 Sony Marvelverse movies? Oh boy, that's going to be interesting. Man, next year's comic book movies. Whew, I mean, I'm looking forward to, Deadpool 3 and of course Joker, but man, the CBMs that are coming from Sony, oh boy, that's going to be something. All right, and then final list before we start bringing some people in here. My top 10 anticipated movies for 2024. So obviously, let's see. Dave, you're number 1. Yeah, I know it's not Aquaman 2. I know, right? Oh yeah, you missed it. That was I liked it better than the Marvels, Stephanie. I liked it better than the Marvels. I will say that. So, but anyways, all right. Top 10 anticipated movies of 2024. And this is a hard one because obviously, I mean, favorite list and anticipated list, it's very hard to fit them in like 10. Sometimes I need like 20 or whatever the hell, but there's a lot of movies that are coming out next year, some sequels and some interesting projects that are coming out next year. But yes, so let's just, of course, start off with number 10, Ghostbusters and the Frozen Empire. Ghostbusters, the Frozen. You guys know I'm a big Ghostbusters fan. I've been a Ghostbusters fan ever since I can remember. Little kid dressed up as a Ghostbuster. I really enjoyed Afterlife, loved Afterlife. Looking forward to see where they take the franchise now. Of course, Paul Rudd's in it. Love Paul Rudd. And of course, the returning players, Ernie Hudson, Dan Aykroyd, and Bill Murray coming back. Always great to see those guys. So there you go. Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, number 10. Number 9, spinoff of the John Wick series, Ballerina. I'm curious. After seeing Ana de Armas in her role in the last James Bond film where she kicked ass, and I kept going, she needs her own franchise. Look at her. Oh, she hot as hell. She's like, look at her move. She's kicking and being a badass. Of course, they're not going to do that with the James Bond franchise, but hey, she gets her own little spinoff when it comes to the John Wick franchise. So I'm looking forward to see what they do with this spinoff when it comes to John Wick. That's going to be pretty damn amazing. And again, Ana de Armas. Number 8, Joker 2, or whatever, whatever the hell it is. But Joker 2. And of course, they just released, like, Todd Phillips released 2 new images from the movie, which were pretty interesting movie. Now, I didn't want a Joker sequel. I felt we didn't need a Joker sequel, but Todd Phillips was like, you know what? I'm going to do something unique. I'm going to make it a musical. And I'm not really big on musicals, even though I thought La La Land was amazing. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by this. And, we've been talking recently about superhero fatigue, when it comes to this genre. Even Zach has been talking about it. And one of the things he did say, too, is like, hey, you got to have the, director's got to come up with something new, something fresh, something different. And I think this is going to be something like that. I mean, the first Joker was definitely something different. So I'm curious to see what they do when it comes to Joker 2. Number 7, another sequel that's 30 plus years in the making, 35 years in the making. Very curious to see where they take it and what happens. And again, we're getting another return of Michael Keaton to an iconic character, Beetlejuice 2. Can't wait. I'm like, what? We got Michael Keaton back as Batman. Now we're going to get him back as Beetlejuice in the following year. It's amazing. And getting some other returning characters as well. So, hey, I'm curious. Tim Burton, come on. I mean, the pieces are there. The pieces are there. So, I can't wait to see what happens in the movie. It's going to be, hopefully it's just like, it's just like, with some movies that have sequels like decades later, or you just kind of go, that didn't really work. Hopefully it's not like that when it comes to Beetlejuice. Number 6, prequel, Furiosa. I've seen the trailer for Furiosa on the big screen a couple of times now. Last couple of times I've been to the movies, I've seen the trailer, and it looks gorgeous on there. I know some people were griping about some of the visual effects don't look that polished, which, I could see the gripe, but at the same time, I'm just really curious. It's George Miller. He's going back into the Mad Max world. This is a prequel. Anya Taylor-Joy. You guys know I love her and those pretty eyes. And the movie just looks insane. George Miller back in 2015 schooled everybody on how to do action. So hopefully we get some of that again. Number 5, Robert Eggers, baby. I mean, come on. One of my favorite directors working right now, Nosferatu. That's right. Now this is coming out like a year from now. It's going to be coming out during Christmas, apparently. It might get pushed, so it might not even be coming out next year. Who knows? But I mean, they're filming it. I think they've already wrapped, or they're getting close. I don't know. But it's got a great cast. The pictures that we've seen from Nosferatu look amazing. So, yeah, looking forward to that. That is my number 5 most anticipated movie for next year. Number 4, another original movie from what's his name? Boone. The guy who did Parasite. Boom, what the hell is his name? The director, I should have had it up, but it's going to be starring Robert Pattinson, but Mickey 17. This intrigues me. I'm a big sci-fi nerd, and when it comes to just like the fact that it's like, okay, we got cloning involved here, we got some interesting we got an interesting story here when it comes to Mickey 17, and I'm just a sucker for some unique science fiction movies. What's his name? It's man, I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Oh, I have a list up right here. Mickey 17. Where's it at? Mickey 17. It is Bong Joon-ho. That's right. Bong Joon-ho. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. Not Boone. I was like Boone? No. But yeah. Mickey 17 just sounds very, very interesting. It's based on a novel too. And let's see. It says, an expendable who is disposable employee on a human expedition sent to colonize the ice world Niflheim. After one iteration dies, a new body is regenerated with most of the memories intact. So yeah, just that totally intrigues me right there. Totally intrigues me. That's right up my alley. So, and then of course, we're going to keep on science fiction right here because number 3 anticipated movie, of course, is Rebel Moon Part 2. That's right. Cannot wait. Obviously, we're all talking about this first Rebel Moon, and like I said, I've seen it 4 times now. And as much as I of course want to see the director's cut first, but I'm looking forward, especially after seeing that trailer for Rebel Moon Part 2. Just making me more hyped for it. Cannot wait for April. Yes, it seems like it's so far away. We still got 4 months, but yes, number 3, Rebel Moon Part 2. And then, of course, we have, a lot of sequels on this list when it comes to anticipated movies. And now we got number 2, which is Dune Part 2. Love the first one. I always say his name wrong. But the second one, this is what's funny. It's like Rebel Moon and Dune. Obviously, Dune is like, it's a different kind of cinema. We got the Zack Snyder cinema, and we got the Villeneuve cinema right over here. And it's funny because Dune Part 1, a lot of people, I saw people go like, yeah, it's kind of boring. It's kind of this. It's like, yeah, it just kind of sets everything up. And then Part 2 is going to be more just war, just like Rebel Moon's going to be. Going to be a bunch of war. You got to setting up the characters, setting up the world. And now Part 2 is going to be like action, the action that you wanted. It's like, again, instant gratification. Everybody wants that, right? It just seems like everybody's like always like, I got to get that instant gratification. Got to get that right off the bat. It can't just be like, can we flesh some things out here? So yeah, Rebel Moon and you got Dune Part 2. It's like, so freaking awesome. And comes number 1. And it's just because I just cannot wait to see what happens in this fucking movie. Love the first 2 movies. And now this character has all the toys to play with when it comes to this third movie. Of course, Deadpool 3. I just cannot wait to see how the marketing is, because Ryan Reynolds and his crew are marketing geniuses. Hugh Jackman coming back, and just the craziness that's going to be this movie. That's why I'm like, yeah, I put it at top of the list, because I'm like, what is going to happen in this movie? How crazy is this movie going to be? And how much is going to be in there? And how are they going to balance it out? And how is it's going to be like a spoof to all the multiverse stuff. I think it's just going to be like kind of that kind of stuff. But yeah, so Deadpool 3 is actually my most anticipated movie of next year. Yeah. And like I said, when it comes to CBMs next year, yeah, it's Sony's turn. Sony has 3 movies while Marvel Studios has 1, which is this. And this movie is totally going to, I think it's the only movie coming out, right? Deadpool 3 is the only Marvel Studios movie coming out. Yeah. And I think I think just the madness that's going to be in the movie and Hugh Jackman returning and everything, it's going to kind of help some things when it comes to Marvel Studios after this past year. So that's pretty sweet. And then of course, Joker 2, like I said, something different. We got some different things. So there you go, guys. That is my list right there. When it comes to anticipated movies for 2023. We got Lisa Jackson right here. I hope Tim Burton proves that he still has it. Really? You didn't like Dumbo? Out of all the live action Disney movies, I thought that was the best one, because it felt like a Tim Burton movie. It really did. I was like, oh, because the other ones didn't feel like they were like, you didn't feel the director too much. But I really did like it. I really did like Dumbo. I didn't like it wasn't like a movie like I rushed to watch again, but I watched it a couple times, I believe. But yeah. So there you go. Aladdin kind of felt like a Guy Ritchie in some parts, but some of it didn't feel like a Guy Ritchie. I was kind of disappointed. Not gonna lie. He didn't go far enough. Beauty and the Beast. I didn't actually see Beauty and the Beast, to be honest. I didn't. I will admit, I did not see Beauty and the Beast. Let's see. Sending out invites. I didn't really care. Again, I'm not a Disney guy, so just didn't do that. Just did not. All right. All right. What are you guys talking about? Feel free to ask any questions that you want to as well. I'm honestly over Ryan Reynolds and his humor. That happens. Definitely happens. Wait, no Young Avengers? Is that I don't even think that's coming out next year. I didn't see that on the list. So I don't think that's coming out next year. Is it? That's yeah. There's only one Marvel Studios movie, and that's Deadpool 3. So there you go. Yeah. A lot of them are not good, to be honest. I mean, Little Mermaid, that wasn't for me either. That wasn't for me. See, didn't see Beauty. Yeah, I know. I didn't see Cinderella either. Jason just watched the. Just watch the original. Might as well, right? I wonder if we'll get Daredevil next year. I mean, we're gonna get the Echo series, so there's at least that. So at least we got that. Ugh. Remember when Craven was supposed to come out this year? I know a lot of things were supposed to come out this year. Dune was supposed to come out. A lot of things were supposed to come out, but sadly, the freaking strike was just. What's going on, Lane? New year, new James Gunn. Oh, jeez. Well, you'll have plenty to complain about, Lane. Wait. Next year, exactly. That's why I said. That's why I had that as number 4 and 3 or 3 and 2. I don't know. But yeah, again, we're gonna have we already had. We have this like non-Star Wars sci-fi worlds that are out there, and the first parts are like setting the stage for the second parts, which is just cool, just freaking cool. Honestly, Dave, if you ever want to go on a Disney marathon, just watch the. Oh, I know that. I've watched the original movies. I mean, I still was a kid, and I still watch it. I just never got into. It just wasn't my thing. So when it comes to the live action, I just was not in any hurry. I was not in any hurry to see it. So, anyways, okay. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring first person in here when it comes to the panel. Make sure I got that. All right, we got Mr. Aaron Bailey right here. What's happening,
How's
sir?
it going? How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Just getting through a move and stuff. So that's been
Oh
fun.
yeah, that's right. You moved.
Yeah. New location. So
yeah. Look at that wall behind you. Crazy.
Yeah, we got the wall action. Yeah.
How you been?
Man. Pretty good, man. Not bad. Just working on stuff and enjoying the discourse online.
Oh geez, what discourse? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, couldn't possibly
discourse
be
online?
Discourse. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Always
gonna
gonna
be
be
back on the Vodka stream, man.
I know, man. It's been a bit.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
How's what's it called again? Your Batfleck project? What's it called?
Oh, Night of the Batman. Yeah,
Night of the Batman. That's right. I was like Shadow of the Batman. I don't know why.
Yeah.
How's
good.
that going?
Yeah, it's going good. We just we got a new artist working on it now, so trying to take a little load off of what I'm doing. So
yeah, I can imagine. Because was it at first? Was it just going to be you doing it by yourself?
Yeah. And I severely overestimated my ability.
That happens.
Yeah,
that does happen.
Yeah.
It's like it's always one of those things where you go like, yeah, I could do this. I can totally handle this, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Absolutely, bit off more than I could chew. So it helps, and it's going to help it come out sooner. So I'm all for that.
Good. Do you have like any kind of like estimated date or anything for it?
Just 2020. I'm going to say 2024. That's what I've been sticking with, just because I don't want to put a date and then have to disappoint. And then
don't do that. So. Don't do that. I was just wondering if you had like an estimation of maybe.
No, unfortunately not. No.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you can't work on it like 100%, because obviously you got still a life that you have to live. So I still remember remember when we what's his name, Chris Dawson? Remember the Black Suit Edition? Remember that whole project?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Before like the Snyder Cut was actually announced and everything.
I kind of felt bad. I kind of felt bad for him because like he announced that and he was almost done with it, and then they were like, Snyder Cut, and I was like, oh man.
Well, it was like it was crazy because I used to talk to him a lot. And when he was working on it, I mean, he was working on it just with a laptop, and
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you and I know that sometimes if you're trying to do something, we're doing like heavy visual. I mean, you need some power.
Yeah.
To like render all that stuff. It's not it's a process to do things like that.
Well, the way I look at it is like if they announce a Ben Affleck Batman movie because I'm working on Night of the Batman, I'll accept that, you know? Like I'm cool. Like
yeah, I mean, it was funny too because like I said, he did have like a date and then he kept having to push it. And I remember I don't know if I even said, I was like, don't even say the date, man. I mean,
don't say it. Yeah.
Don't even say it, because there were people. I mean, it was stupid that there was actually people that were upset that he didn't. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fan film.
Yeah, it's like he was doing it in his own time on a laptop. It's like relax. And some of the stuff he put out there was pretty damn freaking awesome. Like how he did some of those scenes was pretty awesome. But
well, I had people that were like asking me. They were like, "Well, we don't really want to watch it if it's a motion comic. Can you make it move or make it live action?" And I'm like, guys, like, what kind of budget do you think I'm working with here? Like,
yeah, I mean,
you know,
we got what Mr. Vega official, who posts like he actually posted some recent things too.
Yeah, his stuff is great. Yeah,
his stuff is great, but they are literally like 30-second clips.
It is so hard to do that for any length. Yeah, have a story attached to it.
You better believe that is taking him a while to just post those 30-second clips.
Yeah.
Okay. So the time and effort. So the fact that you're just doing it just like as still art, you know, the art that you do, and you're just telling a story like that, that's perfectly fine. Oh, you know, fuck these people that want,
I know. Man.
We want it to move. It's like, no. Yeah. That's the way, it's just the way it is. All right, we got some more peeps coming in right now. We got Sheik, we got ACS.
What up, gentlemen?
Hello. What's going on? Nice shirt, Anthony. I got
appreciate it.
I have that. I got that for Christmas. Yeah.
Appreciate
I haven't washed it yet. But I got that.
I got the Jimmy Cup going, so.
Hey,
that's right, the grill. Oh, you got to do. Look at that.
Yeah, man. It's nice, dude.
Hell yeah.
I know. I'm gonna have to get me one of those. I'm gonna have to get me one of those for sure. So thank you for joining, gentlemen. How's everybody doing? How was everyone's Christmas, by the way?
Pretty good.
Yeah, same. Good.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Was Santa nice to you guys?
No.
You're like, fuck that guy.
At least you're honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and that guy got beef. It goes back a long time.
Yeah. You caught him kissing your mom. I caught mommy kissing.
Yeah. And like any good Shakespeare story, I want to kill my father now.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, Christmas was it was fun, man. Just so much fucking food. That's the thing about I don't want to see another tamale for a year. That's for damn sure. It's like a common thing over you know, like it's always a tradition for tamale and eggs at my mom's, and we had a bunch. So of course I got sent home with some, and then go to my nana's, which naturally being Mexican, tamales. You want some home? I'm like, sure, good. I ate 4. I tried to eat 4 last night because that was all I had left. I'm like, all right, let me just get rid of these 4, man.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways, so good Christmas. Yeah, good Christmases, I guess you could say. So,
I always feel so funny complaining about the food around Thanksgiving and Christmas because I'm like, oh, there's just too much food. I'm so full, and then I'm like, do I sound stupid? Like,
yeah.
And then I'm like, no.
I know, right?
No,
it's, if you think about it, kind of makes you feel a little gross. Like, oh, there are people that are like,
I'm like, and I'm just like, yeah.
You're like, oh, there was so much I can't handle.
I hope nobody sees you put like
on YouTube, like I'm gonna kill them.
Yeah, right.
I know it's kind of sad, but you know, sometimes you gotta like think about that, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, I should be grateful for all this food as opposed to that. But anyways, hopefully everybody had a nice Christmas. But you know, I did give some rankings at the beginning right here, so I kind of wanted to get your guys' is like, you don't have to say like a full on top 10 list, but I mean, was there any like what movies really stood out for you guys this year?
All right, number 50. Here we go.
Hey, that's a
buckle in, gentlemen.
Yeah.
No, you guys go first.
Yeah.
I'll go last.
I mean, I'll say, look, I missed so many movies like the last 4 months of the year.
Yeah, dude, it was hard for me.
I didn't really make it. I haven't seen Godzilla -1 yet. Like it's yeah, and it's. I didn't on my channel. I didn't even rank because I was just like, I saw a lot of movies at the front half, and I mean standouts. Oppenheimer, obviously, that's unforgettable. But Air was also like really high for me. Like that movie just. Me and my wife went and saw it when it opened the weekend when it came out or whatever, and Air was fire. That's way up there for me.
A feel good movie, man. It's just such a feel good movie.
Yeah, and also like I used to buy Jordans when you know what I mean when I was younger, so that like was right in my wheelhouse of it was dope just seeing the process. You know what I mean? Like how they came out the first one, and all that shit. Performance. Nothing about Air, just like Oppenheimer. Like there was not a weakness in that film, and so I think and actually this past weekend, me and my wife we had time, and we were able to go see two movies that couldn't be farther at the opposite ends of the spectrum, and we saw Anyone But You, which was fucking hilarious, great rom-com. It was great, it was awesome. And then
that's the one with Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell, right? Okay.
Yeah, it was dope. It was dope. But then we saw which is it's still the Iron Claw. That is
yes.
Gut punches to you the whole time.
I've heard good stuff about that.
It's great. It is absolutely fabulous. And I was saying on my show the other day, I was like, it's fucking fire. It's such a good movie, and I don't know if I'll ever watch it again.
It's one of those.
Oh,
okay.
Oh man, it is.
I've heard that about Saltburn as well. Like, it's good, but I don't want to watch it again.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine that was explaining it, or like not explaining it, but talking about it. She's like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about it because it is like there was many times where I went, what the fuck, kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, obviously there's movies like that. Iron Claw, I wanted to go see it, but I just didn't get around to it. And I have a feeling that probably would have been in my top 10 because it just seemed like just from the clips and the trailer and everything. It's just like, even though I'm not a big wrestling guy, anybody who reviewed that always said you don't have to like wrestling to just enjoy this movie, which that's good. That's good. I love it when that's the case. But yeah, I hear it's just like, it's a gut punch.
Man, it is one after another. But it's fabulously made, and I don't know what's going to happen when it comes to like the awards season and stuff as far as nominations for things. But that the Iron Claw, that everything in it was immaculate except for the fact that it's like a really, really heartbreaking story. You know what I mean? It's like, but it was great. It was great.
Yeah, I know. Everybody keeps talking about Efron getting like some kind of nomination.
He's good.
Which, good on him. I mean,
Zac Efron's dealing with the same thing I think that like Robert Pattinson went through for a long time, where like I feel like people don't take him as
Pretty
seriously
boy.
as they should.
Right.
Just like Robert Pattinson with Twilight, and he like knocked it out of the park as Batman. And it's the same thing with Zac Efron. It's like people are like, oh, the High School Musical guy, and it's like, but like watch something like Iron Claw, and the dude can like act his ass off. Like,
man.
That's what sucks. Is like all these people just like they only see like one thing. It's like, okay, it's like, like especially when it came to Robert Pattinson, it's like, oh, the Twilight guy, and I'm like, okay, but have you watched like the 7 independent movies that he did?
Have you seen him fuck a mermaid in the lighthouse? Hello?
Yes, come on. Yes, you want to watch him masturbate in black and white? Yes.
While Willem Dafoe watches, come on now. Watch a movie for once.
Somebody took that scene from The Lighthouse, by the way, and put the Batman soundtrack over it, and I just about I lost it. Man. I just needed the narration over it, like the city is, like.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
like Gotham City, sirens are dark.
That's fucking hilarious. Okay, well, Aaron, what were some of the movies that stood out for you this year?
I got to jump on the Oppenheimer bandwagon. I mean, that's
it's hard not to.
Cinema, so that was great. Now, I'm just disappointed I didn't get to see it in IMAX in 70 millimeter because. Like it's just where I live. There's like nothing, so I'm in one of those, crappy places. But Oppenheimer, I really liked Barbie for what it was. I liked it. I had a good time with it. Yeah, I had a good time with it. Really, really loved. Obviously, I love Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think that the one I had like 2 or 3 at my top, and I'm blanking on my movies this year. But I really, really enjoyed. I'm trying to look. I'm looking here at my list.
Yeah.
Across the
I actually like Blue Beetle too. I know Blue Beetle got a lot of crap, but
yeah,
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
And I'm with you, Dave. Dungeons and Dragons, great movie.
It's a fun movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
The fact that didn't do great at the box office really pissed me off because I was like, and people were like, "Oh, it's too goofy," and I'm like, "Have you ever sat down and played D&D with a group of people? Because it's goofy as hell. It's never serious." So,
no, I love the fact. I mean, that it was because I've never played D&D, never, and fantasy stuff's not really my bag. But when I walked out of that movie with a big smile on my face, I was like, I really enjoyed this. It was funny. It had jokes in the right spots for the most part, and then like the characters, and I was like, yeah, you don't even have to know how to play the game to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Asteroid City was another one that I really liked.
I didn't see that one.
No, I didn't see it either.
See, you guys are making me want to see Air. I didn't see Air, but
you got to see Air. You got to watch Air.
Yeah, I love Matt Damon, so I'm sure I'll like
it. That for me, Air was the one where when it comes to Hanks, Denzel, Matt Damon, he put himself in Air. For me personally, he put himself on that tier of actors.
Yeah,
top notch.
He kind of always does that though. He pops up in so many things, like him in Interstellar.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're thinking, oh, he's just going to be a bit part. He's going to pop up for 2 seconds, and that's good. Like
that's what it was. It was a combination of what he did in Air and then his performance in Oppenheimer. I was just like, this.
That's right. He was also in Oppenheimer.
Yes, this dude is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh yeah, he's an Oppenheimer.
Yeah, that's what it was. I was like, okay,
I've seen that guy before.
Yeah,
Matt Damon.
I was gonna say nothing's better than Team America for me.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, classic. Yeah,
he was great in that one. He elevated the material, I think.
There are so many times when I'm just randomly doing something and I sing the song from Team America.
I have we have a friend named Erica, and we'll be like, Erica, F yeah. Yeah, well, for me, I didn't see nearly. I know I feel weird being on a podcast called The Film Junkie sometimes because I watch way less movies than all of you guys. But out of the ones I saw, I'm actually not going to jump on the Oppenheimer bandwagon, even though I did like the movie, because I liked The Creator. That was my favorite movie this year.
Good.
And I had some criticisms
my
of it.
top 10 list. It was like right there. I had it on the list, but then I was like, I don't know.
I had criticisms of it, but I still love what they did with their budget. Yeah. Like I mean, they did a really good job with what they had, and for me, like from a making something out of less kind of viewpoint of filmmaking, I was like, yeah, that's good because that movie looked sharper than a lot of movies that had twice its budget.
Yeah.
So I really dug that, and I like that filmmaker who made that movie. So yeah, Creator. But I also enjoyed like Ninja Turtles was cool, and Across the Spider-Verse was awesome. I like animation styles that like really push the limit and don't look like a Pixar stuff all the time. So I like those two movies for what they were too.
Yeah, I know.
And it was cool to see Werewolf by Night in color. I like that.
Yeah, that's right. They released them in color,
even though it's better in black and white. It's better in black and white, but I like seeing it in color. It's cool.
As soon as I found out that Michael Giacchino was the one that was cool with it, like at first I was like, are they going to do this against his like judgment?
His will, yeah.
Well, and then he retweeted and was like, "Yay!" And I was like, "Okay, cool."
Because what I liked is that they didn't just because they shot, I think, most of it in color, obviously, and then they just did the black and white after. And I thought, oh, okay, they're just going to take those filters off and just make it the color version. But no, they actually went in and did like old school Technicolor type, like 50s and 60s style to it. And I was like, oh, that's fantastic. Like, they actually put effort into it. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, for sure. You reminded me of so many just now. Geez, I didn't even mention the like two or three that you said there, and I was like, oh. Duh.
Of course, those are the few I watch, and everyone else is like, "You didn't see this or this," and I'm like, "No, I'm sorry. I'm kind of a sheltered person. I wait for them to come on like Netflix or video."
I know. I mean, but I was even saying too, like same with Anthony. It's like, man, the past couple of months it's been hard to just try to get to the movies, and it was like to the point where I was like, well, I mean, like when Aquaman came out, I was like, well, I got to go see that because even though I wasn't really looking forward to it because I was like, this is just gonna be, but I was like, gotta make it out there at least for that. But it sucks that it was like, yeah, that was a priority because I know, like, oh yeah, because obviously I'm a big DC guy, talk about all the DC stuff, so it's like I have to, but then it's like it sucks because man, there was movies there like Iron Claw that I missed, I didn't catch before the new year, and I mean obviously when it comes out on video, I'm gonna absolutely watch all the ones that even what's the Emma Stone movie? Poor thing. Yeah. That's another one that I was like, damn it, I wanted to see that because I keep hearing great things about that, and I love her and the concept just and the way it looks with the trailers and everything. I'm like, that's just one I wanted to get out and see too, but I'm probably not going to. Nobody saw that here?
No, I didn't see Poor Thing. So
no, I haven't either. But I get what you're saying because like there's so many movies that I want to go see in a theater. Yeah. But I just don't end up doing it, and then I feel terrible because like I feel like I'm like in the film sphere on Twitter, and then like people are like, "What'd you think about this?" And I'm like,
how do you think I feel? I'm called. I call myself a film
delete account.
I got it. Yep, I got to delete my account now.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. It's just like it's sometimes it can be hard.
It's correct because I didn't see Killers until it came out on digital. Like Killers of the Flower Moon. Like I didn't get to see it until that one too. That's probably top 5, man. It's holy shit, and it's crazy watching. I saw something like there's a round table with Lily Gladstone and Margot Robbie and a bunch of actresses that were sort of it had their presence felt this year when it came to movies. And I was watching it, and she's talking about just how lighthearted they had to keep it sort of on set because the material is just as dark as it can fucking get.
Sure.
With Killers. And so like that movie was dope too. I was like, yo, this is you know what I'm saying? Scorsese, like putting all of that shit together. But that was a good one. That was a good one.
My favorite experience out of anything this year, besides like for me, music, I got the Linkin Park Meteora box set. That had like 5 vinyl records in it released for the first time and a bunch of unreleased songs from Linkin Park before Chester passed, and so that was like a really cool thing to unbox and listen to and film. I made a video and I haven't edited it yet, but because unfortunately it was around the time my dog passed, so I haven't he's in the video, and so it's kind of hard to go through and watch that footage. So I was like, I'll get to it. But that was a neat experience just going through that box set. But for video games, because I've been playing more this year than I normally do, Alan Wake 2 was like the best experience I had doing anything this year. I had so much fun playing that game. And there's this moment, it's like a really creepy, like psychological kind of game. And the original one came out 13 years ago. Actually, it was the same summer I had my brain aneurysm rupture. And so that game's always like I felt connected to that game and been waiting for a sequel, and they finally released it. And there's this amazing musical number in like the middle of the game that like rocked my world. I just thought it was the greatest. So for me, I'm like, I love movies, but this year I thought was not a great year for movies overall, but it was a great year for games. So I ended up falling more into games this year.
I can't believe I haven't played Alan Wake 2 because I loved the first one. The first one's one of my favorite games ever. If
you haven't played, don't watch anything. Go in as blind as you can, and unfortunately, I just revealed that. But
no, I knew about that already.
So I think most people did. Yeah, I think most people did. But I'm telling you, like narratively and creatively, I'm like, man, it's like the David Fincher movie of games kind of experience. It's like Twin Peaks. Basically,
I was just about to say I love Twin Peaks.
It's a lot like that. So.
That's why I love the first Alan Wake. And you're right. You're absolutely right. This year was crazy for games because that's partially why I haven't played Alan Wake 2 because I've had so many things. Yeah, I'm like, dude, I don't know what's like. God, it's crazy.
And next year too, we're getting like Suicide Squad, and we're getting a whole bunch of games. I'm more excited for Blade than anything. I can't believe they announced a Blade game.
I know, right?
So awesome.
Yeah, that's gonna be sick.
I know.
Yeah.
They announced a Blade game before. I mean, they announced the movie 4 years ago.
Yeah.
No, I was about to say,
Like
let's see if they
6
can
years
put the
ago.
game out and not how the movie's going, where they're like, oh, yeah.
It's just sad.
Well,
It's
next
sad.
2025 is the 50th anniversary of Blade in 2025. So I imagine the game and possibly the movie, if they can get it done by then, that'll be the year they release that stuff.
I hope so. Jeez, and you have an Academy Award-winning actor as Mahershala Ali. Come on.
But he doesn't want, like, I'm sure he's one of those actors that doesn't want to hack script. So you
Yeah.
can't turn in a garbage Marvel script to him. He's going to be like, no, I don't want this.
You bring up a good point, because you can look at it two ways. You can look at it as Marvel Studios just going to fuck this up, or you can look at it. I mean, I started thinking about that too. Like what you said, Steve, is like the fact that Ali is still there, still very much involved. So it's like, okay, yeah, he just don't want to do some shit fucking, PG-13. We're going to dial it down and water it down. And he's like, I think he's trying to be like, he's really going, no, we got to make something special here, because let's face it, Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige, you don't have the mojo you once had.
Well, they definitely handed him some kind of terrible script at first.
Oh yeah,
because that's why we're sitting in the.
I think he
read that thing and was like, no.
It went through like 4 writers before the writer strike. Yeah, and then now it's like they're just starting over from scratch now. And the thing about Blade is that, and I was saying this about the video game, because so far we've only seen concept art of the video game, but the whole game, the video game's taking place in a quarantined Paris, which is kind of neat. And I think that's kind of a cool setting for Blade, because Blade is he has style and swag. Like a lot of superheroes are just like their costumes for the most part, and there's an iconic appeal with their costumes. Yeah. But swag is something not a lot of superheroes have naturally. And Blade, he's no nonsense. He knows what he wants. He's just here to kill vampires. He's like the Punisher for vampires. And he just looks cool, especially, once Wesley Snipes played the role.
I was about to say Wesley. That's Wesley Snipes was the perfect.
He's so cool. He made that role so iconic, even more than the character was in the comic for a while. And so for me, like, the movie needs to have style. The game needs to have style. So being set in Paris and doing like a certain style to the game, like a cell shading or doing something, I don't know what they're going to do yet, but that needs to happen. It has to have visual style too. So this can't just look like a Marvel movie to me. Like, like it has to have style. Like Across the Spider-Verse has style. I know that's animated, but Werewolf by Night had a style and a vision.
Multiverse of Madness had the Raimi style too.
Exactly. Like Zach, like when he makes stuff, he's got a style. Like you and Guardians has a style, James Gunn style. So you need someone with a style. Otherwise, Blade's not going to work. Because Steve Norrington had a great style when he made the first.
You give them something with style like Multiverse of Madness, you're going to have all these people that come out of the woodwork and complain because they're like, that was goofy. Like the way the camera, like, I'm like, you guys are so used to static cameras.
I fucking those people say that shit. I'm like, nah. But I'm biased. I'm a Raimi fan. He made my favorite all-time horror movie, which is the original Evil Dead, and what he did with that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was stylized even on a $25,000 budget that he had back in the.
I'm an Army of Darkness guy myself, but yes.
And the way that he took that, I love that entire franchise. But that original, you watch that original movie. I mean, the guy already had style just with the things that he did.
It's the same Raimi flick.
Yes, exactly. He had a signature to it. All right, we also got Chris joining right now.
Hey,
what up?
And I'll be the one breaking it in. I'm an Evil Dead 2 fan out of the trilogy.
Nice.
You know what? I mean, it is interesting, like how. Because the first Evil Dead was a little bit more, it was more serious. Obviously, it was like a serious horror movie. The second one, they kind of redid the story differently, because then it was just like him and his girlfriend went to the cabin, and then, and it ended up being more goofy, which was fine. I still enjoyed the shit out of it. And then, you see the end of that, and Army of Darkness, the way that it begins, it's not the same. It's like, it's such a weird thing, like how like he changed it up like with each time. I don't know, but
budget does that. Budget does that big time. It's like Kevin Smith going from Clerks to Mallrats. He's like, wait, they gave me like $2 million to make this movie. What?
And then the original script didn't even have him getting involved for the first third or fourth of the movie.
Right.
Yeah, that was. I remember watching the commentary of it because I love Mallrats. I think that's my favorite of at least when it comes to those, the Jay and Silent Bob movies. But yeah, you watch the director's cut and the commentary. It's like you're like, holy shit, you had this whole other thing going on for like a half an hour of the movie before they even got to the mall. And even Kevin Smith goes, oh yeah, so yeah, you know, if you call a movie Mallrats, get them to the fucking mall as quickly as possible. Yes, like yeah, and yeah, all the other stuff that he had in there, it was like, yeah, it's a good thing you cut that out because it wasn't working. Amen. But anyways, Chris, how was your Christmas?
It was good. Got to spend it with got 2 kids, so usually Christmas is me watching them enjoy the gifts and everything like that. So it's we had to tell them saying, no, you're gonna stay in there until about 8 o'clock, and then Mama and Dad will come and get you, and then you can come down the stairs and see all the toys.
Nice.
And they're just in their room, just like scraping the paint off the walls. Like, oh, is it 8 o'clock yet?
Hey, I'll give them this. They didn't start waking up till about 7:30, so I will give them that. You know, so they're 6 years old, and their birthdays. And their birthdays in 2 weeks. So it's not. So once December rolls around, it's nothing but gifts all for a month and a half.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Did you get anything like in particular?
Yeah, I got. I'm a you see behind me. I'm a big collected editions kind of things for graphic novels. So I got the what is it? The Lazarus series by Greg Rucka. And,
great series.
That trilogy.
That's a great run.
So that was my big exciting thing at that point. So
nice. That's a great run, that book.
Yeah. So, and I think RoboCop on Xbox. So I'm big RoboCop fan. So when I saw some positive reviews, I said, all right, I'll give it a shot. I'd like let me give justice on Detroit streets. So
it's pretty dope.
Okay.
It's if RoboCop means anything to you, that game is for you.
Good. You know what? That's all I want to hear because I've still got the documentary to watch that came out about a month or so ago. So I've heard real positive stuff about that too.
Yeah, but the game.
Okay. I remember playing the old like computer game. Was it a computer game or was it Nintendo? I don't remember what it was on.
Could have been.
Yeah, but I remember playing that.
It might have been
on Nintendo. Yeah. Where I mean, obviously it was just the side
like
scroll.
A Castlevania side scroll. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Shooting. I mean, at first you're just punching things, and of course you do the whole little cool pull the revolver out of the leg thing. So you're a big RoboCop fan. I have to ask, what did you think of the remake that came out like a decade ago almost? The Joel Kinnaman.
I mean, I like Joel Kinnaman, and it was a movie I saw. So
that explains it.
Yeah. I saw it. It's definitely not in my collection, so I'll leave it at that.
It's funny because it's like it's always one of those things where, I mean, if it was a new idea, would it be it's hard to look at movies like that. Like for instance, I think what really suffers when it comes to like a remake was Total Recall. If you watch the remake of Total Recall, the Colin Farrell Total Recall, I think it's a really excellent science fiction movie. But everybody always thinks of the get your ass to Mars, they think of the Schwarzenegger one and they compare it too much. And I mean, that's a little bit different because obviously it's based on a book. And the remake was more based on the book than the Schwarzenegger one because, I mean, there was no Mars and that was all added. But I think everybody just has such a love for that movie. So when the remake came out, I mean, you watch that movie, if you just go in there not thinking about the original movie, I think it's a great science fiction movie. I mean, it really is. So, but RoboCop's a little different.
But the thing with RoboCop they kind of lost in the remake was the whole idea behind it is not only a commentary but also a satire at the same time. So they make RoboCop's a serious movie, but they're missing the kind of what the point of RoboCop is about.
There's a kind of a thing to it other than it's more than surface level stuff.
Well, and I think the thing with the original RoboCop was that it had edge, but it wasn't trying to be edgy. He knew how to use the edge to tell the story rather than we just put it in here because it's in the original. that new one just had shots in it where you could tell they were like they're trying to do something similar, but they're just doing it to mimic the original movie. And I think that happens a lot of times with like remakes, you know, and they'll have like a line in it from the original, and they'll be like, "See, remember we remember."
You might as well just
remember berries.
You might as well just look at the camera and wink. I think like it's a pretty forgettable remake. First off, but the only scene that stood out for me was when you had like his head there and he had the lungs, and it was like he didn't have his body, so it was just like the head with like part of like the inside, and you saw like the lungs. I just remember like seeing that part and going, "Oh my god!" But I was like so horrified of that scene, but at the same time, I was like, "Okay, you guys did do something different there. That was pretty cool. You utilized now special effects to." To do something like that, which they couldn't do back in the 80s. But
well, you can watch McMurphy get blown away in the most gruesome kind of death. I think it's one of the biggest things we take from that movie is like, man, they went there at that point.
Yeah. Oh, they were not afraid of that.
we talk about that too, about filmmakers, because we said this on the show before, where like because you brought up Zach and and that was so cool to see him, by the way, in the last episode. So like directors who just know what they want and what type of movie they're making. And I think that's you got a lot of that in the 80s with some of those filmmakers who were making like Alien, Predator, RoboCop. Like they just Lethal Weapon. Like they just knew what movie they were making, and they dive both feet in. And I don't know if there's interference from like executives or anything at that time, but it doesn't. If there was, it didn't read on the film.
It didn't.
So I think that's the thing, is like those filmmakers knew how to navigate challenges or obstacles that maybe an executive or some suit might give them. And nowadays it's like, I don't know, I feel like that's the biggest thing, is trying to find a filmmaker to do that is hard. And the ones that still do it nowadays are the ones who just commit to their visions, which is, I wish more were able to do that.
I know,
too.
we need more.
I think a lot of the problem is that the studios don't want to put money into those kinds of movies anymore because they're afraid of like backlash with stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everything is so based on like money and like figures now. Whereas back in the day, they could put $5 million behind a director, and they could work with that $5 million and make something crazy with it.
Well, it's funny. Yeah, what's funny is like I just watched, because I remember seeing it a long time ago, and a friend of mine brought it up to me, is John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't seen it in so long, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that movie, but I don't really remember it. And so it was last weekend, and it was funny too, because last Saturday I watched a bunch of Christmas movies, and then I ended my night with Prince of Darkness. I was like,
man, that's a wow.
Right, yeah, I know. I was like Elf, and I forgot what else. I watched like 8-Bit Christmas.
You veered really hard left at that.
I totally did.
People do it the other way around.
Exactly. But I was like, you know what?
I was good to chase Elf with Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, there we go.
Exactly. No, but like, because it just like hit me. I was like, oh yeah, I was talking about Prince of Dark, and I just. I was like, you know what? I'm Christmased out. I've been watching Christmas movies all day. Let me just put some kind of fucked up, John Carpenter movie, and I love that movie because it's so John Carpenter. It's so 80s, and it's unique. It's such a unique. And then I remember my same friend, because I told him, I was like, yeah, I rewatched it again, and then he sent me like an interview with John Carpenter, and he even talked about like how back in the 80s where he was doing movies for studios like Big Trouble in Little China. Just like he was doing like these studio movies, and they didn't do fairly well at the box office because, let's face it, Carpenter, he always found his audience after, like people didn't flock to the movie theater to go see it, but then like after, all of a sudden people found it. He always found a cult following. So when it came to Prince of Darkness, it was that whole thing where it's like, no, I made it independent, less budget. I could not have to deal with any of that. I could just do my own thing. And I'm like, yeah. And it shows, because it's just, it's 100% a John Carpenter, film. and it's it's freaky. It's got the freaking that bass that he does, that boom boom boom, with the score and everything, and it's got Alice Cooper in it. Come on.
Well, when are we going to get a Darkman remake? We were talking about Sam Raimi. When are we getting a Darkman remake?
Don't remake it. Just make another one if you're.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, no, I hate remakes. But Darkman is one that you never hear people talk about with Sam Raimi.
It's very true.
It's a good one.
Yeah,
it's a good film.
And it's the idea, like you said, like the studios are having this weird kind of balancing act in the sense of, with not only understanding what the audience wants, Marvel Studios is trying to deal with that idea right now, where what do they want to do? But same thing with DC Studios. We don't know what is going to come out. I mean, as we've said before so many times, like there's a lot riding on Superman Legacy, and we don't know if that movie doesn't necessarily go. What's going to happen with the rest of it. I don't think that, but it is Warner Brothers. They'll throw the baby out with the bathwater as soon as, problem one goes. But the other dynamic we've got into this is now streaming. People aren't flocking to the movies unless it is something that you're going to make them feel like I have to have that experience. Like Star Wars is kind of like that thing. Like, in order to really experience a Star Wars movie, getting that theater experience is something you can't ignore.
Which is ironic because now Star Wars is all on TV.
Exactly. But when it was, and also, when's the next Star Wars movie actually going to happen?
Yeah. Well, but I think also driving first of all, because of obviously something unforeseen like the pandemic, they use that as a reason to keep us in and train people to watch movies at home again. And then they're like, okay, now you guys are going to come back, right? And it's like, no, because the experience isn't always a big blockbuster. The experience is spending time or being with someone you care about or love about and share that experience with them. And a lot of people have home entertainment systems now that they bought during COVID with free money. And they were like, oh yeah, we can do this at home.
So careful, you're boarding yourself on the Nicole Kidman AMC kind of thing. And why do we go to the movies?
Yeah, but that's the thing is like,
you're right.
Yeah, that whole thing though with going to the movies though, they think, oh, it's got to be this big spectacle, and it's like it doesn't though. It just has to be something like if you made a movie as good as Christmas Vacation right now, and it was a comedy, holiday comedy. Yep. And if it had good word, people will go see that if it looked good and was marketed well. And so to me, it's not just about like $300 million budgets.
Well, to your point, Barbenheimer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oppenheimer owes how good the box office success was to Barbie.
Sure.
They both. I think they both. I mean, you're right. Though it probably owes more to Barbie than Barbie owes to. But it was like this phenomenon that nobody thought would work, and it fucking worked.
And people wanted to be a part to what you're saying. People wanted to be a part of the experience. They wanted to be just everyone coming together in the sense of I want to wear my pink. And then what are you going to see first? Are you going to go for the drama or are you going to go for Barbie first? It became kind of like, why do you want to do that versus that? It was a fun kind of moment.
Yeah. I know Saw Patrol never picked up, but I really wanted to.
My kids really wanted to see Saw first, so I mean, I relented.
That was a clever name, though. You got to give them credit. That was clever.
Yeah,
they tried. I mean, hey, we're going to see a lot of that. Anytime there's going to be two movies that are like complete opposites that are paired up in a weekend, they're going to come up with some, Bradgelina kind of name, like combine the names. But it's just Barbenheimer it was two big movies. It was like two well-known directors and two just so opposite.
And the contrast of them too.
Yeah, the contrast was ridiculous.
And look at the cast on both. Like it was like the who's who on both sides of the cast.
Much. Yeah. And now they're both getting nominated like crazy. Yeah. And it's so weird because I mean I enjoyed Barbie, but do I think Ryan Gosling should win over Robert Downey Jr. for supporting actor? Fuck no.
I'm with you on that.
You're showing
now he'll win best song. What he'll get the best song.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. He can win best song and he can perform at the Oscars, and I hope that happens.
That's cool.
Still mad about peaches, damn it.
I am not.
I didn't even think about that, but you're right.
But yeah, there's just no way. It's just, I just can't. I mean, I get it. I get the hype. I get all that. It wasn't fully for me. No, and
But that's okay. That's you as a consumer. That's
exactly,
it is okay.
But I'm not shitting on it. I'm not.
Yeah,
shitting
you're not.
on it going,
Yeah.
yeah.
He doesn't even need the award. He's Knuff anyway. He doesn't need it.
There it is. There
I
it
see what
is.
you did there.
Good
Very
job.
good.
Hey, we got
Hey,
Phil.
Phil.
going in
Hey,
right
there's
now.
a handsome devil.
Look at
that. How's
Oh,
it
my glasses
going?
keep falling off. There. How's it going, man?
That
All
good.
right. I like that.
That's
How's it
that's
going?
a Blade level entrance right there.
Yeah, there you go. He's got the red light behind him and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's been a week, gents. It's been a week. I'll say
Has
that.
it?
It
Oh, boy.
has. I went back to the gym on Tuesday, and I've been going every day after work for about 2 hours.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Every day.
That's
Good job,
awesome.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're starting off. I mean, usually
Teach
like
me.
resolutions start, January 1st, and I mean, especially gyms. But you're getting a head start. I like it.
Yeah. If I could elaborate on that a little bit, I guess I'm going to quote Vegeta, the Prince of All Saiyans here, and just say something inside me just kind of snapped, and I just kind of lost it a little bit, and I just don't care about much of anything anymore except building myself
There you go.
into being
There you go.
a machine. So that's my goal.
Good job.
For
Hopefully you
going
buried the
forward.
body first.
Oh, I buried some things. I'll say that.
There you go. Good for you.
All right.
Definitely. Got to
Now
move
we're
on.
just,
Help you
we're
guys,
just-
right.
Talking all kinds of stuff. We were mainly talking about, reflecting on the movies that, of course, came out in 2023. Is there any particular movies that really stuck out for you this past year?
Oh, you'll love this, Dave. I saw Godzilla -1 on Christmas.
Yeah.
Yikes!
Oh yeah.
Oh
I haven't seen it.
my God.
It's such a
What?
surprise. Oh my God.
Such a damn good movie.
I need to
Oh,
see that black and white. That needs to
Oh,
come
I
over
know.
here.
They
Yes,
just talked
that
about
has
that.
to
I'm
come
like,
here.
oh, even better. Yes.
Oh, just what an experience, and I'm so happy it's doing as well as it is because damn, that movie is fantastic through and through. A plus cinema through and through. Up there with Oppenheimer for sure. Still
Yeah.
haven't seen Barbie though.
Still haven't seen Barbie.
Still
Okay.
haven't seen
Like I
Barbie.
said,
no.
it's not for everyone. It's not for
Yeah.
everyone. It really isn't.
Well, I'm not enough for anyone.
Ah.
Hey,
You're
you
more
know.
than enough for me.
Well, that's good to know. Between you and Andy, I feel enough. So that's good to know. Good to know.
Andy will make anyone feel enough. He's
There you
True.
go.
He's a good
Very
support
true.
system. Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Exactly.
I agree with that completely.
No, but yeah,
100%.
I mean, like, yeah, when it came to that movie, I mean, I went to the LA premiere, and I was just like, I saw the trailer, I'm like, all right, this has potential, we'll see, and just to be floored by that movie, and so many people. I mean, I was watching other people's, that had followed that did their top 10 lists, and Godzilla -1 was in every one of them. So was Oppenheimer and John Wick. That was it was funny because like it seemed like those three movies were always like in everybody's top 10 list.
Mhm.
Obviously they were in mine too, but yeah, it's just Godzilla -1 was just one of those. It was just a nice surprise of like, oh yeah, by the way, this is how you do this over here. Okay, studios in America, yeah, see what happened over here. This is how you kind of do it. It's not just you try to shoehorn all these stupid human stories that don't work. Like,
Well,
actually put them in these situations, create something new and some different drama.
Godzilla is like a little bit like RoboCop in the sense that like there's more than just the surface level. Like
Yeah.
he's a metaphor for things in Japan. So there's like a meaning to him, and I always like that. Like I don't like any of the American Godzilla movies. But I did like Shin Godzilla a lot, and I finally did watch the -1, and it's amazing. Like you said, it's fantastic, but it deals with the true purpose of what Godzilla was originally designed to be in cinema. And that's the thing is like, yeah, you can always retranslate. So we talk about Superman and every other characters. You can always retranslate something, give it a different meaning, or do it from a different angle. And it can work. I just don't like the American ones personally.
Well, I think it's kind of like the thing with Jaws. Like for me, it's like Jaws, where Steven Spielberg purposely, it was due to budgetary and the animatronic also, but you don't see a lot of. You feel the presence of Jaws, and you feel the terror of Jaws through the movie, and then when you see him, it makes a bigger impact. For me, it's kind of like that. Same with Terminator too. You don't see the Terminator in the first movie like running around like chasing people, and like he's slow, he's like deliberate, and I feel like that's something that the Japanese Godzilla movies have done really well is they build the tension of Godzilla.
Because there's a lot of
even with like they built the human element first. They made you start caring for our main protagonist first and understanding his what he was all about, in the sense of the kamikaze pilot that just bailed on that one, and then what he has to deal with at that point. So I think that was a really smart play for them. Instead of starting off with the monster, you start off with the human element and make us care first.
Right.
That point of view.
They really they established that, like, okay, this main character right here, guess what, by the end of this film he's going to be like almost a completely different character, right? Because I mean they showed him as like he was like kind of like a coward, and just like and he went through the ringer when it came to his whole story, where you just go like, why does this guy even want to live anymore? I totally get it. Like he's just going through the ringer, and then just the way he comes out on the other side, it's just like that's what you really cheer for his character, all the characters. But man, it was like, I'm like, I'm teary eyed here. What the fuck,
This is a Godzilla movie. What the hell?
I know,
right?
Man,
I remember like I felt that way when I saw Train to Busan. I was like, why am I crying? Like, what's happening? Like it's a zombie movie, but it's but those elements, like if you do them right, like you get something like -1, and it's and you're right, like that's an arc. You have a character that you're seeing going through hell and to become the hero they're supposed to be, that they were probably meant to be the first time, but just fear took over. And so I like that. I mean, I think that resonates. Yeah.
And I'm 2 episodes into Monarch, and I'm really liking it because it's understanding the background of this organization. The monsters just happen to be there, but I'm always a big believer, like the journey. How did we get to this point? Like what's behind this organization that's been? Are they helping us, or are they really hurting us at this point? So
sure.
What's the name of the movie that's coming out next year? I get these all mixed up. The
Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire.
Okay,
they love each other this time.
It is insane to me that is in the same universe as Monarch.
Wild, right?
Like,
I don't want to think that yet.
I mean, it's unfortunately,
you're not wrong. I just don't want to think that.
Don't think about it. Yeah, but it's. I'm like, dude, what happened? Like, there's such a disconnect between this show and. Like, what?
In fairness, we're all supposed to believe that Madam Web, Venom, Craven are all supposed to take place in the same universe.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And Morbius
are going to do so much damage to the Marvel brand.
Don't get me started on Madam Web, dude. Don't get me started on that.
I mean,
am I on an island with that movie? I feel like I'm on an island with that movie.
You guys are gonna love that movie.
No, that shit is good.
I hope. I hope that I love that movie. I hope it's like one of those like,
dude, an AI wrote that movie. You're gonna love it.
Yes.
My mom got killed in the Amazon.
They definitely wrote that trailer.
Yeah, I know. They did write that trailer. Holy crap! No, but I mean, like, when it comes to next year, I mean, when it comes to the CBM world, it's Sony's year, man. Because I mean, 1 Marvel Studios, 1 DC, and that's it.
You fucked up.
3 Sony Marvel movies. Huh?
When it's Sony's year, you fucked up.
Oh, Jesus Christ! That's what I'm just like.
Sony killed it with 1 movie this year with Across the Spider-Verse. So,
true.
So, like,
that's the one. That's the one. Well, isn't Beyond?
It's animation, so
yeah, Beyond comes out next year too. Yeah, I know.
What's the third Sony movie?
Beyond does not come out next year. They moved it off indefinitely from its date.
They haven't even recorded lines. They haven't recorded lines at all.
I want Craven to be good. I really do.
It's not gonna be.
I just no, it's not. But
Craven's my favorite Spider-Man villain.
I like it. We took basically a Craven, a Marvel character, and made him become Animal Man.
Yeah.
Well, you know what irritates me is they cast who is it that's playing his dad?
Aaron Taylor Johnson.
No,
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe has the perfect accent, the perfect voice. And honestly, if Russell Crowe had been cast as Craven, I wouldn't be upset. Like, he could be a cool Craven.
He's supposed to be Aussie, right? Or is he supposed to be? Or is he supposed to have like some kind of? Well, he's not doing an Aussie accent. What kind of accent is?
No, it's like an Australian, or he's Russian. Yeah.
Russian. That's right. He's supposed to be Russian. Yeah.
But his voice sounds perfect as Craven, and then you hear Aaron Taylor Johnson, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Craven." Yeah. It's like, oh no.
Yo, bro, how you doing?
No.
It's so weird because Aaron Taylor Johnson. I mean, I think he could I mean, well, we already heard his
could.
Russian accent.
Yeah,
You know,
right?
when he was that other CBM character, but
You didn't see
you didn't see that coming. Yeah.
He could, but the problem is he's not. The script is so terrible, and
Yeah.
the premise for the movie is so bad that even
The
Aaron
only-
Taylor
funny-
Johnson can't stand it.
The only hope that I have is the fact that it is rated R. So maybe it's like they're not holding back. They're not holding back like they did with Morbius, you know. So it's like,
Oh my god.
Hey, we're all gonna be craving some more Craven. I don't know.
that's so Craven. That's so
That's gonna be
Craven.
the Morbin time of
Yeah.
Craven. Yeah.
Craven time.
I'm with Phil. I'm a little curious about Madam Web, but I'm sure it won't be good overall. But the concept, at least, isn't like, bats turned him into a vampire, and then and a lion turned Craven into Craven. Like it's like deals with time and the multiverse in a way. So
let me just get
Go ahead,
sorry,
Phil.
sorry, Chris.
Go ahead,
I just want to make this abundantly clear.
Yeah.
I am excited for Madam Web simply because Sydney Sweeney looks fucking fantastic as Jessica Carpenter.
yeah,
in
yeah,
that suit.
yeah,
100%.
You have reasons. You have
I
reasons.
do.
Valid.
But
I'll buy two
cringe
tickets,
at-
one for me and one for my penis. Thank you.
Yes, yes, and then maybe another for the popcorn.
I cringe every time, like when I see these Sony movies and the trailer has to have this adjacent saying spider characters in the background or spiders in the background. My mom was in the jungle studying spiders, and then some reason Craven's in the jungle and there's spiders crawling around him. Sony, you do have a Spider-Man. You do control Spider-Man. You can do what you want with Spider-Man. Why do you insist on not doing Spider-Man like Spider-Man?
Andrew Garfield is right there. He's right there.
He basically said, "I'm not going to be a part of this." He's seen what they're doing, and he wanted out.
No, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. And that's the thing is like everybody. Obviously, we would love to have a third Spider-Man with him, but at the same time, it's like, well, we don't want you to go through what you went through already, Andrew. I mean, that's the thing. It's like how much they were setting up with that second Spider-Man movie, and then they ripped it to shreds, and then they, it's just, it sucks. Because he's my favorite Spider-Man. Is he in my favorite Spider-Man movies? No, but he's my favorite overall Peter Parker Spider-Man. So it was great to see him, of course, in No Way Home. But man,
well, I've been
really
obviously following Venom because they've been filming it in Spain. They're taking a Christmas break right now, but they're coming back after the holiday and start filming again. And I've been keeping an eye on that stuff, and it seems like from a post Tom made, and of course Tom does this thing where he'll post stuff on Instagram and then delete it like 30 minutes later because he kind of knows it'll get out there. And then sometimes he deletes it because someone tells him to delete it, I think. But he put something up and it's still up on his page where it says Venom 3 filming The Last Dance. So it seems like this is it, and whatever shared connective thing they're going to do, he may be this third Venom may be done with it. And I'm kind of okay because my channel, I'm going to go in a new direction with my channel anyway. So it's nice that they're ending, and then I can, end my show and start talking about other characters again. But I think this will be the last one. So that makes me feel good that Venom might not be a part of this because I like Tom as Venom, and I don't want to kind of see him get dragged into that stuff.
Yeah, they can do a whole thing. I mean, we know Venom and the symbiote are coming to the MCU, and Tom Hardy doesn't need to be a part of that. He's done his own thing, and I applaud him for putting his own spin on it. I mean, I have problems with it, but it works for what he wanted to do. I accept what they've given to us, not my tempo, but I applaud him for getting the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, he's passionate about it, so at least you can say that. Like he loves it,
and they've been successful movies too.
Yeah, they're successful.
Correct. Yeah,
massively successful. Yeah, the second one less so, but that was a COVID movie, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, and I have my issues with them too, but for the most part, it's like, I mean, especially the first one, it's a fun movie, and it's fun because Tom Hardy nails
it. He hams it up. Yeah, he just hams
the shit out of it, and Tom Hardy's the shit out of it. If you're a Tom Hardy fan, that you just know exactly what I'm saying, because it's just there's just something about Tom Hardy. I don't know how he does it, but somehow he just tweaks his voice just a little bit, even so much with his mannerisms. He'll do things, and of course he has to play both these roles and do the whole talking to himself and doing all the twitchy stuff and everything. So that's what I love about the first one. Like I said, the second one, a little bit of a letdown. I thought, the Carnage stuff was
it was a little disappointing. I agree.
It was a little disappointing. But I do hope the third one, he goes out with a bang, and he doesn't need to be brought into the MCU. It would be kind of cool if there was like some kind of, I mean, I know a lot of people are going like, man, mention Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man versus Tom Hardy's Venom. I'm like, yeah, that would be freaking awesome. It could, if they could do something like that, why not? Right. That would be something sweet, especially since we heard Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man talk about it's like, I want to fight an alien. It's like he didn't get the chance to do that.
Yeah. Well, I was saying like the one thing in Venom 2 when he defeats Carnage, spoiler alert, he eats Carnage like in the comic books, like he ingests Carnage and then kills Cletus Cassidy. And I was thinking like my theory, I think I said this on your show before, where if the sliver that crawled out of Venom that got stuck in the MCU, if that was actually Carnage, and if it bonded to Peter in that world and made Spider Carnage, and then there was a reason for Tom to have to go deal with it, and then you could have the Tom Hardy fight if you wanted to, at some point. But I don't know. I think the Spider-Man stuff right now is on hold because there's a lot of negotiating with Tom Holland, because his original contract is over, and he's pretty much just asking for a giant price point, which I would too, to continue. So I don't know. Well, that's kind of, I think, on hold right now.
And you got to at least give them credit in the sense of they've been able now to do a trilogy of Venom movies without Spider-Man, really.
Yeah, it's like Joker's probably might do that too with the if the second one's successful. And people always said you can't do Joker without Batman, you can't do Venom without Spider-Man. I'm like, if the motivation for the character is still there, you can do it. Like Joker in that version has a reason to become Joker still. Society is the reason. And Venom, he has a corporation that kidnapped the symbiote and ruined Eddie Brock's career, by exposing his lies or whatever. And so he has a motivation to go after the Life Foundation. So the motivations are still there. It's not against Batman or Spider-Man, but they're still there. So as long as you do that, I think it can work, as these movies prove.
Well, you got to give credit to Tom Hardy too, because they didn't even do the MCU thing where like they have him work out for like 12 months, a whole year, and then they have him in shirtless scenes. That man, he just looked rough through both of those movies, man.
Well, just in like that's his take on Eddie. That's his take on Eddie. Is not Eddie's not just the gym junkie like he is in the comics.
I love that.
I love that too. But he's a guy who's like falling apart.
What was cool though was like Hardy did he did get into like shape, but it wasn't the superhero shape, I guess you could say.
Because he does MMA.
He's always been like in shape, but at the same time, it's like because I remember like even like I think he posted a picture after either the first or second one. Dude has traps like crazy. I mean, obviously, but I know he posted something like that. But I mean, I found it funny where it's like, he did work out to get in shape for the role, but it wasn't to be like super shredded. He wasn't having a shirtless scene because he was always like mainly in a hoodie or a button up, and he looked like shit, like you said. Like he was always like he
dresses like me.
No, but I mean, don't be so hard on yourself.
I'm trying to compliment myself.
But I thought that's what was cool. It's like, all right, it's not that kind of role, because sometimes, I mean, why did fucking Paul Rudd need to get shredded? There's no reason for him to do that. Of course, like in the first one, you see one shot of him shirtless, so you get
every guy in the MCU. They have that in their contract. I swear to God, that there has to be one. Chris Pratt, everybody like.
There's another character
shredded.
Exactly. There's another character. Why did Star-Lord need to get so good?
Especially like after that, they started making fun of the fact that he was like putting on weight and shit like that. It's like, remember in like Infinity War, he was like, doing all that. I mean, when it comes to if you're Thor, of course, you have to look at that. Of course, I think Hemsworth,
except for when he didn't. The dad bod.
Batman. Like you can't have like somebody playing Batman and then you have to look a certain way.
But even like I like how Robert Pattinson wasn't like super, like he wasn't he wasn't super shredded. He had like, I mean, obviously he worked out, he got in shape, but it wasn't like anything too crazy.
But they set that up in detective Batman too. That's what I like. Like
they set that up in the movie where he narrates at the beginning and he says like, I can't be everywhere in Gotham. So that right there, this is not a Batman who just runs across rooftops all night to get to every place. He's like, so I just use the fear. So whenever someone's stealing something, they look in the shadows. They're like, he could be there, and they, I love that. I'm like, that's great.
That's the whole point. Batman says the criminals are cowardly and superstitious. A lot at that point, you dress as a bat, you dress as the fear. At that point, you stay in the shadows and you be that kind of fear in the background. So we see Batman now in the comics. He's a bear, at that point, and it's almost like the comics are comics. No human being could move as quickly as they can if they were that built as he would. They would more look like Pattinson, Keaton, some of they're slimmer down people with muscles, but not like you're ready to go into basically be Brock Lesnar.
Well, unless you're just a Batman that's full of rage like Batfleck was, and he's just like,
but an older Batman.
He's just like, I want to
punch
you. I'll punch you into the concrete.
But it worked.
You're Rocky Balboa and Rocky Balboa when he's because you don't have speed, you have nothing. We're gonna build blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, you and I were talking about Night of the Batman. That's one reason why I'm glad I don't have to animate anything, because I do not know how I would animate a 250-pound, 300-pound muscled Ben Affleck like running through. Like, I'm glad it's stills, man.
The irony of Ben Affleck as Batman is he was like literally the closest in height and weight to Batman is in the comics. He's 6'4", but he was like 210, 220. Batman is 6'2", 210 muscle.
Like, that's why he's my favorite cinematic Batman. I mean,
he's like comic book Batman.
Well, Stephanie says in the chat, Batfleck's workout scene in BVS. I mean, that is like, thanks, man. I already feel like I can't measure up to you, but thanks. I appreciate it. My wife is sitting next to me saying, I see the appeal. I was like, I have a different appeal for the man.
Zach purposely has the shot where he's doing the pull-ups, and then you're like, wow, that's impressive. And then it pans down, and he's chained like weights to his legs. So you're like, oh, so that's just even more of an FU to
those are goals, gentlemen.
Those
are the goals.
That is Phil. That's your goal. There you go.
Those are my goals. Those are my goals. I'm going to do that.
There you go.
Believe me, I will look like a bear. 100%.
And when you become Batman, Phil, you have to let us know. Like,
you gotta let us know. Why'd you say that name?
See, that's the thing. If I get that jacked and I get that ripped, then someone's gonna send a tape to James Gunn and be like, I don't know.
Phil and Jensen Ackles. It's Phil and Jensen Ackles.
I'm not old enough to foster or father a 10-year-old assassin child either. There's that going along with it too. I'd have to get about 10 years older than that. So I don't know.
True. No, but I mean, that's what I love what Snyder did. It was like, I mean, obviously Snyder, when it comes to his characters, he's all about like the physique. I mean, for God's sakes, he works out with his freaking, cast, which is great. But I mean, these characters are larger than life. So of course he was going to have like a scene where it's like, all right, yeah, we're going to show Bruce Wayne just fucking, doing some just hardcore like weightlifting where we see the weights drop, we hear it, and he's like, he's correct. It makes no sense if you think about it. It's like, okay, so just a hard workout that's going to help you take on Superman. Okay,
well, it's getting the adrenaline. It's like
exactly,
it's something,
but it works for what he has to do because I mean. Yeah, I'm just being like that person where you're like,
no, I get it.
It really makes sense in a real life sense. Of course not. But for for this old grizzled, Bruce Wayne and, and just the way that Snyder portrays his characters, is like, of course you're going to have that scene where he's just like, moving, and it's not even normal. Like, it's not like he's on an elliptical, like, hey, doing this. And he's like pushing things.
I want to see him with like Jane Fonda doing the jazzercise.
Exactly. He's not doing like Pilates and stuff, but it's kind of funny because if you think about it, he probably has to at his, all the injuries he suffered and stuff like that. You better believe that Alfred is probably like they're like pushing on against him, like trying to stretch him out. I want to see those scenes, but of course, you got to show the scenes where he's just literally lifting iron. I mean, those dumbbells and all that shit were just like boom, boom. It's just like, he's.
I want to see a scene where Alfred is sewing nipples into the Bat costume. Hey Phil, I got a request for you. When you work out and you're like when you're a Batman level, next time we're on the show, I want you to blow smoke right at the camera, and then by the time the smoke fades, I want you to be no longer in your seat.
Yeah.
And then I want you behind me whispering the word justice in a Batman mask, and then just Henry Cavill me, and then put me to sleep.
And it's like, I hate it when he does that.
Yeah.
Do I need to get a kryptonite spear too?
No. I'm not. I mean, yeah, I'm wearing the shirt, but I trust me, you can punch me.
And you have to do your best Christian Bale, like Batman voice at the time.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Do your Phil Batman voice.
Where's the trigger?
Where's Rachel?
No, but yeah, what were we talking about before we went off on this tangent?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
We're talking about 2023.
I know exactly what I'll tell you, Seek. I won't even have to say justice. I know exactly what I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
There you go. He's
I'm
got
going to show you what it means to be a man.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a line from the trailer.
yeah, it is.
Gotcha. Wow.
True. God.
Well, this is a line that's not from the trailer. Daddy?
Dad? No, but I think Phil, I was getting like some of your picks for 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
It was like 30 minutes ago, Dave.
Yeah, I know. It probably was.
All right. First and foremost, The Flash, Aquaman, Shazam. I'm kidding.
That's a good one.
Totally kidding. Especially with Aquaman. Anyway, I'm going to go with Oppenheimer and Godzilla. They are like fighting for number one right there. So
Movies about bombs.
That's a really hard tie. Bombs. Oh, pun intended there. Good job.
Yeah.
Then I think I would follow up with Rebel Moon, and then I will say, ironically enough, Super Mario, John Wick,
Good movie.
and Creator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creator was almost on my list. I think it was like number 11, but it was just like, when I was when I had all the, and I was sort of like Xing some things out.
Mhm.
Creator was just like, it was like almost there but then I was like, and there's nothing against it. It's just like, it's again, like what you I think it was what you were saying, Seek, like what they did with that budget. Or who said that?
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane what they did with their. I mean, it's 70 or whatever, 75 million, still a lot of money, but for that movie, and you compare it to like, other movies that we saw. Like I saw the only thing I can compare it to maybe is
Marvels.
I didn't see that. It's funny because I think last time I was on this panel, I said something like, "Oh, I'm not going to watch that movie," and someone was like, "Yeah, you will." Trust me, there's a lot. I don't think the only DC movie I saw this year was Flash, and that's because it came on Max. But I haven't seen Blue Beetle yet. I haven't seen.
I think you might enjoy Blue Beetle.
I'm
It's just
sure
like
I
one of
will.
those like enjoyable family movies.
Yeah, I will watch. I just haven't rushed to it yet.
Yeah.
Honestly, on the superhero front, I'm probably gonna have to go with like Across the Spider-Verse and Mutant Mayhem. If I'm being brutally honest.
love Mutant Mayhem.
Oh,
Mutant Mayhem was
Yeah,
was great.
I just saw Mutant Mayhem last week, and I was being a huge Turtles fan.
Yeah.
I have some problems with like it just wouldn't be what I was hoping for in the sense of origins and some of that.
Sure.
Sure.
But the heart there, very present, and I love the very different and unique style of animation for it. I think it really works. So
yeah, for sure. And I love the banter. Like the Turtles were.
Oh yeah.
and actually casting kids that actually are the age of the Turtles.
That was brilliant. Yeah, that was good.
Actual
touch.
teenagers.
Yeah.
Not Alan Richson, who's like 34.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
by
mean,
the way,
no.
Reacher's good show. By the way.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
nothing against Alan Richson. I mean,
Yeah.
apparently he had a really bad time when he did the Michael Bay ones.
They all did.
They all had a bad time, and he's expressed it on podcasts.
Sure.
No, I think Alan Richson's great. I mean, Reacher. I watched season 1, enjoyed the shit out of it. I haven't watched season 2 yet, but looking forward to it. And then there's like a whole thing where like, hey, I could be Batman in the DCU. I don't see him as Batman, as big as he is. Going back to Batman being a huge guy.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I could see like if you're going for that style again. I don't think we need it. I mean, to me, it's like the more the more Dark Knight Returns Batman is the big guy. When it comes to like if they're doing like, all right, this is not an early Batman, this is more mid, like where it's going to be like a 30-year-old Batman, mid to late. I don't think we need like a big, huge like dude like that. And not to mention, I see Alan Richardson more as a fucking Shazam or a Booster Gold, even or something like that. I don't see him as Batman. But that whole thing was all happening. He said like, yeah, that would be cool. But I'm like, hey, I don't see you.
I think he'd make a great younger Guy Gardner.
It would be
yeah,
a
that's
good
not
Green
bad
Lantern
either.
in general. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Or
You should
even
play
like
Kilowog.
That's what I was just
that'd be a
thinking
fun
there.
one too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There we go.
definitely. Or even Hal Jordan. Honestly, I think he'd make a pretty
Yeah, you
solid
could
Hal
probably do
Jordan.
a Hal
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Atrocitus.
Oh, that's
Very
a
good
deep one.
pull.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Red Lantern. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you never know. Like, man, who knows what's gonna happen when it comes to all that. But no, like going back to just like 2023 stuff. Was there I mean, did anybody see that one movie Talk to Me with the hand, the horror
I did.
movie? Okay, how was that?
Yeah, because YouTubers made it, and I'm actually a fan of Raka Raka. So when I saw that they made it, I was like, oh my god, that's their movie they've been talking about for like 2 years. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Like I think they're making a sequel, but the premise is neat because it's like it's like kind of like Candyman or those kind of movies where there's like this dare you have to do. So it's like a bunch of kids doing something stupid that they shouldn't and playing with a Ouija board or something. But yeah, I thought it pretty good. I don't want to reveal. There's a couple cool moments in it.
Yeah, don't because a lot of people
watch it. Yeah, if you like horror movies. That and Evil Dead Rise and Saw 10. I liked all three of those this year.
Oh,
I didn't see Saw 10.
Yeah,
Saw 10 was a nice surprise.
Yeah. Evil Dead Rise was nice. Nice surprise too, especially being a fan of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And and there hasn't really, when it comes to that franchise, there really hasn't been a miss to me. Like I enjoyed Ash versus the Evil Dead series.
It was great. Yeah,
it was still freaking fantastic, and just having Bruce Campbell back. The remake of the of the original Evil Dead from Fede Alvarez.
Fede Alvarez.
Who's doing the new Alien movie that's coming out next year.
Can't wait.
He did. He like, I mean, Jesus Christ, when it came to gore, where I was like in my chair in the movie theater, like going, like I remember going, oh, Jesus Christ. But Evil Dead Rise was a nice little pleasant surprise too. So it's an honorable mention for it. It didn't make the top 10 list, but it would be in the top 20 for sure. But oh man, where was I going with this? No, but I wanted to see Talk. Was it called Talk to Me?
Yeah,
Talk to Me.
Yeah, check it out. It's good.
I will check it out. But I just remember like what was really cool. It just seemed like horror movies were just killing it in 2023. Yeah, just like these low budget again. Studios need to strive for low budget. Just let the fucking director, let the filmmaker make the film. I mean, we can even talk about what Zach's doing with Rebel Moon. I mean, he made 2 long sci-fi operas, something for $185 million, less than $200 million, 2 movies.
Well, what's crazy about that is because he even talks about like so much of Rebel Moon is practical. And it's weird because you would think, building practical stuff is going to cost more money. Not in the long run.
No.
It's like you're building, like that whole village is literally a village that they built. They grew the grain, like all this stuff, all half of what you're seeing is real. And then it's just extended a little bit with CG. And I think that's something Zach's really good at, is like combining the practical with the CG. Yeah. And it's like, I think too many movies now, especially like MCU stuff, like why did the Marvels need to have that budget?
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, they did.
And then that crazy budget, and then it looks horrible. Like that makes no sense at all. Most MCU movies now, and some DC stuff too. Like it's
when you change your ideas, because like obviously like doing that work, adding in the CG and all that stuff, we all know like it's days, weeks. It's like it's so labor intensive. So when you're doing it, and then someone comes in and goes, "Hey, we changed this." It's like, what the like. Yeah. I think I told the story of how I made a suggestion to change the ending of Transformers last night because I had seen it like way in advance, or not even that far in advance. It was like 3.5, 4 months before it came out, and so we saw like an earlier cut, and I made a suggestion on something they should change at the end, and then they actually put that change in the movie, but it's done so like cheaply because you're like wait, that's so okay. I got that moment happened, but it should have been like front and center. Bumblebee gets this big moment, and they totally just have it happen real quickly and splice together assets they had, and it looks bad. And I'm just like, oh my god! But that's because they only had 3 months to change it. So that's the thing, is when they're doing these big budget movies and most of it's CG, and you're making changes daily, it's like you can't make it look good. You just
and like
Yeah.
different versions for trailers.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
they do see, that's ridiculous to me. Doing it entirely, making people stay up like and like miss their families and shit, so you can have like, oh well, we want Hulk in this shot, but he's not in the movie in this shot, and then like.
And to your point of bringing up what Zach does with Rebel Moon, essentially doing a sci-fi movie, we see exactly, even though it's just the PG-13 cut, you look at the movie that we do have right now, it's not like your sci-fi in the sense of there's a lot of space shots. There's a lot of, there's not a lot of shots that need the CG. He's creating his own sci-fi Western where you're doing the idea of the Western and you have those key shots. You've got, your spider creature. You've got the heated swords at that point. But there's really not a lot of that need CG. So you can still have a sci-fi movie and not go break the bank on CG.
Yeah. Whereas, as long as you stick to that vision, you go, this is what we need the CG
what I
for.
want.
Yeah, and then you just let them do that, and then you don't go back and go, you know what? Actually, let's do this.
Well, I think, and that's because Zach, his big thing is that they even talk about this all the time. Is like he draws everything he wants to see exactly how he wants to see it. So when he goes in the room with the CG, the effects artists and the prop makers, he's like, this is what's going on screen. This is what I
would just love to have like him to put that together and just sell those books in the sense.
Oh, I would buy that.
It, just of any of his films. But even then, when you have that kind of background knowledge, he builds that in there. He talked about it this week, and I know, Dave, you brought it up in some of your shorts, where IP, it's his IP. It's his idea that he's bringing in. So it's hard for someone to say, if you're playing in someone else's sandbox, they can kind of dictate if they own it. It's just Zach. It's his idea. It's kind of hard to say, like, they can try to make it say, oh, I want this and this, but they have no frame of reference because it's his idea.
Well, somebody asked him about the swords. They were like, were you trying to like go for a lightsaber thing, or is this a remnant of when it was a Star Wars project? And he was just like, no, I just think it looks really cool.
Yeah.
That's his answer a lot of times.
He was like, I wanted the swords to be molten lava, so I just, we did that. And I was like, there you go. It's like, that's
it works. How about that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Can't wait to see more of that. That was probably one of my favorite scenes of the movie, was that whole even though maybe because I hate spiders.
Kill it with literally.
I'm like, kill that spider. Even though
I do appreciate Jenna Malone saying goodbye to her child. And the spider get up at that point. I think my kids might be a little scared if mom were to do that, but I applaud her for keeping it on.
No, but I mean, to the point of that's what needs to happen a lot more, is like just let these directors work with a smaller budget. And I mean, when they're dedicated to their vision, they will make it work, and I know some people, might be like, when it comes to James Gunn, but I'm hoping that obviously they're going to have to. And I think he's already expressed that, even when it came to his previous movies, that who knows? It might be fluff, might be he might be just whatever saying, but he did say that he always tries to come in under budget, which is good. It's like, come in under budget, and especially if you're what they're trying to do with the DCU is like, they're trying to, hey, we're gonna go this direction, we're gonna build this universe, but cut down these budgets and let these filmmakers really just use their. I mean, I always go back to even when Zach did 300. I mean, that budget was very low, and I was talking to somebody about it, and what was the budget, like 50 million? I think it was something like that. It wasn't any. I don't remember. I think it was like 50 million. Something like that. 50 million, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. But you watch that movie and you go, wow, really? 50 million? That looks like it's over 100, 150 maybe, because just the way that he shot that movie, it looks more expensive than it actually was.
Yeah. And you get on people that are harping on saying how big the cast is getting, how, and one of my comebacks is like, you do understand what this movie is supposed to do, is start building a universe at that point. Superman is can be the center point of it, but there's a universe around him. He's not the only one that can be out there. So I don't get scared about having the cast that they're doing because I trust in the sense of it's a Superman movie.
Yeah.
We haven't had a Superman movie since Man of Steel. So I think he understands that. I think there are a lot of things. So I'm willing to take a chance on James Gunn trying to put it out there, but let's build a world with Superman actually in it.
Well, I mean, like it's a big cast, but at the same time, it's like I think why people are complaining is because we actually know these characters.
Yeah.
If we didn't know the characters, nobody would really care. It'd be like,
well,
okay.
Then they'd be complaining about why aren't those characters we do know why aren't they in it? So
yeah, they could. Yeah. So I mean, like the fact that when we hear about a casting of like a character that we know from the books, then it's like, oh man, they're putting that person in, and it's like, well, it's like, yeah, but it's not going to be like a big role. It's not like it's going to be like throughout the whole movie or something like that. It's just we're in this universe, and that's what I'm liking is the fact that because we want to see something different. So he's doing okay. We're going to do a Superman where there's this DC world already out there, and we're going to have these random characters from the DC world that are in this movie. They're not going to be big roles, but they're going to be supporting roles. They're not going to just be cameos. It's not going to be like a crazy like cameo thing, but they're going to be significant to the story where they need to be. And that's different. And that's where I'm kind of going like, all right, you're selling me on it because, when he first jumped on, I was like, I don't want James Gunn to direct a freaking Superman movie. But now I'm going, all right, I want to see what you're cooking up here, sir.
I think 10 years ago,
well,
I would have been.
For all we know, it's like.
Go ahead, see. Go ahead.
No, you're good, man.
I was just going to say, like 10 years ago, I probably would have like scoffed at the idea of James Gunn doing a Superman movie. Yeah. At this point where I am and with my DC collectively fandom, I'm just like, you know what? Show me what you got. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm not going to sit here and disparage you for making certain choices that are reminiscent of the 78 movie, because that's a very easy thing to do that people are doing online. And I'm just like, you know what? He's going to do his own thing. He's building a universe. He can make the movie however he wants to make. And at this point, I'm just like, impress me. Show me what you got.
Yeah. Well, we've seen Superman movies where he's the only super being in his first movie.
Yep.
And he rises, above humanity while taking a piece of them with him to overcome the odds. So it is neat that maybe in this one we'll see like whatever the villain he's up against like takes down Hawkgirl, Metamorpho. Like if these guys show up and they're like, yeah, we fight crime too. We save people, and they show a couple scenes where they're pretty badass, and then they get taken out. Then you have Superman now rising above other heroes to take on the threat, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's it's a different thing to do with Superman while still staying true to Superman.
And it kind of reminds me of the storyline, Elseworld storyline, The Nail.
The Nail, right.
Where they already have a universe out there of superheroes, but there's no Superman yet. What are they able to do? And you just basically created the scenario of taking down basically whatever Justice Society is out there, and he's still beginning at that point, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, could you imagine Superman's the rookie on your team?
Yeah.
That's kind of a neat take on Superman.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, interesting out of the box take, definitely.
Part of the issue, I think, is like it's just the timing. I think a lot of it with James Gunn stuff is that if this wasn't being announced and happening when it is right now, I think this would go over a lot smoother and people wouldn't be so upset about it. But the fact that they literally just didn't even end the DCEU first,
early times,
right?
Yeah. They just immediately jumped into a brand new universe. I think a lot of people are a little more apprehensive about
they feel slighted.
And having Henry announce he's coming back, and then which I'm not one of those people that blames James Gunn for that, because that was WB being WB.
Yeah, I mean it was a shit show, because obviously with everything that happened and with the social media response to Zack Snyder's Justice League and the Snyder Cut, all that stuff, there's just a lot of things that were happening in the past few years, and then it's just where do you go from here? It's like, it's just funny. That's why I found it funny, like in recent interviews with Zach saying like now the superhero genre is in a cul-de-sac when his universe was called a cul-de-sac by some execs over that at Warner Brothers. But so now it's like his turn to say that, and I love that because it's true. It gets to a point in. It's not even just the fact that he used the cul-de-sac line. It's just the fact that it's like you don't just do a one-off anymore. And that can be part of the problem is like they're always thinking about the grander universe, and that could really affect things storytelling wise. And that's why something like Joker is cool because it's very much its own thing. They're not trying to expand on it, and that's what I mean. And even when it comes to Matt Reeves' Batman. The fact that there is a Batman world out there, but they're not trying to expand it to like, but there's also there's superheroes, other superheroes, and blah blah blah. It's just, hey, well, let's just expand in Gotham City as opposed to doing all that. So, and I think with those two, and it is kind of funny because they're both, Batman movies, with Joker just being its own thing. And then, of course, the Batman, and they're not even tied together. And they're not trying to expand into this bigger world. And I think, and they're, relatively they're lower budgets. And the Batman 2 is not going to be a big budget either. I mean, I think Matt Reeves could probably work with something where he doesn't have to, have $200+ million for a budget, but then again, who knows? But he's already expanded, of course, with the Penguin, which that doesn't require visual effects and all this kind of craziness. It's just a standard, it's like a mob TV.
I'm excited for that though. That's one of my most anticipated things.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, even though we're not getting movies, we're still getting, show. We're getting that show. And I think a lot of people are really excited for it because everybody really enjoyed what Colin Farrell did with that character.
Well, yeah, and Superman wouldn't work in the Batman universe, in my opinion. It just the way that it's set up, it just would be kind of ridiculous. I think
you don't need it. It's not completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
Seek, I know you need to take off, huh? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I said, well, gave it away. My name.
That's funny. I didn't even notice that, but yeah,
that's all right. No, thanks for having me. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, guys.
No problem, dude.
But thank you. It was nice talking to Aaron and Chris. I actually don't think I've been on here before. With
nice to talk to you, man.
Yeah, you too. AC and Phil, always a pleasure, man. And Dave, thanks for inviting me.
Always, dude.
Happy New Year, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Happy New Year's, man. Take it easy.
Happy New Year.
Take it easy. Speaking of New Year's, is there anything what are we looking forward to when it comes to 2024, Anthony? What's your most anticipated?
I don't know. Dune 2, top way up there.
Hell yeah.
Hated to see it get pushed back, but shit happens. So
yeah.
Oh shit, man, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
You're doing what I did earlier, man. I blanked completely.
Yeah.
No, you get put on the spot. You blank.
Obviously, April. I mean, come on, Rebel Moon
2,
part 2. Yeah. I mean, that's an sort of an unspoken given at this point in time, especially since we've all seen the first one, part 1, not the director's cut. So and both of those as well. Shit, man. It's
funny
because I would say The Last of Us Part 2 remastered for PS5 comes out in a few weeks. Okay. You know what I mean? They're gonna put that out on PS5, so I'm looking forward to playing that again. But shit, man, it's a lot, man.
I know. Yeah. It's funny because when I was preparing my list for anticipated, I just looked, and it's hard to I mean, most of it's there's there's sequels coming out. Obviously, you're amped about that, but then and it's kind of hard too because when I'm looking at some of these titles, I'm like, I don't even know what the hell that is. There's a chance that could be something fucking awesome or whatever. One thing that stood out though, because just being a big sci-fi nerd, is that Mickey 17 movie with Robert Pattinson that's going to be directed by
Bong Joon-ho.
But yeah, exactly.
Bong Joon-ho. Yep.
Yeah. And just the concept of that, I mean, it's based off of a novel, I believe. But the concept of just cloning and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, all right, you sold it to me. Not to mention, he's a fan. I mean, Parasite was just fucking a phenomenal
Yeah.
movie. And then Pattinson, I don't look at him as a Twilight guy. I'm like, he's a good actor.
People got to stop with
He's
that.
gotta stop with that
Yeah,
shit.
they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he very much wants that for sure. But I mean, there's stuff like that, and like I mean, and then I forgot that Ballerina was coming out. Spinoff for
Yeah.
John
Oh
Wick.
yeah.
That's right.
So,
Like
Mhm.
two that are sticking out to my mind is Argyle. Every time I see a trailer
yeah.
for that,
Yes,
I am
yes.
just like, yes, that's like that. Every time I see that, I just think Knives Out. I don't know why, but it has that kind of style
I can
of,
see
of
that, yeah.
filming at that
Mhm.
point. And then the Fall Guy. I know it's
Oh,
Ryan
yeah.
Gosling, but that looks a lot of fun.
It does. Oh,
Yeah.
Furiosa. I forgot. Furiosa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
that was on the list. That was on my list. Yeah, no, like when it came to when I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to Argyle because I like the concept and it's interesting. And but yeah, Furiosa was on the list for sure. I mean, George Miller, you can't go wrong with that guy at all.
I think the teaser that came out for Furiosa was dope, but Junkie XL, the score that he put on top of it, like when it gets to the end of it, it's like, and then it just shows her, and it's like it says, sold. I mean, if I already didn't think that Fury Road was fucking fire when it came out, you know what I mean? But this is, it looks like in the same vein, but that's Furiosa. That's I'm very, very excited for that shit.
Yeah, and we got to, like I said, we referring back to Fede Alvarez, like, yeah, we got the new Alien movie that's supposed to come out. I mean, I totally forgot. I looked at it, and I did put it on my list because I was like, oh yeah, we got a new Alien movie. But then I took it off because I was like, I don't really know it. I'm sure it's going to be good, but I was like, yeah, with everything else, it's just.
I
Yeah,
just
that one
googled
was
that. Is that actually called Alien Romulus?
That's what I saw.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't know what it was called.
And they were filming that during the strike because they had the actors that were on there were not part of either the guild or where they were filming it. So
Really?
they did a lot of filming during the strike.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. But then what was one of the other ones too? Oh yeah, Nosferatu, Robert Eggers. I mean, right?
I'm definitely with you on Ghostbusters because again,
Yeah,
I'm a
Ghostbusters
fan,
as well.
Frozen Empire.
Yeah.
That movie Afterlife had so much heart with it. As long as they keep that heart with it, I think it'll do well. I hate that Reitman's not directing it, but I'll
Oh, he's not?
No, he's
No,
not.
he didn't
He's
direct it,
producing.
Man.
Producing. I know. It's a little like, oh damn, why, But after watching that trailer, I was like, all right, cool. I mean, being a diehard Ghostbusters fan, and they're now, it's like, all right, when they established Afterlife, they had to do a lot of the nostalgia stuff, and obviously Gozer, and do all that, and everybody was like, but now they're going. They didn't just like do a sequel and like, all right, let's somehow bring back Vigo, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm really
people
glad they
remember.
didn't do that.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably because a lot of people don't like the second one. I like the second one.
I mean, the best sequel is obviously the 2016 one. I mean,
Oh, how dare you. All right, Aaron's got to go.
yeah, I gotta go.
Well, you got to go low hanging fruit on that
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
No,
I always
hate
say that
movie.
movie should have just been a ghost catching movie, not a Ghostbusters movie.
Well, it's an SNL sketch. Is literally.
It
what
really
it
is.
It's an
I
SNL
enjoyed the first like half hour because it didn't feel like it was like just these funny women that have been funny in other things that I've enjoyed, and they were involved with this. But once it got into the Ghostbusters part of it, I was like, fuck this. I don't like this. Yeah. But for like the first like 20, 25 minutes, half hour,
I had faith in the beginning, and then
I did. I was like, okay. I mean, I'm not, it's not fully anything, but, and it was just like, establishing that they were, getting into this ghost catching world, but it wasn't ghost. But, and then once they got to the firehouse, and
because the thing with the original Ghostbusters is the humor in it was so perfectly done.
Yes.
Because it was like they mixed actual like elements of like, you're like, oh shit, this is like, I'm invested in this. And it wasn't, the 2016 one was just slapstick stupid comedy from a movie. Just dumb shit.
And to the point of like kind of the head fake of what Joker is, putting the mask of a Joker movie on what the movie's actually about. The Ghostbusters movie, it was a movie about starting a business that said, okay, I want to start a business. Let's start a business of being ghosts. You know?
I know, and then it just everything was, and then they brought in Chris Hemsworth, and he was just like a big
Oh
dumb
God,
idiot.
his
Oh,
character in
God.
that movie.
Oh, I think
goofus
he
in
was
that
even.
film.
I think he said in an interview that he thought that was gonna like ruin his career or something like that. I
jeez.
don't know. Like he was just it was. Ugh. But no, I mean it does. I think what they established with Ghostbusters Afterlife, bringing the OGs back, and then having the new crew. I think that was the way that they should have did in the first place. I mean, I think a lot of people were screaming that after Ghostbusters 2016. Of course, there was a whole thing of like, no, everybody just hates women. It's like, no, we just wanted something a little bit more balanced and a little bit more. You guys literally shit on the original movies because you didn't do a continuation, and then all the fucking cameos were dog shit. Like, you literally killed Bill Murray with a ghost dragon. Like, what?
Well, I remember when that movie was coming out, like when they announced that Bill Murray was going to be in it and Dan Aykroyd, people and Ernie Hudson, people were like, "Oh, okay, so the original Ghostbusters are going to be in the movie," and there was all the theories and stuff like that. And then you watch the movie, and they're just like throwaway characters,
cameos.
Yeah, I was like, they're not even the same characters. I was like, oh my God, man,
so stupid. I mean, they just completely.
I'm glad they weren't now, because if they had been the original characters, it might have effed up Afterlife.
True.
So, like they may not have come back.
It's a good
for
point.
that. So I'm glad they weren't.
It's a good point. But just the fact that they're bringing like this new entity that's coming through, and I'm like, yeah, cool. And then you got, like I said, the OGs with the new, and I love Paul Rudd. So I love
that Ernie Hudson is basically the bankroller of basically establishing Ghostbusters Inc. You know?
That is cool.
It's cool. But there was that one. What was another one that I had? Well, then of course we're getting the return of course Beetlejuice. How are we feeling about that?
Yo,
I'm excited for that one.
I'm excited. Yeah. Yo, it's crazy with Beetlejuice because it was like they announced it, and then all of a sudden, like a month later, there was just set photos. You're like, what the fuck? And it was like Winona Ryder sitting in like a limousine or whatever. Fucking, you were like, yo, she looks just like she did in it. But I'm just like, they literally started filming this, and there was all this set photos and stuff that came out. Obviously, we hadn't seen Mr. Keaton, you know what I'm saying, back in makeup or whatever. But then I'm glad I haven't seen that yet, because I don't want to see that until it's time.
Yeah, there was something supposedly leaked out. I'm not sure if it's legit.
People were somebody was talking about that on Twitter, and I was like, I didn't see a leaked photo of.
There was a leaked photo for like a day, and I was
Keaton?
like,
I didn't see it. I'm glad I didn't see it.
But I mean, it's hard to determine nowadays because everybody can just fucking.
They can do it so good. Yeah.
So, but I mean, it looked legit, but I don't know. But it's just so funny because I mean, we had him return as Batman this year, and then the following year we have him return as Beetlejuice 2. I mean, hopefully there's more of a box office reception when it comes to Beetlejuice 2.
So 2025, he's going to be Mr. Mom again, right?
All right, right?
Yeah. He's going to come back as Mr. Mom.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that we take from 2023, though. How big is nostalgia? Because I'm an Indiana Jones fan. I actually like Dial of Destiny.
Okay.
I like Dial of Destiny. I like a lot of the stuff that it pulled at my heartstrings a number of times of that movie. But the question is nostalgia for Beetlejuice going to? I mean, I don't think they're looking to make even a $800 million bank at the box office. So what is their end goal with this? What are they hoping to try to do? And I'm not one of these people that I wasn't asking for a Beetlejuice 2. I want to see a Beetlejuice 2.
Yeah.
But what is the risk in doing this?
The thing that gives me confidence is that the fact that it's Tim Burton doing it again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that helps.
Very much,
If it was like some other director, if it was just the studio hiring some other director to do it, I'd be like, what the fuck are we doing here? But the fact that Tim Burton's like, yeah, I'm going to do Beetlejuice 2 35 years later or whatever the hell. And I'm like, okay, that gives me some confidence, And
I think they with the nostalgia, with that, they also the perfect hook for the new Jenna Ortega, like literally, like that's
there you go.
That's
you
how
got
you
it.
Swoop the new people, the new kids in, because she's a popular actress. Yeah, you know what I mean.
She's hot right now. She's hot.
Yeah.
And I applaud her for even taking that chance in the sense of after doing Wednesday to even do this, to feel like, I don't know if I want to be typecast, because that's
exactly
basically
yeah. But it's It looked.
She had a good experience with working with Tim Burton on Wednesday. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this Warner Brothers? Who is this under? I can't remember.
I do believe it is.
I think it is Warner
I'm
Brothers.
pretty sure it is Warner Brothers.
Is it Warner Brothers? Okay.
Yeah. So
Well, they have been paying Keaton a lot lately. Then, geez, he knows that they paid him to come back as Batman. And they're like, "Hey, what about Beetlejuice too?" And he's like, yeah, I guess.
Why not? I
Yeah.
mean,
Amy.
it's crazy that it took this long, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect the fact that they. I mean, obviously there was the Beetlejuice cartoon, and that's all we've got. But it's just funny, like how there was no more movies, or what? Didn't they have like a show? Maybe they had a live action.
They had an animated show.
I know they had the animated, but I thought they had I think they had it was like a Broadway thing.
They do. They do have Beetlejuice on Broadway. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they, Kevin Smith talked about the Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian script that was floated to him.
That's right.
And he said, "Didn't we settle everything in the first one? Must we go tropical?"
I love the cartoon though. I used to watch the cartoon.
Cartoon
was great. Yeah, the cartoon was fantastic. But it's just I mean, I'm hoping for the best. Like I said, what gives me confidence is the fact that Tim Burton came back to do it. And I'm like, all right, so it's going to be a Burton movie. It's going to have his fingerprints on it. It's not going to be somebody trying to mimic Tim Burton, like try to capture that essence. It's going to be the man himself. Yeah. So that gives me confidence in that movie. So that's why I was like, all right, I'll put that on the top 10 list because I just want to know. I'm just curious. I love the fact that Keaton at 70 years old is going to be playing that character again. Nice fucking model.
Now, is this has Burton ever has he done sequels? If he has, I'm not sticking one out in my mind.
Well, Batman Returns.
Batman Returns, but I'm just saying, outside, his own stuff because Beetlejuice is kind of his.
Yeah, no.
The only thing I can think of is there was a rumor that technically, what was the movie? It was a sequel to Nightmare Before Christmas. That people thought it was
about the
Corpse Bride.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, Corpse Bride or Frankenweenie. I can't remember. He did.
Oh yeah, Frankenweenie. That's right. Yeah.
People are like, "Oh, that's the dog from Nightmare Before Christmas." Like.
It's like a technicality because he did not. Yeah, it's so funny because he did not. A lot of people think he directed A Nightmare Before Christmas. He did not. He just produced it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So that's it. Sucks for that actual director because he gets no credit
because it's just such a Tim. It's such a Tim Burton movie.
Well, it was basically it was Tim Burton. He just didn't direct it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
right. He went through and he had the ideas and the designs. He was going through all that, but he just did not direct it. So I mean, you could watch on Netflix the movies that made us. They actually, have an episode that is about Nightmare Before Christmas, and they talk about that, and they go through all the stuff. But even like I said, I don't even know who the director's name is, and it sucks that he didn't get the credit for it because it says Tim Burton.
I just remember as a kid, the VHS we had said Tim Burton at the top.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah,
totally a marketing which it makes sense because it's nobody remembers who the fucking director is.
Yeah. A movie that I haven't heard anybody say for 2024 yet is that I'm hyped for is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
That movie looks incredible.
Yeah,
I'm hyped for that.
The movie looks incredible.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm a little, hesitant because it's not Matt Reeves. What Matt Reeves did with those last two movies. Yeah, and no Andy Serkis either. So I'm so now I'm just kind of all right. I mean, the trailer, okay. I will be watching.
I'm just glad it's keeping the tone. It looks like it's keeping the tone and the vibe from Matt Reeves' films.
Yeah,
it's not trying to go in a weird direction or something, which makes me happy.
Is it really 300 years after?
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
People were thinking that the main one was Caesar's kid or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, this is hundreds of years later. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the most interesting part. I'm a huge fan of that trilogy, man. Huge. Yeah. And I think that's I was when I first saw the trailer, the teaser that came out, I was like, oh shit, this fire. And I saw 300 years. I was like, that makes it even more interesting. Because that's a huge gap in between. And I think everybody remembers that final scene in the war, or not war, but What's one?
Yeah, we War. War's the last
War,
one.
yeah, War's the last one.
War.
Yeah. The final scene of War when Caesar passes, and we see it, and it's like a sort of a small little bit of commotion right there. But it's also like that movie was fire. It sucks that it ended like that. So no, 300 years in between. That's dope. I think that's like what I guess whoever took over the franchise is sort of like, what better way to like disparage it from like what has happened before than to put a huge gap in there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure over the course, because like I saw where it's supposed to be a new trilogy, like over the course of that, hopefully they go back and show just a little bit of what took place in between the third movie and the first one from this new one. But I'm excited for that.
And it gives them those creative chops in the sense that they don't have to harken back or make homages to really anything outside of what that trilogy came before. They don't need to. They can do something completely different because it's so far in the future.
Well, I just want them to keep going until they get to like where the original. Like I want Charlton Heston to crash.
You want Heston in an AI? You know?
Yeah. You destroy your burden. Yeah, I want him out on the beach, with the Statue of Liberty, like. Except it's like do it for the modern age. So it's like a big
it's Mark Wahlberg and shit.
Yeah, it's a big Google sign that's like buried in the sand.
It's funny. It's like it's Tim Burton too.
People shit on that movie, but I actually don't hate that movie.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
I remember seeing that in the movie theater with my dad. I
remember seeing that in the movie theater too.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not a terrible movie. It's not.
I actually like the ending too.
I mean, they did their own version of finding the the Statue of Liberty on the beach. It was like its own like kind of thing where it was like, it's not a bad movie. It's really not a bad movie.
It has and plus like the cast is pretty fire, dude. Like the cast, it is. This is and I like the play on the the humans with the they can't talk and all that shit, like continuing from like the original or whatever, but no, it's good.
Paul Giamatti acted his ass off as an orangutan.
He did.
That man convinced me he was an orangutan, man.
Michael Clark Duncan?
I forgot. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who was that? Who was the main bad ape? I forgot who was that. Let me hold on.
Tim Roth.
Tim Roth?
Yeah.
He was one with the cool armor.
Excellent. I mean, the cast is fucking excellent.
And then bringing back Charlton Heston as an ape was such a good idea.
Yeah, that was 2001. Holy shit.
Yeah.
2001.
22 years ago.
I saw that in the theater with my dad too.
Helena Bonham Carter was also in that. Obviously, her and Tim Burton were together forever.
Yeah.
Again, she was like in 7 movies, so it's like
I'm surprised Johnny Depp wasn't in it, to be honest with you.
I know, right?
I'm an ape.
I know.
I've actually been going through all the Pirates movies. Funny you mentioned that.
Oh god, nothing beats that first one, dude.
God. Yeah, first one's just amazing. First one was just amazing. How do you even? Yeah,
I do have a soft spot for Dead Man's Chest, though.
Dead Man's Chest is so solid.
They're all good in their own, but the first one.
Sure.
The ending of Dead Man's Chest is like top 10 endings of a movie.
That's a great way to bring back someone that you didn't see coming.
Yeah,
the CGI of like Davy Jones too was just too damn good.
Right, the CGI for Davy Jones is top notch.
Yeah, they still haven't gotten there. Yeah, they still haven't like.
Well, I mean, there was like in Rebel Moon, there was a Davy Jones.
Very true.
Yeah, somewhat.
I caught On Stranger Tides last night, and I hadn't watched it in such a long time. I completely forgot they turned mermaids into vampires.
They tried to channel those sirens at that point.
Oh man, that was wild.
I do like at World's End. I like World's End just a little bit more than Dead Man's Chest, but
that's fair.
I like it in the sense of like everyone has something to do. And
which one has a scene where they're like the water is like doing like a whirlwind thing, and then the boats are like going circling around, and they're firing at each other. Which one is that? World's End. Yeah, I thought that whole fucking scene was so fantastic.
Cool. That and when what's his name is walking down the steps and the whole ship falling apart.
Yeah,
that is such a cool shot. God, that's so cool.
Yeah. No, they did a lot. They did a lot of good stuff with the Pirates franchise, but I mean, I know they're trying to like reinvigorate it. And it's like Margot Robbie was attached at one point. I don't know.
Well, it was
Which
so
I wouldn't
funny
mind seeing
because
her in a pirate. Anyway,
the first one, they were like, they based it so much on the ride, and so they had, they're like, oh, these guys are like dead and they're skeletons. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then they just had to keep topping themselves. So then eventually, like, you get to the last movie and they're like in fucking like Atlantis, and there's like, there's an ancient sword, and it's just they went too high up. They just couldn't go anywhere else.
They flew too close to the sun.
They did. They're
Speaking of Atlantis, who saw Aquaman 2 here? I know Phil, you did. Okay, so Anthony, you're the only one.
I don't care about spoilers. Talk away.
Damn. What's there really to spoil? Honestly,
there really is nothing to spoil.
I mean, I hate to say it.
Cockroaches.
Cockroaches, yes.
Cockroaches.
Yeah,
for the cheap stuff.
Oh,
good Lord. I mean, it's like, I remember, Phil, you messaged saying like we kind of feel like the same way. It's like, it's not terrible.
Nope.
But it's also just
not
all right.
Great.
That was it. That's it. That's fine. That's what it was. And I'm like, the first act to me was just repurposed like a motherfucker.
Oh man.
I mean, come on. Yeah, let's go into this a little bit because when you see the trailer and he shows up on the and you don't care that we're gonna kind of
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So Anthony's done. Since you're the one that didn't see it, the shot in the trailer where he like shows up on the ship that has crates and it's raining and he's gonna F dudes up, wouldn't you think that's gonna be a badass scene?
Yeah,
it's not.
No,
it's not.
The trailer was better.
They intertwined it with him doing a needle drop, dance, and then he's telling the story to Arthur Jr. with dolls. So it's splicing into that. Get your motor running. So like he's like telling them and he's doing all this shit and like acting it out with dolls as they're splicing it into him kicking it. I'm like, I just would rather see him kick all these guys' asses in this cool setting on a pirate ship, or not a pirate ship, but a crate ship that's being robbed by pirates. It would seem like
the first one did that.
Yeah,
the first one had the scene where he drops in the submarine, and that was a badass scene.
Yeah.
But they did this whole thing where it's like, what? I remember just going, oh, what the fuck is this?
That was definitely a WB decision, 100%.
I'm watching.
That was not James Wan.
I'm watching the movie and I'm thinking, well, one, Orm's going to be a better king. Yeah, okay, but Orm's basically who Aquaman is in the comics. You know?
Yeah.
I'm just,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they did that whole thing where again, it started turning into like Thor Ragnarok a little bit, where it was just like, he's like, they made him dumber than he was in the. They just made him dumb. They made him too dumb, and he's like falling asleep on the throne when he's. How cliche is that? Like he's falling asleep while like they're all arguing about stuff, and he's like sitting on the throne and he's falling asleep, and Mira like has to nudge him awake. It's like, come on, that's so fucking cliche. Stop doing.
What is it like they're bringing like Atlanteans are bringing issues to the throne?
Yes. It's like a montage. It's a montage. The whole opening is a montage of him like updating everybody,
failing as a king.
Yeah, failing as a king. So you see like he's like, it's a boring job, and he's like falling asleep. And it's such a cliche thing. And it's like, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, why? Why do you have to do that cliche thing? It's so dumb. But I think the strong stuff was like, okay, so you have this, brotherly like adventure thing happening. Cool. I'm all about it. It reminds me of the 80s. And Juan does a good job at paying homage to like the 80s kind of stuff, and I'm like, all right, that kind of works. And fucking Manta. The best character of the whole
highlight
thing.
of the movie. 100%.
Highlight of the movie.
Well, it really wasn't Manta in the most of the movie. He was just like,
yeah, sure. Well,
taken over.
Yes, but it worked because it's like you understood like he's being manipulated. He's got revenge on his mind too, so it's easily that he's manipulated. But I thought anytime that Yaya was on screen, I'm like, these are the best. This is the best character, And to be honest, my least favorite character was Arthur. It's like he just was so like
it's
there's a
one of
lot
those
of
movies
just dumb
where
shit.
you can feel that there's a better movie somewhere
Yeah.
in the, like the original cut of the, like James Wan's original cut of that movie was probably a lot better and flowed better and just.
It's called The Trench.
Oh God, I can't believe we didn't get that movie. Oh, I'm still mad about that.
Man, I know it's
that was the better movie that we never will get to see.
That scene in the first movie, man.
Yeah, the trench right there. I mean, that's the best scene in the movie, in my opinion.
With Aquaman 2, I think a big part of that too is that I think the release when they released this movie was a terrible decision.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Because it's like
it
would have made so much more sense to end it in the DCEU on the Flash.
Oh yeah,
than it would. I think people had such, when you're putting the end of the DCEU on Aquaman 2, it's like people are going to have expectations and they're going to go into it and be like, oh, this is the last one. And then you go into it and it's just like a fun, like kind of romp kind of movie. And it's like nothing, no hint of like anything to come, nothing like that. It's just, come on. Like the Flash would have been the perfect, you could, and then you could say, oh, he effed up the timeline. So that's how we're getting the DCU. And it didn't make any sense to me. And I think people just went in expecting something bigger than it was. Marvel's doing all the multiverse shit. So it's like people just don't, I think they just don't care about a one-off like Aquaman movie right now.
Nah,
I don't know.
Sadly, I mean, and I do appreciate that they didn't cut again, the whole Amber Heard stuff where they're like, oh, they cut her out like most of the movie. I'm sure they cut out some things, but
she was in a lot of it.
She was well in the first act, not so much in the second because it was all about the brothers and finding this,
she was in enough as much as she should have been.
Yeah, and then she shows up in the third act to fight the final battle, and I was like, all right, thank you, because I remember when those reports came out, I was like, don't do this thing where you come up with some excuse of why she's not there, like why Paul Walker has not been in why Brian O'Connor has not been in any of the adventures in Fast and Furious. That's what I hate. It's like, God, don't do
Brian
something
O'Connor
like that.
went to the moon with Poochie. All right, let's just say
he's always watching the kids. Always watching the kids. He's a babysitter now. You guys have belittled him down to a babysitter. Jeez, that's what I hate about So I was worried that they were going to do something like that with Mira, but thankfully it was like, okay, she's very much in the first act and in the third act, and I'm like, and I thought that was like fine. That worked for me. She was in it just enough where she needed to be. It wasn't like a whole thing like that. So that was good, at least.
Yeah.
At least.
Honestly, I think the third act of the movie is probably the strongest act of the film, which is a paradigm shift from the first film, because the first film had a really strong first and second act, and the third act kind of tilts a little bit. But this one, they really did a solid job building up the third act and having it be really paid off in more ways than one, minus that mid-credit sequence.
Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need to stay. If you're gonna watch it, you don't even need to see it. It's nothing. It's just a gag. It's a gag from something that happens in the second act.
James Wan should have just said, "No, we're not doing anything." Period.
Yeah, just don't put it. Don't put a credit scene.
Who's gonna fight him at Warner Brothers? Oh, you don't want to do one? Okay, good. We don't want any hints of anything or even a joke. Okay, good. Perfect.
Yeah.
No, someone had to just be like, no, we got to do a mid-credit scene. We got to have Patrick Wilson eat a burger with a cockroach in it. And it's just like, who the fuck said this was okay?
I want to know Patrick Wilson's reaction in the sense of, you want me to do what again?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and his character was so cool in the first movie. It doesn't even seem like the same
kind of doesn't
character at all. No.
I mean, there's some like when they do like again in the third act. I mean, he does get his redemption and stuff like that, which I appreciated that. And like I said, I'm with Phil. Like even like the third act was. I know some people. I saw people going like, the third act sucks, and I'm like, well, I thought it was actually not bad. Like the way that. I mean, there's like that shot when he throws the trident at that one, the dead dude or whatever the fuck, and it's all slow motion. It zooms in, and it's like. it just the trident goes like, I thought that was a cool. I was like, all right, there you go. There's a cool shot right there. Fine. But yeah, it's just it's a struggle to get there a little bit. The dialogue is kind of just, again, they just made him so dumb.
And did we really need the scientist? It seemed like he always kept on creeping up on Manta, like Manta was doing something, just happened to be peering in it, and then he just disappears. But like, you could have had him for that opening, and then you didn't need him anymore. You barely needed him
You really did not.
I
you
agree,
didn't. Yeah. I mean, I thought like when the clip of they had a clip of that opening sequence, I was like, oh, so he dies in the first one or in the first scene. Cool. I mean, what else he's gonna do? So then when I'm watching, I'm like, oh, he lives. Oh, he's in the whole fucking movie. He's a human. Wait, he's a human being, right? How is he? Okay. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, it just, it's like, did he need to be like in the entire movie? No.
He's the audience.
Don't get me wrong. I love him as an actor. I just,
Randall Park's great.
Yeah.
I love him. Oh yeah, he is.
100%. Yeah.
And he did what he could. I mean, I'm like, he did what he could with his character, and I respect that. But I just didn't think the character needed to be there the whole fucking movie.
Well, see, that's something I have a complaint about. That would like a lot of modern movies is they always have to have like an audience insert character.
Yeah.
In so many movies now, where they're like, oh, well, you won't relate to this movie if we don't have like the normal guy, and it's like, whereas Deadpool made fun of that. Deadpool 2, where they had Peter, they kind of made fun of that trope where he's like, oh, I'm just Peter, and then he like dies in the first 10 minutes, like
Well, to your point, it's like treating the audience with respect, like trusting your audience that we can understand this. Like, this isn't going to be many people's first movie. They can
understand the premise of the movie without having a guy going, what's going on? Like, what's happening? I hate that.
Yeah, I know. And then I mean, and then of course it like with the whole like Atlantis revealing, to the world, like, hey, we're here, we're gonna work together, we're doing that. I was like, cool, that's great, and everything. But of course, naturally, I'm going like, where's the Justice League? It would be kind of. It seems like there should be something where there should be a Superman or a Batman or something right on there, and of course, any of that got thrown out of the water. But then, of course, they.
I would love to know where they were gonna fit them in.
I was just about to ask that.
That's the fun part,
We're
right?
never going to see it. It's never going to be deleted.
Never
scene.
gonna,
I just want to know,
where did Bruce Wayne fit into it?
Wasn't the rumor that Keaton's was going to be the end of the movie?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I was hearing.
I think he was going to be at that, when they had, all the people there, and and Arthur is talking about, just working together and all, and Atlantis, and that's cool. That's a cool like story point of Atlantis and revealing itself to the world, and like, hey, let's work together, because that they were trying to establish that concept, in the beginning, where it was like, yeah, how about we reveal ourselves to the what do they call that, the dry world or whatever, whatever. And it's just like, so it was like a cool thing, but then of course they fuck it up by adding a scene which was very poorly inserted, because you could tell it was one of the reshoots where he just goes like, and I'm Aquaman, woo! It's like, what?
I hated it. Yeah, God.
It was like a serious moment, and then they had to be like, Jason Momoa, do your thing.
But that's the difference. Like, Momoa in Fast X, like, he does Momoa, but he also gets to be evil in that. Like, he knows how to switch it. Like, he works really well in that movie. This one, it's just like, okay, I get what you're trying to do, but it's a little too much of it.
Yes,
it's like they misunderstood. Because Zach, I think, did it really well. Like, got him to do it like a good balance in Justice League, where it's like he's the surfer bro dude kind of thing, but he also can come down to like a level and be like play with everybody else in the scene.
Yeah, that stereotype.
They've turned him into just like, now he's just the surfer dude. Like,
and it's funny too, because I was even thinking about that as well. It's like, when we watched the first Aquaman, this was pre-Snyder cut, so we only saw the Justice version where they did try to make him more like an idiot. And And so, and then when you watch the first Aquaman, yeah, he has his moments of like, all right, there's like that idiot type of brain, or whatever, but it's not
It wasn't
big.
too much.
It wasn't too much. In this one, they just amplified that so much. And then just coming off of what Zach did and how, I mean, it was funny too, because a lot of people just go like, maybe even look at like Jason Momoa as like, he's this, he's that guy, but I'm like, you watch him in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's like, I don't know, like how they balance that out. Like you said, it was like there's a lot of serious moments. There's a lot of moments where it's like, where Arthur is just like, he comes in at the right time, and he's not just like doing like a one-liner or saying this stuff like that or whatever the hell, but and he doesn't trust anybody. That's the thing, is like, that's what I loved about how Arthur's portrayed in Zack Snyder's Justice League, is like, he trusts no one, like no one. I mean, from the get-go.
You call it in the sense of the being like being dumb in Aquaman Lost Kingdom, but in the first one, it wasn't even about like the dumbness. I would say like he didn't want this. Like he was just a drifter. He liked what he was at that point, and then this whole new life gets thrust upon him, and he's like, I want to do this. I've got to represent this. I've got to represent that. He doesn't understand. There's a difference between like what we got in this movie being and acting dumb versus I don't understand. I have this life. I don't know if I want this new life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now we got somebody coming in right now. Scott! There he is. Hey, also drinking from his Rebel Moon.
Nice.
Yes.
From my chalice. Thank you, Chris Balga.
You're welcome.
What's going on, Scott?
Just got off of work, got some Pinot Noir in this. I'm doing okay.
Okay, nice.
Classy, man.
Here's the bottle I just polished off. So
nice.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, we're just talking some Aquaman 2 right now.
Yeah, I was picking up on that because
you watched it, right? You saw it.
I saw it Wednesday night because Tim and I recorded our Squadcast review last night.
Nice.
So the DC Squadcast review is forthcoming, episode 350, as a matter of fact.
Nice.
Wow. Nice.
So, what are your overall thoughts?
I am much more positive about it than you guys are. I'm going to be honest. I had fun. I mean, I know I'm spoiling the review, but I had fun with it. And for me, I enjoyed this one more than the first one. But you got to remember, though, I have never been a terrible fan of the first one. Like I had my issues with the first Aquaman movie. And so I enjoyed what this one was. And I think what I said in my review was this one felt a lot more even and consistent from start to finish than the first one did.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So I put it, I've got it saved. I was going to wait until after the review came out, but I do have a photo on my phone ready to post on social media of my final DCEU rankings. Nice. Since it's, now it's over, I can have my rankings, and it lands nicely in the middle for me of all the films. Now, when you look at my DCEU rankings, I've got two caveats. Justice League doesn't exist because
thank you. I hate that people
it just doesn't exist.
That. I'm not going to incorporate that in mine.
No, it's like no. I mean, The Flash even pretty much established that movie didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I don't count that one. And I also, no one can give me an argument that says Blue Beetle is a DCEU movie instead of just being like a standalone DC movie.
Yep.
So I don't count Blue Beetle as part of the DCEU personally.
Same.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Same. So my rankings just include, everything else. And I'm looking forward to when we finally see David Ayer's Suicide Squad and I can take Studio Squad off of my rankings.
True. We can take that one away.
Yeah, that will go the way of Justice League as far as I'm concerned.
I know when I saw people post their screenshots of that and they have Justice in there, I'm like, why even have that in there? Just
Right.
remove it. I get it. I mean, it's always last or last.
Right.
Or second
Oh,
to
yes,
last.
we get the point. It's a hot piece of garbage.
I didn't put it in mine for that exact reason. Yeah, I didn't put it in mine.
Well,
like,
you know, there are those spiteful fans out there who have it listed higher than Zack Snyder's Justice League for very obvious reasons.
Of course,
you know.
Well,
I mean,
they
the
do
only
that
reason
shit.
I have it there is just because it happened.
Yeah,
sure.
That's
the only thing. It happened.
It
I get it.
It's a thing that happened, like a hemorrhoid or hernia.
Yep.
Yes, it's a thing
it happened.
about
It existed.
It was a thing for a time.
It was a pain in my ass. Yes, I got that. Like
that's a subtle way of calling that, Scott. At that point,
I'm all about the subtlety, Chris. What
yes,
can I
you
say?
are.
But yeah, like when it comes to Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom, I just found it was a fun adventure movie. You know, I liked the interactions between Arthur and Orm. I thought the buddy copness between the two of them. Because I've loved Patrick Wilson for a very long time. So I like to see him having a few more layers in this movie than he did in the first movie, because he was kind of I am evil king.
I will say the scene where like he's like running and he doesn't know how to run.
Yes.
Yeah, and he has his arms like that, and like Arthur's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I'm running," and it's like because he's never really done that. I did chuckle at that.
The thing about that was I saw it. I was like, "That's really weird," and what I appreciated was they let you notice it.
Yeah.
Before they called it out.
Yeah,
so,
I will say I did have a chuckle with that one, and then he's all, "No, you're supposed to do it like this," and then of course when he does it, he starts running really
faster.
Like, way
it's
faster.
Funny that two of the funniest scenes in DC movies recently have been about running, because the Flash scene. Where he doesn't have his powers, and he's like,
"Oh yeah, that's hilarious."
Both of those are funny.
The squeaking of his shoes and then
So like I said, as far as what Tim and I talked a lot about in the review was basically everything from the Suicide Squad, onward, and how, like, once again, unpopular opinion among some of our crew, I still really enjoyed The Flash.
Yeah,
and
I
do
it.
Yeah,
and of these movies, especially of the 2023 movies, I legitimately enjoy The Flash, and it ranks in the it ranks higher up there in my rankings. And so, but The Flash and Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom are the only DCEU movies, or just DC movies, to include Blue Beetle in there, that like I actually had fun watching. The rest of them, no. Like I legitimately, and you can listen to those reviews, I legitimately went, yeah, this wasn't good. Like, and that's not normal for me when I watch a movie. I'm not the guy who sits there and goes, this isn't good.
Yeah.
And
well, like, I mean, like when it came to my rankings of like CBMs that came out this year, I mean, my top 3 are Across the Spider-Verse, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and then The Flash. I mean, when it comes to at least the DC movies that came out this year, I mean, I enjoyed The Flash the most. I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, I know some people like, that movie went through a rough time, but I still enjoy it.
Guardians 3 is a weird one for me because it has whiplash in it that keeps me from really loving it, because all the rocket stuff, dude, I am down for the rocket stuff in that movie. That's where the movie shines. It's when it's not dealing with the rocket stuff that I'm like, you can stop this now.
There could be some jarring, oh, meanwhile over here it's like, oh,
and that's where Guardians 3 got me, because my Guardians rankings, when it was all said and done, was Guardians 1, the holiday special, 3-2.
Okay,
that makes sense.
Holiday special was pretty damn good, I will say.
The holiday special actually hyped me up for 3 because I hated 2 so much.
2's not good. 2 is not a good
movie most of the time.
Yeah.
2 is there in that dungeon of MCU movies from the first 3 phases. Because I've seen so little of Phase 4, relatively speaking. that when I talk about the MCU movies that I just like, I abhor. 2 is down there. Like for me, it's like it's the cesspool that it's swimming in is like Ragnarok, Iron Man 3, and Guardians 2. Because those are the 3 MCU movies that I really just from phases 1 through 3 that just go, no, thank you. Just,
I know why we get along so well, because
Ragnarok.
those are my bottom ones too. Like Iron Man 3 got a little bit of redemption with Shang-Chi, but outside of that,
and I still haven't seen Shang-Chi. That's still on that list.
Oh, you gotta watch Shang-Chi.
I know, and everyone has said that. Well, that's what people tell me. And I bought it because I stopped collecting physical media on the MCU. I've gone straight to
Disney Plus.
No, I watched it on Disney Plus, but then I wait for them to go for like $9.99 or $7.99, like on Vudu sales, and then I pick them up. I was lucky that I don't know why Vudu decided to sell Disney movies at $7.99, because Disney movies never sell that low.
Hardly
but
ever.
all of my holes in my Phase 3 collection, I filled in when they all went $7.99. So it made it easier to buy some movies that I just hate because I'm a completionist, to go, but I'm only spending $7.99. Like, I can do this. So
so Scott, since you're here, like, what movies in 2023 like stood out for you?
And that's gonna be hard because it's like, what came out in 2023? like my brain,
know, right?
But let's say, just off the top of my head, Across the Spider-Verse,
yes,
The Flash, Godzilla -1,
definitely.
Let's see, what else were. May I consult
Go
my
ahead.
letterbox?
Go ahead. Check your letterbox. Check your letterbox.
I'm gonna check my letterbox, because it really, like, this year has been shit for me personally. So it's like,
I know that feeling.
So trying to remember sometimes, like, what did I see this year?
I know there is that whole aspect of it, and again, like, I mean, I wish there's movies. A movie that you totally loved, that you told me about, was The Holdovers.
Oh, The Holdovers!
Yeah,
is
that is
so
so
good.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wanted to see that after you, especially after you told me how good it was. I was like, yeah, Paul Giamatti, of course.
Oh, it is so good. I really
lot of heart in that movie.
Yeah,
okay.
I need to see that.
All right, so I'm looking at some of this is cheating, because I sometimes go by. This is when I watched the movie, even if it technically came out in 2022, but I caught it like the beginning of 20. But I started off the year with A Man Called Otto. So
that's right.
So that was
very surprising. I was very surprised by how good that movie was.
So was I. I mean, Tom Hanks, man, that guy.
Yeah,
asshole.
Oh God. Well, and of course I love the book. So I read. So that was one of those movies that was like, no, you did it right. Like, okay. So I was like, that was. I really loved Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. That was a fun one. Let's see. What else in here? John Wick Chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's on everybody's list. It seems.
I know.
I mean, it's hard not to just love that movie.
That I mean, it's my favorite John Wick movie. Like, it just
How they kept pushing the bound. I mean, like that one shot where like the camera's like looking straight down while he's just like,
yes.
It looks like a video, like a live action video game, and I'm like, I just remember just watching that and just started laughing, going, "It's not cutting. It's not cutting. What the fuck?"
Third person shooter right there.
A movie that I feel like not a lot of people saw because it was on Apple TV Plus, but dude, Tetris was so good.
I still have to watch that. Yeah, I've heard good things. Yeah,
and because what people don't realize is it's the story about how Tetris came to be, and it's basically a Cold War espionage story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So go check out Tetris on Apple TV Plus. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. That was fun.
Yeah. That was my surprise. Like, when I brought that up, I was like, I was so surprised by how much I love that movie.
Air, so good.
That was on my list too, man. Yeah.
Oh man, Air.
Air was so good.
Yeah.
Okay. This was a documentary, but still the Michael J. Fox documentary on Apple TV Plus.
Okay, I still have to watch it.
I gotta watch
when
that
I was
too.
watching some other people's top tens, they put that in there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I
Yeah,
totally
like if I'm looking at just like my 5 stars, like that was a 5-star.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really liked how they kind of made that how they framed it around the way they portrayed his life with the sequences.
Oh yeah, the editing, and that was a David Guggenheim. I know he did a documentary on Malala that was really good. So yeah, check out Still. Of course, Across the Spider-Verse. You know, let's see. Okay, this was an A24 movie. It was a little bit of a sleeper, but I would recommend people checking it out. It's called You Hurt My Feelings.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I didn't. It was an A24. You said, right?
Yeah, it was an A24. I got to see it in theaters. It's Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and I cannot remember the actor's name because he played a part in he was like in the first Daniel Craig Bond movie.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Tobias Menzies. Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed that. You know, The Flash. And of course, I mentioned. Yeah. Let's see what else came out this year. Of course, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Yes, that was on my list too.
I'll get canceled for this probably, but Dave, you and I have talked about this. I really enjoyed Sound of Freedom.
There's that. Yeah.
Take the controversy, whatever controversy you had with it. It was a very compelling, gut-wrenching movie.
Yeah.
I mean, about child sex trafficking. So
God forbid you have an opinion on something you actually like.
I know, right?
I know. And it's streaming free now on Prime. So if no one checked it out, go check it out on Prime.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. Just like, hey, can we just admit that the subject matter we can all agree is bad?
Right.
Yeah.
Child sex trafficking.
Have to get political and whatever. I know there's like other things that could be involved with that, but in the movie in and of itself, it's like the subject matter is bad. We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah. And then of course after that, I got Barbenheimer. I mean, of course.
Yeah.
Let's see. Gran Turismo was better than I think it had any right to be.
Okay, I've heard that too, and I have not watched it yet, but I've heard that is also,
that's got Hellboy.
David Harbour.
Yeah, David Harbour. Yeah,
and Owen Wilson.
Oh,
I gotta see it.
No, Owen Wilson's. Orlando Bloom.
Orlando Bloom, yes.
Thank you, Orlando Bloom.
Pirates
on the mind.
Legolas.
Yes.
Owen Wilson, Orlando Bloom. I get those two confused.
Oh my God, it's the names.
It's also a racing movie, so you were thinking Lightning.
Wow, you're gonna lead the
Lightning
team.
McQueen will be there.
What Aaron said.
Yeah.
What Aaron said.
But it's on Netflix right now, so go check it out. I lucked out. I got to see it in IMAX, and dude, that movie.
Well, Neil Blomkamp, come on.
Yes.
That's right. He did direct that.
Wow. Yeah, that's why I was like, I gotta watch it because I'm a Neil Blomkamp fan. I mean,
you got to check that out. I mean, my dad saw it at a drive-in, and he was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Yeah, Dad, you need to see this movie." Equalizer 3, Denzel. I mean, come on.
Didn't see it yet. I haven't watched that one yet either. Yeah.
I can't decide. Gut says I think it's my favorite of the 3.
Oh wow.
But I need to rewatch 2. But it's. I liked what someone said. It didn't have as much action as the other 2, but it was more violent than the other 2. So, and then let's see what else. Did
you watch Dumb Money, Scott?
I did not, and I need to.
I haven't watched that either.
My God, that one was actually really good.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go really well. But it was one of those movies that it came and went.
Yep.
Is that the GameStop movie?
It's the GameStop movie. Yes.
Okay,
yeah, with Paul Dano and
yeah.
Seth Rogen.
Crazy because I remember when that whole craziness was happening because that was when I was actually looking at stocks big time, and I was paying attention to all that and seeing how crazy it was and being damn it, why didn't I fucking invest?
Yep.
But I mean, good Lord, that whole thing was and then just reading up on it, I was like, holy shit.
It was insane.
Insane
okay.
I need to watch that movie. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's on a lot of ours. Yeah.
The Holdovers, as we've mentioned.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
The Killer. I liked it. I liked it.
That was my number 10.
Fincher.
That was my number 10. I mean,
Fincher
come
put
on.
in a good one, yeah.
I mean, it just kind of like it was funny because I remember it was like, hey, David Fincher has a new movie coming out, but it just goes like right to Netflix, and then it's just that's it.
Yeah.
So and then I was like, all right, and I remember I was at Steph's and I was like, hey, can we watch this one movie? It's about this, about this. She was like, all right, let's do it, and we both just enjoyed it. I mean, the tension.
It's
Fassbender.
It's Fassbender. I love it.
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry. When you pick up on the pattern of his aliases, I was laughing my fucking ass
Sam
off.
Malone.
Sam Malone. But I remember like the first one happened. I can't remember what the first one was.
Yeah, but it was all like TV.
But when it was like Archibald, like it was like Archibald Bunker, and then and then you start going, oh, Oscar, feel it, and I was like, oh my god, it's sitcoms. All of these are
sitcom characters, all TV sitcom characters. Yeah, I know. But I mean, it was funny too because I remember just kind of being like, it's like John Wick without all the crazy action because it's like he's just obviously something fucked up. And then he has to clear, something happened. It wasn't a dead dog, but it was something that happened to the, his lady. So, hey, I'm going to go start, figuring out some shit. But it's, there's no action. It's all just tension. There's so much.
Well, and that scene in the restaurant with Tilda Swinton.
Dude.
Yo.
Yeah. Oh, Swinton's in that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch it. It's a great fucking movie.
I enjoyed Napoleon, but I am looking forward to the director's cut. This coming on an Apple. One that surprised because I did a double feature. I literally sat in the same seat because one movie started after the other. But The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. That was another one of those you had no right to be this good, but you actually were.
I want to see that, but Erin says she has to read the book first before she.
And that was the thing. I had not. That was the one. I bought the book when it I pre-ordered the book when it came out. Mm-hmm. It came out in 2019. I never got around to reading it because pandemic and life and everything. So I got to go into this movie not having read the book and just being like, let me just watch the movie.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I just want to watch it at this point.
And it's directed by Francis Lawrence, who, of course, we love Francis Lawrence. Constantine. Yep. Mm-hmm. And he directed, except for the first Hunger Games movie, he directed all the rest of them. He did Catching Fire. He did both Mockingjays, and he does this one. So there's a consistency.
Good. Okay.
There, and it was cool watching it in IMAX because, like Catching Fire, it did the aspect ratio change.
So you're saying he's like the opposite of David Yates?
I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with. I like the Harry Potter movies. So,
I like the first 4 Harry Potter movies. The last 4 are all directed by David Yates.
Did you see the Gary Oldman quote?
I did.
No, he said that he's all. Yeah, I'm not proud of my performance. Maybe I should have read the books, and then it would have been better.
He was great in those movies.
Yes, I know. Well, yeah, but he's doing that whole thing. He's criticizing his. I mean, Gary Oldman. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean,
so Godzilla -1, of course, that was amazing.
Everyone's top, 3 pretty much.
Oh my god, best Godzilla movie ever.
Fucking A.
I'm gonna count this because it came out. It's not a 2023 movie technically, but getting to see the Abyss special edition in theaters.
You know what's funny? I was watching Jeremy John's top 10, and he was like, when it came to 10, I didn't know exactly which one would fit in there. And he goes, you know what? Fuck it. The Abyss re-release. He actually had that in his number as his number 10. And I'm like, fuck it, yeah, whatever.
It's your list. You can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah. And he was making jokes. He's like, yeah, it didn't come out in 2023. It came out in 1980, whatever the hell.
1989.
Yeah. And I wish I would have caught it. Oh man,
I'm very ashamed of you, by the way.
I know. I think just work and everything has just been such a pain in the ass in the past couple of months
I wasn't though. Scott it was fine. I didn't get to see it.
No, it was fire, and I got to take my dad, and that was
awesome.
That's cool.
And my dad and I don't get to see as many movies, but the cool thing about this year was I got to take my dad to the re-release of Raiders of the Lost Ark. So that was awesome seeing that on the big screen because that came up before I was born. So it was like that was my first time seeing on the big screen. I got to take him to The Flash, and I got to take him to The Abyss. And so like that was, those are some great times at the movies. There's another one on my list that's weird because I got to watch the first 30 minutes and then my wife texted me and I had to leave. So I haven't finished the movie yet, but the first 30 minutes was really good. Eileen.
Which one was that one?
It's the girl from Last Night in Soho.
Okay, yeah.
And Anne Hathaway.
Okay. Anya Taylor-Joy?
No.
The fashion, the student.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The girl who's dreaming about Anya Taylor-Joy.
She was really good in that, though.
She was really good. And so and I forgot that. I was watching Eileen going, I know she's actually British, even though she's doing a Massachusetts accent. And of course, Anne Hathaway's on my hall pass. So, and she's been there for a long time.
I'm sure.
At least it's nice to have an age-appropriate hall pass because we're the same age.
Oh, okay. I remember this movie. Yeah, true. Very true.
I'm going to tell you, that first 30 minutes, especially by the time Anne Hathaway shows up, just the subtle eroticism of that movie is like, I didn't even get to the part where like shit goes down because it's only like an hour, 37-minute movie. So I literally only saw the first third of the movie. But that first third was enough to make me go, Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're talking about Thomasin McKenzie.
Thomasin McKenzie, yes. Yeah. And Shea Wiggum is her dad in this movie.
Yeah, Shea Wiggum,
It's like I said, I can't speak to the movie because I still have to watch the last 2/3 of it.
I always say Shea Wiggum always looks like he has a migraine 24/7 because he always has that like
yeah.
Oh,
but I've loved him since Boardwalk Empire.
No, he's great. He just always has that look on his face that he has like a fucking like a headache. It's like he just has that look to him because it's just the way his eyes look and his face. Yeah.
And then to finish off, and then I enjoyed Maestro on Netflix.
Still haven't watched that either.
I have not seen it.
Yeah. I like Leonard Bernstein. So in his music, so it was really cool watching Bradley Cooper do that.
Yeah.
And then of course I finished off the year so far with Rebel Moon and Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom. So that was I left off the shit movies I saw. But if we're talking about,
I gotta catch up to you. I mean, you've got me beat on movies, man.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes. I'm actually curious when I look at my profile. According to this, I'm at 90 for the year.
Nice.
Oh shit!
Wow. I think you saw more than me, to be honest. Because like the last couple months, last few months, I was struggling to get to the movies. So, I mean, I wanted to see Iron Claw. I wanted to see Wonka.
Oh, Iron Claw! Yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah.
Heard nothing but good things about Iron Claw.
Yeah. And I'm not even into wrestling, but still, it's I hate to say
you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
Well, I didn't think I would because it's an A24 movie, and I like Zac Efron.
Before you got here, we were talking about how he's gotten the Robert Pattinson treatment, where it's like, oh yeah, we got this pretty boy who was like part of this franchise, which is High School Musical. Like Pattinson got that when it came to Twilight, and then it's like, well, have you seen what he's done in between?
Travis Snell and I have had this thing saying that he needs to fire his agent and get a better agent. And if this is the same agent that got him Iron Claw, okay, you vindicated yourself because he has just not given him enough good stuff.
Yeah, let's face it, Baywatch, terrible. But when he when he played who did he play? The killer. Dahmer, yeah. He was fantastic in that movie. Come on. I thought it was a good movie. I don't know. anybody else feels like that. But yeah,
I haven't seen it yet, so I can't.
It's a good movie, and I was like, there you go, good job, Efron. You're taking roles.
Hey,
that are outside.
I enjoyed The Greatest Beer Run Ever. That was a fun movie.
I still didn't see that movie, but I heard good thing. I think you even.
Oh, Jorg is right. He played Ted Bundy, not Dahmer.
Oh, Bundy.
Yeah.
That's right. Ted
So
Bundy.
we're getting into Efronaissance now, so that's good.
Dahmer was what's his name?
Evan Peters.
Evan Peters. Yeah.
There we go.
Ted Bundy. Yeah, he played. Ted Bundy was the good-looking killer.
Yes.
So you going crazy for a second because I was like, wait, Zac Efron was in a Dahmer? I was like, I thought it was
yeah. When Dahmer said, I was like, I don't know if that's right. Yeah. So
yeah, but it was Ted. Yeah,
Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Yep.
Ted Bundy. But I know Aaron and Anthony, you guys got to take off, huh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I know it's late there.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I come in so late these days, but it was nice to see you two. I
it's good to see you, Scott. I haven't been on here in a minute, man.
Same.
Been a bit, but plug anything you have to plug.
What real quick? Go ahead.
Oh, hey man, just my Twitter handle. That's all I get.
Yeah. Well, look forward to Night of the Batman. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah.
I will say one thing I did get to see this year in theaters that I never got to see in theaters was Die Hard, like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that's right, you did.
Man, it was emotional. Like literally, when that shit started, like your boy was in there, like you know what I mean. Like I had never seen it like in that capacity. It was great. The sound was great. It looked. Nice. It's actually like I own it on 4K, and it's actually one of the best 4Ks from the 80s that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, wow. Okay,
yeah, cool. Predator is terrible. I have Predator on 4K. It looks terrible on 4K.
When they
Die Hard is looks really fucking good. But it was an experience, like watching it, and then there was like not many people there, but then there was like these two older women that were sitting like 3 rows down, like a little bit like toward the center, and like they were giddy the entire time, which made me giddy because the movie's fire. Like I love but when they were like anticipating the one moment when he says "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker," and kicks in the door, they were like, "Oh!" And like when they did that, they looked like they probably saw it in theaters probably when they were younger or whatever. And I thought that's dope. You know what I mean? Like just actually seeing that on somebody else's face, but that was one of the highlights as far as movies go for me, just to see theaters.
I get it too, because I remember like years ago I went to a Back to the Future screening. Oh my god, it was like magical. I mean, it was even though you know every fucking line of the movie, just to watch it with like people who love the movie as well, it's like it's crazy. It's like
that was me with Jurassic Park, because I never got to see the I never got to see the original in theaters. I was a little kid and went to go see Lost World and 3. But 1 I never got to see. So when they did the re-release, I went and saw it, and man, God, that was
for me. That was getting to see the 25th anniversary of Mask of the Phantasm, because I didn't get to see that in theaters.
Oh, I did. I remember me and my dad
seeing Christmas Day. I'll never forget that.
Oh yeah, my dad was on leave during Christmas, and we fucking watched that. We were like, we have to. It was like we have to.
So I love it when you think Mask of the Phantasm is a Christmas movie. Let's just remember.
There you go.
It's on a Christmas. It counts.
Anyways, guys. Yeah.
Just real quick, is when you see something, when those kind of movies come back, and you go, everybody in the theater with you, they absolutely love that movie. You know what I mean? Like the people who come back to see that after so long, when it gets re-released, obviously there are probably some people there who, just want to experience it. But like for the most part, you're in the theater with people who absolutely love it as much as you do. So that shit was incredible. Like I'll never forget that. That Die Hard was dope seeing. And then when the title came on, I made sure I took a picture of it real quick, and I was like, all right, there we go.
You gotta do that. You gotta do that. It was that's dope, awesome. I know. I wish I would have caught it in theaters, but. Anyways, but thank you guys for showing up.
Easy, guys. Yeah, of course. Man. Had a blast.
Bye, guys.
We'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah.
All right. See ya. All right. Well, we lose those guys, but hey, we get a Travis.
I speak it into existence, and he shows up.
Exactly. Heard you say his name.
It's like
I heard wrestling, Travis.
Travis.
Yeah.
How about that?
Hello, everybody.
How's it going?
Howdy. last few days of the 2023.
I know, right?
I know.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. We're just kind of talking about like, and now it's your turn since you, what I mean. Obviously, I know you looking at what you typed for your name. I want to see Saltburn. I've heard interesting things about it. No, I'm one of those that I'm like, hey, if something, I wanted to see it from the first trailer. I like Barry Keoghan. Obviously, is how you say his name. I know.
Yeah, Keoghan. Yeah,
Keoghan.
Keoghan.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I first thought it was Keoghan because when I looked at Google, but then I watched a bunch of interviews of the Emerald Fennel, the director, saying it's Keoghan. So I'm sure though it's like Gal Gadot for years, right? There's a T, there was no T. The T was like trailed a little, so who knows? The next director will probably change it too. So
no, but I mean, I've heard like I was even talking to a friend of mine, and she was just like, I don't know how I feel about it. She's all, there's a couple of times where I said out loud, what the fuck? Kind of thing.
Like
and I like those movies. So
we talk about that all the time, and some people bitch about all the time, like, oh, we got no original movies, which is not like the furthest thing from the truth. It's just like in our film Twitter world, there's tons of movies that are original that no one goes see. We're always talking about the Marvel, the DC, the Star Wars, but there's way more original than there is. So that's easily my number one. I was a big fan of Promising Young Woman, the first film from Emerald. I really like that. This is like kind of that, but then completely different. It's like a 180. It's like a tale of two movies. There's like the first hour, it's like, okay, yeah, this is a Emerald Fennel joint, and then the second one, it's like she took a shot of cocaine like right before she went to part two, and it's like, wow, okay, here we go. So what I was saying is just like, it's a movie that there's at least 4 moments where I'm like, well, I've never seen that in a movie, where it's like, I'm not the oldest, but still at 30 years, it's like, we see so many movies like, okay, we've seen this trope, we've seen this storyline, we've seen this done a little bit differently. This is stuff where it's like, okay, it's different and I really enjoy it. So that's my number one with a bullet. Before it was like a 1A, because I got my letterbox. It's like a 1A, 1B between Barbie and Oppenheimer. I always answer where Barbie's my favorite, but I still think Oppenheimer's the best movie of the year. If I made a best of, but I don't make a best of because, it's just favorites. John Wick 4, I got at 4 actually right now. I love that.
That's where I have mine. That's where I have it with mine, yeah.
Yeah, I really love that. I hope that it's never confirmed that he may or may not be actually alive, because it actually would hurt my rankings, like in a retrospect, because I just think it's like a perfect ending to that character and chapter. So I hope that happens. At 5, I got Sanctuary, another sexual thriller between Margot Qualley and Christopher Abbott.
You were the second person to tell me. Meg told me about that, and it's on Hulu. You can watch it on Hulu. So I'm gonna have to check that out, because now between Meg and you, you just sealed the deal, Travis.
It's a great sexual thrill, but also feels like a play, because it really only takes place at 1.5 locations. So it feels like it could be a stage play, and it's all about dominance. It's all about kind of paranoia of who you can trust and how much you can trust, and it's just done really well. And Abbott, I'd not seen him much. Qualley I like a lot. She's great in everything I see her in, but Abbott, I was like, okay, that's good. Bottoms, I really, really enjoyed. That's on Amazon Prime for us, but I had a hell of a time at that. The Holdovers, I actually just watched it again last night because the lady hadn't seen it, and that's like
that's a good movie.
Yeah, that's an annual Christmas movie for me now. I loved and that was when I saw the trailers, and I saw it a couple weeks later, so I kind of worried people overhyped it for me, but I was like, oh no, this movie, it's got the goods. So it's such a it's just a beautiful, magical movie. I love that. And then at 8, I got Spider-Verse. 9, I got Godzilla, like you guys have mentioned. And then at number 10, I got Evil Dead Rise, because I loved that movie. I had a really good time with that. And
so did I, actually. It almost made the list, but not quite.
So that's kind of my top 10 there. But yeah, everyone go see Saltburn if you're looking for something wild.
And it's on Prime. So
it's on Prime. Yeah, because it's made by MGM. So you might hate it. It's definitely one of those movies that people can come to me and say, oh yeah, that's not my cup of tea, and I completely get it. But it's been a fun time.
But,
my community really likes
Travis, don't you love those movies though, when you can go, listen, this is my jam.
Yes.
It may not be yours, and if you hate it, I'm not offended. I'm glad you at least
tried to watch it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You went outside the box of your comfort zone, literally.
I mean, I've definitely got movies like that. I remember I've mentioned this movie before, but I remember even doing Lisa's I Love That Movie podcast, and I got to talk about The Singing Detective, And I could just tell Lisa did not enjoy that movie. but Lisa is so sweet. Like, she's like, you picked the movie, so we're gonna talk about it. But I love those movies where you're just like, listen, this is my jam. And so, but Travis, you said enough about, because I was iffy on Promising Young Woman.
Yeah.
Like it felt, I'm gonna be honest with you, by the time I saw it, it felt overhyped for me.
That's fair. Yeah.
When I did watch it, and there were parts of the movie that made me feel uncomfortable, where the movie's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. Yeah. And then there was sometimes I'm just like, no, I'm just not jiving with this movie. So I'm curious what Saltburn, but since it's on Prime, which doesn't cost me anything to watch, it's like, well, why the hell not?
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't know about that Promising Young Woman, because I think I was in the bubble, because I saw it right away, and I was in the bubble of everyone loves it. And then I remember we had a new GV fan join our Discord, and he's like, oh, I've never seen it. And everyone I'm talked to, it's like they either love it or hate it. I'm like, really? Because so far everyone I've ever talked to loves it. And then as time went on, I'm like, okay, there is more split and stuff. And I think this is similar to that. I think you probably will be, you might be more leaning positive. It could be the change, but I think it's similar to that, where there's it looks beautiful. It's got the great 16:9 aspect ratio. The movie looks like it has this like sheet of gold over it, and Emerald makes like everyone look really hot and gorgeous in this movie. Male, female, Rosamund Pike, Jacob Elordi, like these people look like
Rosamund Pike's in this movie. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You just sold it. You just sold it.
Thank you. That's what she is an actress who is hot in a way that is not like
conventional.
Yes, not conventional. Like I mean, yes, if you saw Gone Girl, she was hot in a you are fucking scaring me right
dangerous
now.
hot.
Dangerous hot. There you go.
Yeah, kind of like you know,
Fatal Attractions.
Fatal
Attractions.
Yeah.
The way I
Like
feel about
Attractions,
the way I feel about Rebecca Ferguson in Dr. Sleep, where you go, you're scaring the shit out of me right now, but you're still hot.
That's Margot Qualley in Sanctuary, by the way, too. The little setup for when you see that. She plays a similar type where she's a sometimes scary individual. So,
oh God, man, Travis, you're just
all right. Scott's gonna leave right now and actually start watching the movie.
Turn off the camera, turn off the microphone. Oh man, no, I mean, that's
Travis. It's so nice to have you back.
Oh, thank you. I try, but
you succeed.
Yeah. And that's the same way, like because before you got on here, I got on here, I heard you talking about Maestro, and that's the same thing for me, where I don't think it's a bad movie. Like, it very beautiful, like acted.
I read your Letterboxd review, and it hurt me a little bit, but I'm like, but Travis gets to feel the way he feels.
And I was just waiting, because I loved A Star Is Born. I loved that so much. That was probably my top 3 that year. And there was just I was waiting for that movie to click in, and just when the roll credits just went, I'll never watch this again. And I would never say it's a bad movie. It's one I'd say, oh yeah, go watch it and check it out. I'm more iffy on Cooper in that movie, because like I said, I just feel I think I'm in that camp where it feels a little Tropic Thundery a bit for me, where it feels like an actor playing a role. And I can never.
Okay. I've heard that too. Yeah.
I can't just, I just see Cooper performing something, so, and same thing with like Killers of the Flower Moon. That's another one for me that I didn't love like other people. I really enjoyed it, but I was somebody that was just same thing. I was also in that camp of, I think Leo was the lead too much, and I just couldn't engage with the movie so much, because every time I found Lily Gladstone's character more interesting, we kept going back to Leo, and I was like, oh, I'm just, again, not clicking with it. But we never say, oh, this is bad, it's one of Martin Scorsese's worst, and Apple wasted all this money. It's like, no, it just wasn't my bag, baby, as Austin Powers would say,
Go ahead, Chris.
We're all making bird sounds.
Well, the idea of like it's like the worst movie. I'm as I get older, I really have a problem with that necessarily, and saying that I steal this from you, Scott, and saying it's not my tempo. It's just it's not for me. And I feel better saying that than saying, oh, it's a terrible movie. No, it's just, again, not my tempo, not for me.
And I think that's what people can understand with the, I'm going to invoke Ray, but it's all subjective. but once again, it's like, I acknowledge that I see movies that other people really enjoy, and I just go, yeah, not me. And it doesn't, and it's not about the movie. It's about my taste in movies. And so I feel like that's I don't want to be elitist about it, but I want to say it's a more mature way of looking at movies going, and I'm not saying the movie's good. I'm not saying the movie's bad. I'm just saying, oh no, this was everything I wanted. And, or no, this is not my flavor, you know. And I feel like that's just a more mature way of looking at things, because movies are different speeds, movies are different flavors. Just find the flavor you like. And I don't criticize someone for not liking what I like. I just sometimes will criticize them about the way that they choose to talk about it. You know, like if you don't like something that I love, you do you, baby. But don't try to blanket statement things that's just like, you know,
that's what's
like
missing in criticism nowadays.
Roger Ebert
bless his soul.
I mean, just love that man.
Bless his soul.
Had a way of saying he always wanted to write a review because he always said there's always something in a movie that's worth watching. There's always going to be someone that this is a movie that they're going to like. And he said he tried to work that into his reviews to make sure that he never definitively said, this is a piece of shit, don't go watch it. Because even he wanted someone to go and watch the movie and judge it for themselves. And that's what's missing, is there's too much criticism that says, I am the God arbiter of what is good and what is shit.
Yes.
And you must listen to me. And I just can't stand that, because trust me, I love some weird ass movies. I know this. Like, I have very weird taste. And when I see a movie like The Singing Detective, or I see a movie like Birdman, and I just go, I don't know if you're going to like it, but dude, that was for me. Like, that was all my buttons right there. Thank you very much.
Touch them all. Phil, I know you're going to go now.
I am tired, and I wish I wasn't tired. Oh man, it's the gym stuff and, you know, life. But yeah, I appreciate the invite as always, man. It's always a blast getting to chat with you guys.
For sure,
Much
man.
love to you guys.
Good to see you, Phil.
Have a happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Much
See you
love.
next year.
Yarp.
We always say yarp. Yeah. No, but okay. So now that we've basically we've already kind of talked about it. But what were we anticipating for next year?
Dune Part 2. Dune Part 2. Dune Part 2.
Yeah.
Dune Part 2.
You know, it was funny because when I at the beginning of the stream, I gave my list, and it's kind of, you know, and we got Rebel Moon Part 2 also, and one of the things I was like talking about is the fact that, you know, the way people are talking about Rebel Moon now, of course, be like, you know, I mean, obviously we didn't see it in its full form, which, you know, that's a whole other debate.
I've read the novelization, so at least I know it's coming.
Yeah, exactly. I still got to pick that up myself. And but what's funny is like, you know, I remember when the first Dune came out, and a lot of people were like, "Yeah, it's kind of boring, kind of this." It's like, but it's like, yeah, well, they're laying the groundwork, and then the next one's going to be all just war. Same thing with like kind of. Yeah. Same thing with Rebel Moon is like, hey, laid the groundwork of like building up this whole thing. And yeah, there's action in it more than Dune, naturally, of course, because Zack Snyder, but whatever. But at the same time, it's like Zack's even said, oh yeah, second part is full on war. So that's what I love, is like we have these two sci-fi, you know, epic movies that are coming out that are just going to be like, yeah, you saw the first part that, you know, laid the groundwork. Now we're going to get into the shit, you know?
Well, and I think, and this is, you know, this is where it comes down to, because spoiler, also on patreon.com/squawkcastmedia, Tim and I did I did a video review for Rebel Moon Part 1. And I said that one of my criticisms of Rebel Moon Part 1 is it feels like half a movie, because it is. I mean, Zach wrote the script for Part 1 and Part 2, and Netflix said, can you chop it in half?
Too long.
Too long.
Yeah.
And Dune's the same way, because once again, you know, hold on.
Yeah, you have the book at your disposal. Yeah, look at that. That thing
that's
is
one movie right there. What are you talking about?
No, that's what David Lynch tried to do in 1984. Don't do that. No,
come on, Sting all oiled up like he was. It was awesome. Sorry, go ahead. Dude, it was just funny seeing him like just.
Oh yeah.
It's like Sting. It's Sting. Anyways.
But still, when you watch Dune Part 1, and that's what I loved about like when the credits rolled, they actually put Part 1 in there because I was like, yeah, you're only getting about half a book. It's so. But once again, but Dave, you made your point, and that's why I was so glad that you read the book when I sent it to you. Was if you haven't read Dune, you have no idea what weird ass shit you got coming at you in that second movie. And so Dune Part 2, Rebel Moon Part 2, yeah, all the cool stuff is in the second one.
I mean, essentially we saw it's like, they just laid it out to like, hey, this is this world, this is what's happening. And then now when we get to these second parts, it's going to be full on just war. There's going to be a lot of things happening and it's going to be great. But yeah, Dune Part 2, that was number 2 on my list.
Ooh, okay.
Number one for me is Deadpool 3, just because I'm just like, what the fuck is this going to be?
I mean, Deadpool 3 has my curiosity.
Yes.
I mean,
that's the thing.
I mean, I'm getting Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine in the yellow suit, and it's also I like I really enjoy the Deadpool movies.
So do I.
Yeah. I really enjoy the Deadpool movies. I mean, I think I even like the second one more than the first one, which is a weird thing to say.
I'm with you on that one.
Okay, interesting.
I love the playoff between him and Cable. It works.
It works really. And I laughed my ass off because I remember it was actually Deadpool 2. I think it was the last day of school. And it was that day where it's like you had the students for half a day and then they leave and you still have to hang around for a few hours before you get to go. And I remember calling Heather and being like, because the kids were taken care of, and I was like, can we go see Deadpool 2? and it just like hit me, like I guffawed multiple times. So Travis, I'm glad to know that you and I are on the same boat of like, I think I like 2 better than 1.
Yeah, like I've said this before, me and Chris in Marvel Alliance, people might not like this. I've said before, there is a time and place for fridging or just the revenge story.
Yeah, we did just talk about
like
that, yeah.
Revenge is one of the greatest stories of all time. So I wasn't somebody that was as mad as, they killed her off right away. Because I was like, I kind of like Deadpool as a solo individual. Like when Deadpool 1 ended, I was like, how are they going to have him in a relationship going forward? It's just like Deadpool dates people, but like not as like she's here for the rest of them. I don't care. So I was like, it was the non-origin, which, it was good. I liked it, but it was the non-origin, and plus Vanessa was gone. So I was like, okay, I was happy with the choices. And then, Cable was in there and had an emotional story. I like him dealing with the, what a great little like subplot where a man who is desperately trying to kill himself cannot kill himself. He's doing everything for that first act. He's blowing himself up. He's getting hit by cars. He can't do anything. So yeah, I think Deadpool 3 would be number 1 because of Hugh. If Hugh wasn't there, I love both movies, but Hugh just brings like a different. This is the movie we never.
I
thought
love
we'd get,
that man. I love that man so
it's hard
much.
not to.
Yeah. I mean that YouTube video where it's like, hey Hugh, you want to do Wolverine again? Yeah, Ryan, sure.
Well, he's just walking up the steps eating an apple. I mean that's part of the reason why I'm so excited for it, because what's the marketing going to be like? Because Reynolds is just such a marketing, him and his crew, that he's just such a marketing genius. I mean, again, going back to the announcement, the way that they did it was so perfect. And then even when they did the follow up,
we lost our shit
because we thought it was one of those things that
believe
what
happen. We saw. We say, wait a minute, is this him playing with us or is he for real?
Yeah. And then even the follow up when they, when like they were talking about, and then they had the music over it and they were doing like all the like, acting it out on the couch and stuff like that. I mean, just shit like that. Like we're going to get more of that when it comes to the marketing of this film and just the absolute insanity that's going to be in the film. I can't wait.
And so when people talk about like, the problems with the MCU right now and this coming into, I know Travis and I were, especially you, Travis, when it was announced that this was going to be Deadpool 3 is going to be rated R.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'm not believing it until I actually see some evidence of that. But the fact that you see a man who is, Ryan Reynolds, very passionate about the character. We know how much he loves it. But also, you get on the opposite side, Hugh Jackman, very passionate about Logan, very passionate about how the portrayal of the character is. They both get along. They're both friends in real life. Yeah, this movie is going to have a lot of good things going for it at that point. That first trailer is going to be something else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that, like the trailer for Deadpool 3 is like, I don't think there's a trailer in 2024 that I'm more looking forward to than like what the
I don't think
fuck is this movie? And also the thing of what the fuck is this movie going to be?
Yeah.
Because they've got the leaked photos or the set photos, and there's always the thing of like we're shooting in the open. We know people are going to snap pictures of us.
Yeah.
And I mean, Ayers talked about how it was almost intentional with Suicide Squad when they were shooting in Toronto. So it's like, I just, the rock quarry that looks like it's like the crumbling 20th Century Fox logo.
It is.
It definitely is.
I'm just like, what the fuck? Like,
I mean, I think the first act is just going to be, who knows if that's I'm assuming that it's the opening is just going to be something where they're gonna. Now we have Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds. He has all the toys now. He doesn't just have the Fox toys. Now it's all
Marvel.
He's got the whole Marvel fucking toy chest.
And with the last year they had, they're gonna give him the ball too. Like they're not gonna. If they're on top, they'd be like, should we do that? Not already. Like the other movies were all reviewed well. They're all 800 million. Like they were big rated R movies. But even now, so I think they're gonna really just leave them be for the most part and let them do. And I'm just hoping for a fun ride. That's all I want. I'm not looking for the greatest movie of all time. I'm not looking for I just
need it to be a Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movie. Because guess what?
Hugh Jackman sprinkled in.
With Hugh Jackman in there as the sweet, sweet cherry on top of my sundae.
And we know that Ryan Reynolds works well with Sean Levy, come on.
I wasn't a big fan of Free Guy, but I loved the Adam Project.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you didn't watch the Adam Project, go watch the Adam Project.
Really fantastic.
And this is what I would remind Travis talking about, like when the early ons of the idea of Deadpool 3 being rated R at that point. I said, Ryan Reynolds is so protective of this character. If something was going to be pushed back that he wasn't getting on with, he'd walk away. He understands where to play ball, but there are certain things that he's not going to play ball with, and he's saying, no, this is what the movie is going to be, and either this is it or it's a deal breaker. And now that it's the MCU is kind of resting on its shoulders this year with Deadpool 3, let him go. Let him cook.
Yeah, let him cook. The fact of the matter is like he's, we all saw what they did with the character in, Wolverine Origins, and that was just wow. And it was like it was one of those things where it was like, hey, you nailed it, kind of like with his, with Wade in the opening. It was like,
perfect.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, you nailed like the mark with the mouth thing, and then all of a sudden you just turn them into this, a whole other thing, and we got to remember that we still don't know who leaked that test footage. Obviously it's one of but just remember, that's how dedicated Reynolds was to the character. Is like, who knows?
I still remember seeing that test footage and losing my flipping mind.
Dude, I can remember I was living with my brother at the time, renting out his extra room. I remember it was after Comic-Con. It was the Sunday night after Comic-Con. It all wrapped up, and I was like, all right, no more. I was obviously doing videos and stuff like that, way I did it back then, because it was like 2014, I want to say.
Yeah, I was. It has to be 14. Okay,
I think it was 14.
Because the movie comes out 2016.
16.
Yeah, it was 14. Yeah, because there was a lot of BVS going on in at Comic-Con. But yeah, I remember like all of a sudden, like I just refreshed my timeline. And all of a sudden I'm seeing like this Deadpool stuff, and I'm like, oh, is there a new? I thought it was a Deadpool video game. I remember I was like, oh, is there like a Deadpool video game that's coming out? Because obviously it was it was computer generated, stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, they must. And then all of a sudden I'm just seeing everybody freaking out. I'm like, wait a minute. And then I clicked it. I'm like, that sounds like Ryan Reynolds. What the fuck? Like, I remember just like, and then it was just all of a sudden everybody was just like start freaking out. So I was like, oh God, I got to do a video about it, talk about it, and blah, blah, blah. So I stayed up like, an extra 2 hours that night, just like, and I was like, holy shit. And I was talking to people. I'm like, is this fucking for real? What the fuck? What is happening? It was like I just thought it was a video game at first. And I was like, yeah, it's crazy.
Chris, by the way, my Stein is so lovely. Thank you.
I just feel bad that all we needed to do was wait 48 hours and you could have had it
quicker. I know that was so terrible. Oh, Chris, you got to tell the story because it was so sad.
So Scott had said that he couldn't find anything Rebel Moon in his Walmart, like on a stream a couple of weeks
Three
ago.
Walmarts.
Three Walmarts. And I'm literally on the stream and I go to my app, said, I can find it at both my Walmarts. Do you want me to pick these up for you? And so pick it up. I'm heading down to Florida to my in-laws. I said, I will ship it from my in-laws' place. It's in Florida. You're a state away. It should get there quick enough. And literally, I think I'm at the post office or just dropped it off at the post office. And you say, guess what I'm looking at right now?
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
You dropped it off on Tuesday.
Yes.
I went to the Walmart Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Rebel Moon like crazy. They just rocked the show.
Literally, he takes a picture of him holding. I think it was the speaker,
Jimmy Speaker.
Yeah, Jimmy Speaker. Yeah.
Wow, it's just weird how long it takes. Like when it gets to certain Walmarts, I guess.
I went ahead and picked up a Jimmy Speaker because it even says on the back, pair 2 of them. So it's like, well, Chris sent me one. I might as well get a second one. But so he sent me. Twist my arm. So he sent me a Jimmy Speaker and the Steins because that's all I asked for. Yeah. And then on my app, I was able to order the G Fuel, because I wanted the.
Yeah, I saw you post that.
You want to feel the Imperium going through you.
Yes. I want to feel like Admiral Noble at the end of that movie with Weber.
I was just about to say that when he's like, yeah.
So what else is coming out? What else is coming out in 20?
One of the things. Okay, so I have
the big day of April or of May 24th, which
I
is
said
Mad
Argyle's
Max
on the top of my list.
Plan A.
So we got Argyle, which it's interesting. One of the obviously Ghostbusters.
Frozen Empire. Yeah.
Frozen Empire. That was number 10, but number 9 was on my list was the fact that we all love John Wick. We have Ballerina coming out.
Yeah.
Ballerina comes out this year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because it's funny too, because I remember Ana de Armas was in the last James Bond movie and she had a very awesome scene of kicking ass.
Her training footage is even better.
Yes. Well, come on. We got her doing kicks. It's good.
When you have her doing kicks in that dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my thought was like, hey, they should do a spinoff with that character and blah, blah, blah. But of course, they're not going to do that now. But now we get a spinoff in the John Wick world. So I'm like, yes. That's what I was like.
June 7th is when it's out.
Yeah, I totally forgot that. I had to scroll through and I was like, oh, Ballerina. Yeah, I got to put that on the list because I think that's going to be something pretty freaking awesome.
I didn't even bother with the Continental just because I heard too many disappointed people that I trust.
Let me add to the list of disappointed people.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, you were one of them when I saw your stuff you were posting. So.
Oh, okay. Good to know that I was that. Yeah, it was. Just don't.
Yeah, see, that's disappointing, man.
I was going to watch it.
After I left with good feelings for John Wick Chapter 4, I don't want that being ruined.
Yeah. Because that's the thing about John Wick 4. It was like, they upped the action, and then it was like, you were like, is he gonna die? Is he gonna not? And it was like just that send off, and you're gonna go like,
they fixed the issues that I had in Chapter 3. Chapter 3 didn't leave me with a good feeling, and Chapter 4 reestablished it. So
there you go. That's the thing. That's why it's on like a lot of people's. Like I said, I've been watching top 10 lists, and it seems like John Wick 4. It's like John Wick 4, Oppenheimer, and Godzilla -1 are like always on people's lists because they're just that fucking good. But Ballerina coming out. I was like, all right, that's gonna be on my top 10. Obviously, there's so many things I'm looking forward to. Of course, we have Joker 2. Scott?
Which I'm looking forward to because I loved the first one.
Yeah.
And because I like musicals. It's
I
who
know
I
you do.
am.
I know you do.
I'm curious. Like I'm that Leo DiCaprio gif from, Django Unchained. It's like, you have my curiosity, but now you have my attention. It's like you got Gaga in there. And I'm just like, okay, Todd Phillips, what are you doing?
It's one of those things.
You're stretching your directing chops. I'm impressed so far.
It's like you're telling me you're gonna make a sequel to your Joker movie, which didn't need a sequel, but I loved it. Like you won me over. Like, I was one of those people going, why the fuck do we need this Joker movie? And then I watched it, now I know why the fuck I needed this Joker movie. And then now you got to make a sequel that's a musical with Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. What?
Yeah.
I mean, you got my butt in the seat just out of sheer, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we are all pretty much in the same boat of that the first Joker movie. I mean, that's like a Todd Phillips, I guess you could say, masterpiece. He did that, and we all were like, "Does this?" Yeah, like you said, do we need this to be a thing? Oh yeah, we do. That's a great take, fantastic. But then obviously when they were talking about, oh, there might be a sequel. I mean, I don't know how many times I was like, fuck that. We don't need a sequel. That's going to ruin it. They're going to, it's going to suck. Whatever the hell. Don't do that. Stop it, Warner Brothers. But then all of a sudden when we hear, oh, it's supposed to be a musical and everybody's going to be coming, Joaquin Phoenix is coming back. And then you got Lady Gaga and you go, well, fuck, I guess something going on here.
Going back to Travis's point, I loved The Star is Born too.
Yes, so did I.
Gaga was fabulous in that movie. So I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's been good in everything. I didn't love House of Gucci, but I liked her in it a lot.
Mm-hmm. She understood. I'm with you. Of the Ridley Scott movies of that year, I preferred The Last Duel, even though it bombed.
I agree. I liked The Last Duel a lot. Yeah,
Last Duel was a great movie, but you're right. Gaga knew what she was doing in that movie.
Oh yeah, and the same thing. People aren't probably a fan of here. I loved her in American Horror Story. That's where she first started acting. So I'm completely on board. I'm the opposite of Scott, that I don't hate musicals, but most of them are not for me. I usually check out, go, oh, not for me. But that's what got me excited, because we've talked about this before. Now we're seeing it more than ever this year, where for comic book movies to survive now, because we've had so many, you got to be different, and this is going to be different. That's why I don't think this is going to. I'm not saying it's going to hit $1 billion like the first one, but I think it will be very profitable, just because I think even for the GA, that combo of, okay, Joker sequel, which reviewed well, people liked. You got Gaga, which people like. She's been in big event films. And then if they play on the musical aspect, I think it becomes this undeniable package of I gotta see it. Even for everybody that said, oh, I never needed Joker 2, because I was the opposite. I was like, there's tons of stuff that they left sitting there that I could see them doing. And once it made $1 billion, I thought it was kind of inevitable. It's okay, Warner Brothers is not going to leave this alone, and Joaquin and Phillips, I'm sure, are getting paid a handsome ransom for this. But I'm looking that'd probably be my number 2. Of course, it's classic comic movies, and saying that, there's probably some Oscar stuff near the end of next year that will come up that I'll go, oh, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. Like when I saw Saltburn, there wasn't a trailer for that till summer, right? And I was like, oh, this is anticipated. So I'm sure there's tons, but for the ones I know about, I can't wait to see what Gaga is going to bring. And I think Gaga and Phoenix are going to have some really dynamite chemistry. I'm really excited to see. That's the one I'm, at least with Deadpool and Joker, I'm very intrigued about them, but for very different reasons. It's not, but I like both. The big movies are quite different,
And let's not forget, Joaquin Phoenix can sing, because he played Johnny Cash in Walk the Line, which was a fabulous movie.
Outstanding, here's one I thought, and I didn't even realize this was coming out next year. Back to Black, the Amy Winehouse biopic.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got some biopics. We have also the whatchamacallit biopic.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley. There you go. Yeah.
That one, unfortunately, is ruined for me because I'm tired of seeing the trailer. I've seen the trailer.
That trailer's
they've been showing the trailer for everything in every movie. You see that.
I've seen the Argyle trailer way too much. I've seen the Bob Marley trailer way too much. It's you stop.
Got it.
Stop now. Okay. I didn't know about this Amy Winehouse movie, so do tell.
I mean, I didn't know it was going to be a thing until I was looking at just the 20 best of 20 most anticipated 2024, and it's just
there were some set photos that came out last year that had the internet abuzz because like I'm of two minds.
Bella from Industry, she's playing Amy Winehouse, directed by Sam Taylor Johnson, and told from the singer's point of view, looking at her rise to fame, troubled life, and the release of Back to Black.
I mean, they did a good job. I mean, that's what she looks like, the actor.
Yeah. I it's tough for me because there were some set photos of them. They're clearly filming stuff when it's like in the worst stages of her life near the end, and some people like, oh, how are you doing this stuff? But it's like, if you're doing it by like, it's kind of something you got to hit on, unfortunately. You know, people should go watch the documentary. Documentary is fantastic that they did a few years ago, but
which one is that, Travis?
I can't remember the name of it. It was like on Amazon, but I'll find it in a second. But it was really good. It was told by family, friends, estate, and stuff. And it was a good look. It wasn't just like, of course, they talk about her drug abuse, but it didn't feel like it was like we're gonna just hit on that the whole time. You know, it felt like it was really about her, and then the back half, of course, you got to cover that. And obviously, I imagine that's what people are worried about with this movie is, okay, how much are you going to do? And the director doesn't give me too much faith because I don't know, but well, I'll see on that one. That one might be a VOD one watch for me if it's depending on reviews and stuff, but I'll find out that documentary.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so because I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like I said, 2024 is a year I'm going into going, I don't know what's coming out this year. Like I said, my brain is like Deadpool 3, Dune Part 2, Joker 2, Rebel Moon Part 2.
Yeah. You got a new Apes movie coming out?
Oh, yeah. I'm curious. Like, without it being Matt Reeves
or Andy Serkis.
It's like, I'll see it because, like I said, I didn't watch the first two of the last trilogy in theaters. The only one I saw was War in theaters. And of course, that one was so good.
Yeah.
So, but I am curious, like, where does this go in the story? Because the thing about these prequel Apes movies is you're building up usually to like the original film. Like when do you how close do you get to the timeline of
Damn
the
Dirty
original?
Yeah.
Well, we're jumping ahead 300 years, so we're getting closer.
Yeah, apparently it does a time jump of 300 years, so I didn't know that part. So I was like, oh, okay.
I didn't know it was 300 years.
Yeah,
but
I didn't know that either.
Okay.
So,
I don't think they ever get there. I think they stop right before, like literally the
I
last
agree.
image could be them seeing a rocket ship, and then like don't, because I that's just one where it's like don't even try, don't even bother to like.
Don't no.
Get AI Charlton Heston coming out of there.
Yeah, you're not gonna find anyone with Heston's but cheese. It's the same reason as why like some people like Solo. That's great, but for me, I could never get Alden the same way as Ford, because like Ford is such like a tough thing to do unless you're doing like an impersonation. There's something about him as Solo. So same thing as Heston. There's like some about like because that movie made me fall in love with him and apes and sci-fi. Like that was one of the first sci-fi movies I ever saw because my grandmother had the set of all of them. She had this box set, and each VHS had a different color and a different ape on it, and I just plowed through those things. And my mind was blown when it was like did this. I was probably like 10 and does like the zoom out, and it's the Empire. Like oh my, this is Earth. The whole like it's still like it's one of the best movies ever. So that's why just stop right before you get there. This one I need to be good because this is the guy that's directing the live action Zelda, which I do not like the writers on it. Yeah, the guys that written like Rise of Skywalker and Jurassic World movies that I do not enjoy. So that's why I need him to hit this out of the park because I've never seen a Maze Runner movie. I've never seen anything this guy has done West Ball. So
okay.
Yeah.
What I will say about this to that, I've seen the 2 of the 3 Maze Runner movies.
Okay.
The direction was not the problem with those movies. The scripts were the problem because that was one like the first movie is enjoyable. I would recommend watching the first movie. The second movie was the one that I went, what the fuck?
Yeah,
That was
you tapped
one
out because you didn't see 3. So
right, I never saw 3.
Yeah.
No, the second movie was one that I went, you took the title and then fucking ignored everything else. And that's the problem when you do a book adaptation for me, is like, I expect you to, I don't know, adapt the book.
Be somewhere near it.
Wait, that's asking a lot there, Scott.
I don't know. But that's the thing about the first Maze Runner movie, is that you changed some things, but you were in the ballpark. You're like, you know, it's like, okay, so if this is the guy
ballpark.
Oh man,
Ding, there it is. I know. I was
But-
just looking at his IMDb. I'm like, yeah, that's all he did before was those.
Yeah,
kind of
so
movies.
he's getting some big franchises with Apes and Zelda. Like those are two
Yeah.
big, mass. Like that's make or break stuff. That's like if he nails those two, he becomes a name in Hollywood that people.
I need
you
that
know.
Zelda. I need that Zelda movie to be like fucking amazing. I need
Oh,
that
yeah,
Zelda
No,
movie.
that's going to be harder. That's probably going to be harder than doing Apes. Yeah,
I think so because Apes, at least, like I feel like you're still kind of following the blueprint of the last
Yep.
trilogy, right? Like it'll be a different
Yeah.
story, but you kind of okay, they did this Zelda. That's I think. I will say it's more beloved than Apes just because I feel like Zelda has a Nintendo Disney magic quality to it. So I feel like people with Apes, you can make a bad Apes movie and they go, "Oh, I still got this." With Zelda, that's a legacy. That's decades
be a
and
hard one.
decades. That's kids still today getting into Zelda.
That's
right now.
over. That's over 30 years.
Yes.
there's not been a live action
Yeah.
movie.
And there's
you
already
know?
been bad Apes movies. We got the Tim Burton one.
Oh yeah,
we
we've
got,
gotten-
we got Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which
Oh no, trust me. Those later Apes movies, I watched all of them.
I like Conquest. I have a soft spot for Conquest when it's the starting of Caesar, like you get to see the takeover of the human world and everything like that, and it ends with this great speech from Roddy McDowall. But yeah, some of them are not great. There's a TV show
they
as
knew
well
what they
too.
were.
Oh yeah, and they were just making a cash grab because at that point the company was like, I think it was Fox A. Funny enough, they were almost bankrupt, so they were just greenlighting anything that was like a hit, and that's why we kept getting sequels of the Apes movies because they were profitable. But if you look at the makeup between Apes 1 and Apes 2, other than the main apes, it goes way down. It's a drastic drop, and it's. So, but I hope Kingdom's great. I love that franchise, and like I said, that will make me more happier for Zelda, which I'm way more scared of because I don't like any of those writers on there, and it's Sony, who I do not trust. Like I don't trust Sony.
Why would you say
sorry.
such things?
Because they're gonna.
So
I know
many good
people.
things.
They always say we just got Deadpool and Joker next year, but I'm sorry. I've said this before. Madam Web, Venom, and Craven. They're gonna kill the comic book movie. They're gonna kill the genre. They're gonna do us in. They're gonna put all the nails in the coffin. Like these are the movies that people go, oh, another comic book movie. They're gonna. Oh, but yeah.
This is what you don't do.
Well, like we like what I said. Madam Web intrigues me because
February.
of the concept. Because of the concept, I like the whole premonition time travel shit. But still, I'm just kind of going. I don't know. Like I like.
I'm going to be honest, Madam Web. I'm there for 2 reasons.
I guarantee you, they're pretty much the same reasons Phil said.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay. What did Phil say? Just let me know.
Yeah.
Sweeney was
Yes.
number 1 reason.
Yes. Yes.
And she has 2 reasons on it.
She has 2 reasons.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was gonna say
Sydney
but
and
also-
Sweeney.
But Sydney and Sweeney. But also Dakota Johnson. I'm not gonna.
Dakota Johnson. I mean, let's face it. The cast is pretty. Even what's her name, who's playing Hawk Girl. She's not bad to look at either. She looks. But what's interesting about her is like she played like Dora the Explorer. Remember in that fucking Michael Bay produced movie? So it was like. I just look at her and go
right. The new.
I'm like, all right, you're 20 something, but I it's hard for me to like.
And remember,
grasp that
wasn't she up for Batgirl?
I think
Probably.
she was. Yeah,
Yeah,
she was
she
running.
Yeah.
Clearly, either she's got a good agent or she just tests really well because her name keeps coming up in these projects. Like she's in this, she's got Hawk Girl, so good for her. And Dora, like, whatever, we laugh about Dora, but that's still a big deal for a certain demographic, right? Like,
it's just funny because she's like just like Jenna Ortega, where I'm like, all right, I know you guys are in, you two are in your 20-year-olds, but you look so young. So when people like swoon over them, I go, Wait, how old is she again? Because she looks so young. And then I'm like, oh yeah, they're like 23, 24. I'm like, okay.
I'll tell you this about Madam Web.
So
the only time you're going to see them in costumes is just when you saw in the trailer. It's going to be so quick.
You're
going to miss it.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Under
exactly.
5 minutes. Under 5. That's my.
You're
Yeah.
not
We're lucky
gonna
if
see
we
him
get
anymore in
that. It's
costume.
like, it's.
So yeah, I know it's Sony's year.
Yeah, what? Here's the one I'm probably looking forward to me the most as far as non-genre stuff is Mickey 17. That's the new
I have
Bong
that on
Joon-ho
number
movie.
3.
They've talked about that.
Yeah.
Dude,
Okay, what is this? What is this? Tell me.
Okay.
Bong Joon-ho,
Get ready.
sci-fi, Robert Pattinson, rumored to be about clones. That's the rumor.
Here, hold on.
So, yeah,
I had
You got that image, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, yeah. I'm there.
Yeah,
I'm
that I
there.
can't wait. That's one that's like
Okay, here
when
we
that
go.
sneaks up. Oh yeah.
Okay, so the premise right here on Wikipedia, Scott, if you wanted to know, and this, like I said, this is right up the sci-fi alley. Feature adaptation of science fiction novel, of course. It's based off a novel, and an expendable who is a disposable employee on a human expedition sent to colonize the ice world of Nephihim. After one iteration dies, a new body is regenerated with most of his memories intact.
And it's Pattinson, so that's like he's gonna kill that. And Parasite was amazing.
And it's
yeah.
I mean, come on.
Oh
God, what's the train movie too? What am I? Why can't I remember what he did before?
Oh yeah. I can't remember.
They have a show about it. There's multiple sections. Chris Evans is in it. What the heck?
Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
There we go. We got
so
there.
I mean, that's gonna be some quality right there. But
I need good originals. I mean, it's based on a book, but still, but original sci-fi, yes, please. Thank you.
Get that. Same day as Ghostbusters.
Right up the alley. But also next year we're getting. I mean, this year we got to return to an actor that went to an iconic character, but that same actor is going to return to another iconic character. Scott, who is that?
Oh.
Say his name 3 times.
Oh, Beetlejuice.
Yes. So there's that too. We're getting that.
That's coming out this year.
Yes.
December.
How about another sequel coming out? Gladiator 2 is at the end of next year.
Yeah. So we also got that. But Beetlejuice intrigues me because, I'm just like, okay, Tim Burton's back. Catherine O'Hara, I think, is going to be in there.
Catherine O'Hara's back, and Keaton's back.
Yeah,
Ryder's back.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, I'm intrigued. I love obviously the original movie. I watched the cartoon. I'm surprised that there wasn't sequels. I know they've always talked about sequels, but it never happened. But just the fact that
home and you wanna go home.
Exactly. So. We got that right there. And then, of course, hey, Nosferatu, Scott.
I can't wait for Nosferatu.
I knew that was gonna tickle you.
I just hope it doesn't actually come out.
Robert Eggers. I'm sorry. He's one of those directors that now he's. I still. This might make me. This might make me get canceled, but I still haven't seen The Witch. I haven't seen The Witch yet, but
you definitely
you're gonna like that, I think.
Yeah.
I tried to see it in the theaters this year because they did A24 did a
nice.
Free tickets to horror movies in October, and I got a ticket, but I couldn't make it to the theater because it was like one of those. I'm sorry, when you do a movie at 7:00 at night, I can't do that. I need a 9:00. I can't do a 7:00. So I haven't seen The Witch, but I've seen The Lighthouse, which was weird. I love The Northman. So it's like, I'm ready for Nosferatu. Like, bring it on.
I'm really excited that HBO's got that now exclusive deal with A24 because there are some A24s I still haven't seen, and I'm looking forward to when those drop.
Yeah, because I've had access to Showtime, so I have that to watch. Because Showtime I can get through Paramount Plus, but yeah, you're right. Like there's some that now are they getting the entire library with that deal?
I think they will.
Do you know?
I think that's what it sounds like it from past releases and then future releases for like a certain set of time. So I think they're gonna get the whole shebang. So
that'll be cool because there's still some on my to watch list that I need to get to. I mean, you got to give credit to A24 that like they're the little studio that could. And
they've done.
And they've gotten the big stars too to even join their stable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a movie I want to see. That new Kristen Stewart movie and Ed Harris.
Civil
No,
War?
I want to see that. I want Alex Garland. I want to see
with what's her name?
The
that
Love Lies
Handler.
Bleeding.
Yes, with that.
That
poster was like, whoa, hey.
Yeah.
And that trailer because Meg was the first one who told me about it. She showed me the poster, and then the trailer came up the next day, and I watched the trailer going, yeah, I'm in. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for that one. I mean, A24, I don't know where they hooked me. I think I've seen most of their stuff now, but ever since whatever hooked me, I've seen everything since then. Because I just know, even if I don't like it, I'm always going to be kind of what we talked about earlier. It's going to be something different for the most part, and I'm going to enjoy that factor out of it. And then after is how much I like it. Did not click for me, but no, I love the weird shit, so I'm always seeking out whatever they put out.
I saw A24 movies that I didn't know were A24 movies, but I know what hooked me. And that was Uncut Gems. That was the one that made me go, oh, so good.
Well, speaking of that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, Adam Sandler has another movie coming out next year called Spaceman, which
Netflix movie,
yeah.
I'm like intrigued by it because I'm like, okay, this is Adam Sandler not being Adam Sandler. We'll see what happens.
I like that. I like when he does that.
Yeah.
Those are the Adam Sandler movies I enjoy. Or the ones where he's not being Adam Sandler. That's just not my kind of comedy. So, but when he does those serious roles, that's where I go, dude, you can act.
Like he can.
You're good.
Yeah. Uncut Gems was like he displayed that, and then there was that movie. What was it called? Hustle or whatever that basketball movie.
I still need to see Hustle.
Really great movie. It's a feel good movie. It's a feel good movie. It's like one of those, like a feel good movie. Yeah. And you could tell like Adam Sandler was having so much fun filming that because he loves basketball. I mean, I don't know how many times you hear like on set, like between scenes, he'll just be like, you got to have a basketball and a hoop somewhere because he just wants to fucking do that. And apparently like what he did with that movie too is like there's a lot of people that are just like real people in there. And he was just playing with actual people like on these like courts and stuff like that, like with these like montage sequences and shit like that. So pretty cool.
You know, you say you're the A24 that hooked you. The one that finally hooked me was The Green Knight. The Green Knight did it.
It's so good.
The Uncut Gems hooked me. Green Knight was where I went.
I know. I'm trying to.
Movie.
I'm trying to think.
And then to follow up with Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh yeah,
that was like, perfect.
I lost my shit. You know, it was just like, oh.
Yeah. And then there was like, and then of course we have, a prequel to an awesome, 2015 film, which is of course Furiosa.
I'm on the fence about that one.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Fury Road in theaters and I liked it. I didn't love it.
Okay.
I guess Mad Max is not a franchise that I'm like, woo about. Like, I've seen the movies, but it's not like I'm all in on Mad Max. So, but it's Anna Taylor-Joy, so I'll give it a shot. Because
I mean, she's not bad to look at. I mean,
no, she's not. It's Anna Taylor-Joy. Once again, reason I want to watch The Witch.
Yeah.
So, funny enough, because I was looking at A24. A24 is the one that produced that Amy Winehouse documentary. It was just called, it's just called Amy 2015. That's what it was. So, like you, Scott, I had seen a bunch before that I'd not known. Oh, this is A24. I feel like when I took notice of them was Hereditary or Moonlight, I think, when I'm looking at them. But those would probably be the two, but then there's a bunch that I've seen. So yeah, I'm excited for Mad Max. The original films I enjoyed. I was never a rah fan like Scott was saying, but 2015 I absolutely love. So we'll see. I'm excited for Hemsworth though to just chew the scenery because that's what he looks like he's doing. I love the prosthetics. So and yeah, maybe we're gonna get our new Barbenheimer. You know, that and Apes come out the same day, so I'm excited. That'll be a
and
fun.
so does Garfield. I think Garfield comes
does.
out.
Oh,
Yeah, because I made the
triple
joke.
header.
I made the joke and I combined. I forgot how I said it. I said like Garfios ape or something like that. I don't know.
Same thing as Mickey
Garfield
17. That's the same Mickey 17 same day as Ghostbusters and Kung Fu Panda 4. So you got like a triple header going on right there.
I never really got into the Kung Fu Panda movies.
You know, my kids
one,
did on Netflix. Like
Yeah.
Netflix got my kids into Kung Fu Panda. Not gonna lie, because they watched all of them on Netflix.
Oh yeah, we're also getting the Roadhouse remake in March.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen the original Roadhouse.
Oh, you should. It's so good.
No,
So
I've seen the scene where he like gives instructions to like the staff.
Yeah.
Like that monologue was sweet, and I'm like, it's Patrick Swayze. I mean,
Patrick Swayze. You got what's his name too? Who's the dude with the big mustache? He was in Big Lebowski and Tombstone. Sam
Elliott.
Sam Neill.
Sam Elliott.
There it is.
Sam Elliott.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got him in there too. So yeah, it's a good watch. You know, it's good. But yeah, and then we got the we're also getting another A24 from Garland, Alex Garland, the Civil War movie.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't watched the trailer for that yet, but once again, I don't need to because you say Alex Garland, and I'm like, I'm in.
I mean, it looks interesting. It's got a good cast for fucking sure. I mean, I love that Nick Offerman is the president. That's great. But
that trailer scared the bejesus out of me.
It does. I know a lot of people are like, you know, when they look at who's teaming up when it comes to this Civil War, and they're like, really, California and Texas? That would never happen. I'm like, well. I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you know, California is a big state, and yeah, the cities are blue, but a lot of the other places are red. Just saying.
For me, it's a movie. It's like
plus and that's the thing. It's
a
not
lot of things
supposed to be
happen
real,
that we never
people.
thought would happen.
Yeah,
You know, like it's but like to me, it's like that. Some of that is like fictional, like which countries would lie, but the sentiment is there, where it's like this is very on the nose in like a good way. I'm not saying a bad way, but this is very topical and just it's not even scary because it's not even that thing like, oh, this is something that could happen. It's like this looks very close to what goes on for you guys over there as far as just like the division. So and yeah, Garland, I did not enjoy Men that much. It was not.
I haven't seen Men. And I didn't need to because I've got Ex Machina and I've got Annihilation. So I'm good.
Yeah, it's not like those.
Yeah, no, it's not. I appreciated it. And there's
he went another direction.
Yeah, there's some great visuals in there. Same thing like we talked about earlier where I appreciate what he did. A movie I'll never return to.
Nope.
And, and it's just and not even because like there is some really gross stuff. It's just that it just eventually got to the point where like, okay, it was banging me over the head of like, I get it. Oh no, you don't get it. You keep going. It's like that's the whole third act. I'm like, okay, I understand what we're doing here, but I'm hoping because I like Ex Machina. There's another A24 one. So, but I'm excited for this.
That's the one that hooked me, Ex Machina, when it came to A24.
I came to Ex Machina. Like, actually, the first Alex Garland I saw was Annihilation, and I really enjoyed that. And it's one of those movies that like I read the book it was based on, and I went, yeah, the movie's better.
Nice.
Yeah. The book is crap in my opinion, but the movie was like Alex. I still need to see Devs though, that TV series.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen Devs either.
Really good. It's really good. It makes you think. It definitely makes you think.
Well, that's the thing I like about Alex Garland stuff. It's usually like, okay.
Yeah, you start thinking, you're like, oh wow. Maybe what? Holy shit!
A24's most expensive movie too, so they got a lot right.
Yeah.
It's also like 3 hours and 15 minutes.
No, got debunked.
No, they corrected that.
Yeah,
okay.
It was just an incorrect listing. It's actually like I think just
1 hour 49.
Shot
it's
under,
like
2
under
hours,
2 hours. So
yeah.
I was like, okay, interesting.
I was ready for the 3.5 hour version.
So was
okay.
I.
Let's see, because like the topic though of like if America were to go into Civil War, I'm like I could believe that being a 3.5 hour movie because I feel like there's lots you have to go there, but Yeah, I'm also excited for Plemons because anytime Plemons gets to play a fucking weirdo, he's just in the zone. Whether it's dramatic or comedy, like in Game Night,
Yeah.
he's
God, Game Night is so.
He's in the zone. He's
Love
in the zone. That's why I somewhat agree with people with Killer's Flower Moon that they should have switched him and Leo. I actually think he would have been better in Leo's role and vice versa. So I like when Jesse is this off-kilter type of, can we trust him? Can we not? He seems kind of friendly, and just that line of what kind of American are you? It's like, fuck. Like,
well,
that's
you
a
did ask
scary
the right
line. Yeah,
you asked the right question.
Yeah, exactly. And depending who's asking.
Yeah, I remember seeing on my feed too, where like somebody said like after that trailer came out, it's like they said like I'm so glad that Jesse Plemons filled in the roles of Philip Seymour Hoffman. You know?
Yes,
because anytime he's like in a role, you go, yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman could have played this too.
Yeah,
like it's like he's filling the void that we miss when it comes to Philip Seymour Hoffman.
And also good on him for snagging Kirsten Dunst.
And now they do everything together because she's in this movie too.
She's in this movie, yeah.
Hey,
so,
I'm down
as well.
Nothing wrong with that, but we got that. I mean, the Garfield movie, I don't really care about that.
No, I'll see if the kids want to, but that's about it.
Yeah, and then of course Godzilla and Kong, which I'll watch.
I'm skipping that. That's
Twisters. Remember, we're getting Twisters.
I'm skipping
Remember,
that.
it's not a remake, it's not a reboot.
Yeah, what the fuck is Glenn Paul even saying? Like, yeah,
I saw that. I was like, okay, so it's just a movie again. All right.
So it's a movie about tornadoes that has no association with the original. So why call it Twisters?
That's a movie I think
marketing. Come on.
It's funny because our future Superman is in that movie.
Yeah, it's a stacked cast. I just have
it's also got Kitty
interest.
O'Brien, which we talked about earlier with that one movie. So I mean,
Love Lives Bleeding. Yeah, she's the bodybuilder. That one. Yeah,
but it's like, how does this not have any association with the original movie? I mean, I
sometimes wonder if the actors just say things they don't know what they're talking.
Could be, and I'm
that
like,
wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, like Helen Hunt, is she gonna show up? I mean, why not? It'd be cool if they're gonna do like a continuation. If I just figured like the main character was like her daughter or something like that. Obviously, we can't. May you rest in peace, Bill Paxton. It's like
game over, man. Game over.
But I mean, the original Twister movie was fantastic. That
was a great movie. It's
1996. That sweet spot in the 90s where there was just like blockbuster after blockbuster.
Oh God, like you're right, because like you're right there. Well, like 94 to 97 was just like
so good. Yeah, Twister was right there in 96, and I remember seeing that in the movie theaters, and I was obsessed with that movie. I loved that movie so much.
Another cow. No, I think that was the same cow.
My Bill Paxton roles True Lies. That's when I grew up.
He was so good.
If you want to like have a ranking of the top 10 like pieces of trash characters, he just does it perfectly. Like, man, he's just.
I'm so glad that's coming out in 4K in 2024.
Yeah. Finally, right? Jesus Christ.
Where's my Terminator in 4K? I'm still waiting.
One day.
Hey, we're getting Aliens, The Abyss, and True Lies. We're working on it.
Yeah. James Cameron's working on it right now. We just lost your video.
Oh my God,
Travis.
What happened?
The lights turned off.
I'll be back.
The lights.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Okay, blame
we
Canada.
All do. How about this Karate Kid?
Yeah. We talked about that. No, I know. I don't know about like. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm like, okay, so there's going to be a crossover with the reboot.
They haven't even cast the kid, and this movie's coming out with.
That's what I was thinking.
Job like Rush, like this just feels like that. And Twisters. Now there's like a new genre because all movies are this, but this just feels like the IP genre. And Karate Kid and Twisters is
they're
in
not
that
even
just
done
pile.
filming Cobra Kai's last season yet.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I think it was. When they did that announcement, I was like, all right, that's cool. Jackie Chan and, what's his name? Dan Russo. Ralph Macchio. Yeah. They're teaming up. Cool. But why? It's just like, it was
money.
Like, why?
Money and Cobra Kai's doing amazing.
Yeah, they think they can. And I'm not, because I'm sure it's not going to be an expensive movie. So I'm sure they can make a profit and everything. It's just like, it's just the pitch so far. Like, I don't have any interest. But maybe because the show, maybe it will have a big showing and people will be really excited about this and everything. So
I mean, when I watch Cobra Kai and Aaron's listening to it in the background, she says, "This is so cheesy," and I said, "I know, and I'm here for every minute of it."
Exactly. Exactly. And you know, we're also getting a movie from M. Night Shyamalan's daughter. I forgot next year called The Watchers. Yeah, Ishana Night Shyamalan. Yeah, called The Watchers. I remember hearing about that.
I'm okay. I'm intrigued.
I
I'll
mean,
wait for
you
some
know,
buzz. Yeah. And also speaking of Alien, we got an Alien coming out in August as well too.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Romulus.
Directed by Fede Alvarez, who I love. Fede Alvarez. I loved Don't Breathe. I loved his Evil Dead. His Girl Dragon tattoo was all right. But,
I skipped that one.
Yeah,
like so did I.
It's no Fincher, and like I don't love the Fincher one. I love the originals more, but I've
really okay. Stop. You don't love the Fincher movie?
So here's one. This is one that I watched again this year. I like it more and more that I watched it. It was just I had heard this was early IMDb forums, Travis, and it was just like everyone saying you got to watch this. So I watched that original trilogy. So when it was the comparing the original foreign film to the Fincher one, I heavily preferred the 4-in-1, and that's where I think I went in slanted. And now that I've had more space from it, I do like the Fincher one, where I'm like an 8.5 out of 10. Where before I was like probably like in the 7ish. I'm like, oh yeah, it's good, but just it didn't match all of it. Same thing. Like even the casting, I liked the original more. Oh God, what's her name? Naomi Rapace.
Naomi Rapace.
Yeah, I liked her more. But as time's gone on, I've appreciated and liked it more. And I had to itch a couple. I think it was in November I watched it. But so I'm liking it more. But I still lean towards the foreign ones.
It's funny because I've watched the Swedish versions.
Yeah,
and I think what happened to me though is that when I watched the Fincher one, I was shocked to find that the Fincher one was actually closer to the book.
And I never the book, so that's where I plead the fifth there. Yeah,
but once again, and that's a thing for me is that like if you stay truer to the source material, like it's like Chris Hardwick points.
Yeah,
you know.
Wow, I didn't know this is Isabella Merced in the new Alien movie. I missed that.
Yeah, she's all over the place. Like I said, you know.
Okay, who's this? Why would I know her?
The girl who's playing Hawk Girl, and she's also in.
Okay.
Big run.
Yeah.
Good.
The one I was saying there. The one I was saying that looks really young, Dora. Yeah.
Like you guys are talking about Zac Efron. Like, yeah, it's like
I'm like, where you look at it and go, yeah, she's pretty. Wait, is she old enough? Yeah, it's like one of those. But yeah. So she's becoming very popular. But
and that was supposed to be a Hulu movie, but they changed it to theaters,
after Prey. It's like, hey, you got me. I'm like, Prey was was that last year?
Yeah. Yes, that was last year.
Yeah.
Oh, are we sure it wasn't 2 years ago? Because it wasn't.
No, it was last year.
Oh,
I think it was last year.
Yeah. I forget that we got another Quiet Place movie. Day one.
Yeah.
It's not Krasinski directing.
See that's
he has a different movie coming out this year.
Oh no,
he's got
Actually, I saw the trailer. I'm in.
I haven't seen it.
I'll watch it.
The trailer definitely gives you that hook. You got my money.
You got my money. You probably have my money with my wife and my kids.
Yeah, it's
like a family movie, right?
Yeah.
It's
Ryan Reynolds. It's got so many different.
Steve Carell's in it.
Yeah, he's the voice of the main.
Yeah.
So Travis, you know nothing about this movie?
I know that it's a concept of imaginary friends because I heard the pitch and I seen the trailer where it's like if and it's all fuzzy, but I just haven't got around to watching the trailer.
I'm gonna be honest, the trailer made me go, I'm in. Like the trailer did its job. The trailer sold me on the movie, and it's written and directed by Krasinski. And I just, damn it, I love that man.
Yeah,
I mean, I love Jack Ryan on Amazon.
Outstanding.
He was fantastic. What he did from his home with the Good News Network during the lockdown and the pandemic, I'm just like, damn it, I love you. Like it's like, and he's married to Emily Blunt, so he's got good taste. So it's like,
he picked a
He cleared his coverage. I'm just gonna say.
I love it. I love it when when she was doing press for Oppenheimer, and he snuck in there with like the pictures. Remember?
Oh
Did you
yeah,
see
he was
those?
all over the tours and
Yeah,
stuff.
he was like, hey, and it was like the cast when they were doing junkets, and then he just was like,
Yeah.
just like because he was just there, and it was like
Dropping
funny little
subtle hints to Nolan.
gag.
You're
Hey,
you're,
next
you're
time.
Mr. Emily Blunt on this tour.
Pretty much.
Yes.
And he had no problems with that. But yeah, I know
Well,
that.
because
That movie looked
he
fun.
just seems like such a good dude. Like
He
that's
really is.
he's one of those guys that's just like, I want to support you because you're not an asshole.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. You're one of the good ones.
Could he be this generation's Tom Hanks in the way of like he's a good guy, he's great at playing like the everyman, like no one could play the everyman like Tom Hanks, right? Where it's like
Right.
you could believe like I just thought about that now. Like I wonder if he's comparable. Obviously, Hanks never directed. Not that I
yeah, I
know.
know that's what I was gonna get to. Like he directs.
Is Krasinski in If?
Yes, he's in If.
Is he
probably
as a person or a voice?
Well, don't know.
Okay.
Like he's credited in the trailer, but you don't see him or hear him
because there's a
in
lot
the
of
trailer.
people. Yeah, because Phoebe Waller-Bridge is in this as well, who I love. So I'm gonna.
Louis Gossett Jr. Louis Gossett Jr. is in this, and Phoebe, Steve Carell, and Emily Blunt also supplying a voice. I think too.
Comes out the same day as The Strangers, Chapter 1. So kids,
I know.
get ready. Yeah.
I know. There's and same
if The Strangers,
and Emily Blunt, good for her. Like the month of May is good for her because Fall Guy comes out.
I can't wait.
That movie, I'm going to be honest. I'm there. I'm
right up my alley. That's the same thing we were talking about Promising Young Woman, where I learned last year that there's just a divide of people that hate Bullet Train. I don't care. I love
that
Bullet
movie.
Train.
That was one of my favorite movies last year.
Yeah, it was in my top 5. I had the greatest time with the guys. We were laughing so much. In this trailer, like to me, it's just again when you want the bucket of popcorn and a good time, this is that. You know, like that first trailer, so I'm like, okay, I'm in. And Gosling, like I think now he's definitely like just stick to doing like the more comedic stuff. Like he's on a roll right now. Like since Nice Guys happened, he's always done stuff. That was the start. And like
Nice Guys was my favorite movie of
Stupid
2016.
Love. Yeah. Like I'm so excited for Fall.
I'm with you on that. I mean, when it came to Barbie, I mean, he chewed up every scene that he was in.
You ready for that Oscar nom, Dave?
I don't know if it's Oscar worthy, but
it's coming. The nomination's coming.
Give
for
it
sure.
to RDJ. Anyways,
RDJ's gonna win. I promise he's gonna win. But there's 5 slots.
Supporting, I don't know how they're gonna rank it when it comes to that. But but I'm with you. Like,
absolutely.
But I'm with you on like the whole like when I see that trailer, I'm like, yeah, that's Ryan Gosling. I mean, like he has this kind of dry comedic way to him where it's so dorky because obviously he's pretty and everybody's like obviously that's how he got his stardom was like, but it's always kind of funny. Just his career in general has always been, I mean, in the roles that he takes, I really
he has such an eclectic. I mean,
he's
in a lot of movies. Like I'm not I don't love Ryan Gosling, but I love movies. Like I love Crazy Stupid Love.
Yep.
I adore La La Land.
La La Land's
Drive. Come on.
Drive.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
I Drive.
You didn't like Drive. Okay.
I didn't like Drive.
But that opening scene is so fucking good.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, but just overall, the movie didn't get it for me. But still,
I understand that because that opening is so fucking strong that I can get
the rest of the movie doesn't kind of live up to it.
I get it because I found myself like when that movie came out and I was able to get it on video, I would watch that opening scene just before I went to bed because I think that's one of the strongest opening scenes in a movie because just the way that it plays out and the tension and it's so just like, I don't know. I just love that opening scene. Like if I were teaching a film class, I'd be like, we're going to watch this again because this is how you open a fucking movie like this. Look at this,
But Travis, you're right. The Nice Guys. It's just,
I love it.
That movie,
so good.
That movie is one of those movies that like, it bombed at the theaters, but yet anyone who watched it is like a disciple of that movie because
I have
it's
to say,
just...
like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang followed by the Nice
Yes!
Guys. That's a 1-2 punch.
Yes!
That is a 1-2
Yes!
punch.
Yes!
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, same thing.
Yeah.
It's like that's like one of those where like when I've if I watch it with Steph, we're laughing our asses off, rewinding because
there's a Christmas movie. That's a Christmas movie.
Fuck yeah, it is.
It's Shane Black. It's Shane Black.
Yep, it's Shane Black. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
no,
Val
I mean,
Kilmer's
yeah.
so good in it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Val
so
Kilmer,
fucking good.
just owns that so much.
Both, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's just, I mean, when he spins the thing, boom, and just shoots the guy.
Who taught you math? Who taught you math?
God.
Oh my God! But then the Nice Guys with Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe are just like that. Don't say it stuff. Just say horse.
Yes. Yeah. He's talking to his
daughter. Oh God.
Yeah. Just say like, there's a bunch of whores, and that's what you gotta say. But yeah, we got all that, and then I mean, there's a lot of things. I forgot that Inside Out 2 is coming out. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Here's the thing. I love the original Inside Out because I was already a parent when that movie came out, and fuck, that movie is going to make me cry like man tears every time I watch that movie. So the plot that the daughter is now a teenager and she's getting new emotions, like I'm there for it. Like it's like
I just loved the end of Inside Out where you saw the minds of different different people and animals. At that point, the cat gets me every time because I'm not a cat fan, but I know exactly what is in it. Guys, and yep, those are facts.
I forgot we're getting another Transformers movie.
We are?
That's animated.
That's animated. That's the animated one. Yeah.
Hemsworth has taken.
Yeah,
over
I was looking at the cast.
Optimus
I'm like,
Prime.
Jesus Christ! Like,
Same
what the
thing
fuck?
as we got animated.
It's got Hemsworth. It's got Johansson. It's got Keegan-Michael Key. It's got John Hamm. It's got Lawrence Fishburne.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle someone else doing Optimus Prime. I'm sorry.
No. Especially if y'all see Peter Cullen get that award at the Indies. Oh.
Jesus Christ, that guy's voice is just so. I
didn't realize he was the voice of the Predator. I didn't know that.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't know that either. Shit.
Well, as soon as I saw, he's in this season of Invincible, and I was hearing the voice, I was like, "I'm sorry, I can't hear you and not be Optimus. I'm sorry."
Oh,
yeah.
One will stand, one will fall.
And then you get an animated Lord of the Rings movie as well too next year, which
why not?
Yeah, we get an anime, and then we also get Sonic 3, Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Oh, my kids are so ready for that.
I'll be there with the kids.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Hey, the first two were great.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought that was going to work? It has worked.
It has worked really well.
But the thing is, though, no Jim Carrey in this one. That's where I kind of go.
That's okay.
You
that's
got
fine.
whatever. The evil Sonic. I can't.
I know, but he
Shadow.
Thank you, Shadow.
Yeah, but I mean, he chewed up the scenery though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like any scene that he was in, it was like Jim Carrey was like Jim Carrey of 1990s.
He did what he needed to do in the first two.
He
movies.
did, yeah. But I'm just kind of wondering I'm just wondering if I'm gonna miss that. I mean, we have a year till that comes out. That's not coming out till fucking December. Jesus Christ. So yeah, we got time for that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much.
If it makes it to December.
Right? I mean, it could get pushed. Who knows?
Oh, it's really funny to me though is that now anytime my kids see James Marsden in anything, like he was the voice of a character at the beginning of the Paw Patrol movie this year.
Oh.
And all my kids could say was Donut Lord, and I went, "Oh,
Donut Lord." Oh yeah, we also
wait till I show you the X-Men movies. Let's see how you feel about that.
Right. We also get a David Ayer movie next month called
The Beekeeper.
That looked fun.
That's Travis's favorite upcoming movie, right, Travis?
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing The Beekeeper.
Why not? It's Jason Statham.
That's just a genre like with him and Neeson. I'm just over these ones. I like when there's some quality to them. I have not before like Squad, all Ayer movies, big fan of. Post Squad, I did not like
Tax Collector,
and what was the one he did? Capone. I really did not enjoy Capone. It might be called something else, but it's him and Tom Hardy as Al Capone when he's like getting dimension stuff. I really didn't. So
was that Ayer? I think that was.
I don't think that was Ayer.
That was an Ayer.
Is it not?
Yeah.
No, that's not Ayer. No.
He didn't do that one. I think the last movie he did was the Tax
Tax collector. Yeah.
I enjoyed that one.
I'm not gonna hold my breath here.
Okay, hold on. I will prove you wrong, Travis.
Let's see. But either
hashtag Travis is wrong.
Then this might help. This might help because then if there was not another movie that I thought.
No, okay. So he because he did Bright for Netflix.
Oh, right.
And then he did Tax Collector, and yeah, that's it. No, he did not do the guy who did Capone. I'm trying to remember what he.
Yeah, that wasn't there.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was some. Let's see, Capone, Tom Hardy. I'm going to bring up this movie just
but
so
I will replace it with my displeasure of Bright because I did not like Bright.
Oh, I enjoyed Bright.
I thought it was cool and unique.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Josh Trank. It was Josh Trank that did Capone.
Yeah, Josh Trank.
You're right.
Yeah,
Oh my
Caden
God.
I mixed up the directors who had studio muddled with. So no, it's one that I think I would catch on VOD. It's just like a lot of these when I say I'm going to skip, I just won't go make time to go sit in a theater for 2.5 hours, pay money and watch. It's like if it's at home streaming, great, I turn on. But that's one where it's like I'm not going to take 2 hours out of my day to go see The Beekeeper, which will just probably be a generic action movie that I'll go watch Crank again if I want to stay with them. You know,
I see that trailer for the first time in Aquaman, and I'm laughing. I'm the only one in the theater laughing at this trailer just because it's like I've seen these tropes before, and it's ridiculous. I'm a beekeeper. I'm a beekeeper, and I'm a CIA agent on the side or whatever at that point.
But Jeremy Irons is the bad guy, and I'm
I'm all about it. I'm all about it. It'll be fun.
Well, it's funny, by the way, random tangent, but when I went to go see Aquaman, they showed one trailer and then started the movie.
That's what I wish my theater would have done because it was like 30 minutes until I got to see the movie.
No, that's the thing.
Chris,
I'm used to the 20 to 30 minutes. No, it was literally one trailer. It was Madam Web. I got the Nicole Kidman opening. The movie started.
That's funny. Interesting. Jeez.
I'm always tempted to give Brent as a Christmas gift the sweater that will have like the Nicole Kidman thing because I know how much he loves that.
Oh, he hates that so much.
Oh, I know he does.
He hates it so much.
When's the new one come out? They said they were going to film a new one with her, right? So
I know. I'm ready for it. I'm going to be honest with you. At least when I see the Nicole Kidman thing, I know the trailers are done.
Yeah,
that's true.
And don't forget, Disney's also re-releasing all the COVID movies: Soul, Turning Red, and
I love Soul.
Something.
I love Soul.
Was fantastic.
I love Soul. I'll probably see Turning Red because my girls absolutely love Turning Red. That's all.
I still haven't finished Turning
I love
Red.
That movie.
But Soul was
that scene where he's playing on the piano after he's talking to the person. Like I tear up at that movie was cathartic for me.
That got me.
Oh my gosh,
I got a lump in my throat.
That was That was the last Pixar movie that I was like, this is Pixar.
Me
like
too.
You know, I have a certain expectation of a Pixar movie, and Soul was the last time that they like.
That's like up level for me, you know.
Yeah, Up, Inside Out, you know, Soul. Like these are the movies that like when I go see a Pixar movie, it's like, no, I need you to tear my inner being apart and like make me just sob, you know. Toy Story 3 was like that.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Horror fans, don't forget Saw 11. We're back, baby.
I still haven't seen 10.
11. I'm so excited. That was.
We also get Smile 2. We also get Smile 2, which I enjoyed the first.
And the Terrifier 3 also.
I cannot wait for Terrifier 3 because that's a fucking crazy ass series.
I haven't watched any of those either.
If you think Saw is torture porn, you've seen nothing.
Oh no, I know. I've heard about some scenes.
Yeah, and I don't even like love them. I'm just always like, okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do next? But yeah, Smile.
How much am I gonna get grossed out, basically?
Oh, very much. It's not for the lighthearted and stuff like that. Back to because I was just looking at it, the only thing that I'm hoping because my theater suck is Nosferatu. It comes out Christmas Day. I really hope they release it earlier because I know I will not get a chance to see it for like 2 weeks.
Who's doing that one? Is that A24 or is that?
That's A24 and that's Eggers because it's like same thing like Iron Claw. Like I want to see, but like around Christmas, like things are just starting to settle down. But it's like I never get time because this person's in out of town. I'm seeing this person.
Yeah.
We're staying here longer. So I absolutely hate the Christmas Day releases because I feel like and especially with my theaters, what sucks is if they don't do well, they just go away real fast because I'm in a small. So it's like if I don't get there a week and a half, that's it for me. Like I've said, me and Scarlett on Twitter, Poor Things is one of my most anticipated movies.
Yeah.
No show. I have all the way up until January, no showings of it all. And I know because Oscars, it's not going to be streaming for a while. Yeah, it's not going to be on VOD, so it's just like, it sucks. And Iron Claw, I want to go see, but I just haven't had time. So I hope Nosferatu does not stay on Christmas Day. And I just feel like that's also just a weird Christmas Day movie. Like
it's not a Christmas Day release. I'm sorry.
That's called We Need to Go for Oscar. That's an Oscar thing.
Yeah, like it's
but bump it up to October.
I agree. I agree.
But the problem is, if you look at both Back to Saw, but Saw and Beetlejuice, both in September, it's because October you got Joker, Smile 2, The Wolfman, Terrifier 3. It's already each week is like already stacked with a horror release.
They're making another Wolfman movie.
Yeah, Lee Whannell is directing. Lee Whannell's directing it though.
Yeah, Lee Whannell.
Invisible Man.
Invisible Man, yeah.
So it just
the dude
changed.
in the bathroom and Saw.
Yeah, Scott went into this not knowing about 24. We've got him his whole year planned out already.
Thank you. No, you just filled in my social calendar. I appreciate it.
Since they did Invisible Man, the movie was in development hell because it was originally Gosling, but then he's the part of the project, and it's Christopher Abbott, who Back to Sanctuary we're talking about. He's in that. So now,
dude, I just have to see Sanctuary.
All Back to Sanctuary.
I was already planning on Saltburn this week, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fit in Sanctuary.
Oh, that's a sexy double feature. Those are two movies that fuck.
I understand.
I'm once again, I think we're going to have to turn the lights off and just
Yeah. But Wolfman, October 25th. There you go.
We'll be DMing each other. It's just gonna be weird.
It's gonna be really weird.
This one's supposed to be. I've heard it. Like the pitch has been. It's like Wolfman meets Nightcrawler, like the Jake Gyllenhaal one. That it's supposed to be. And I don't know if that's still staying, but that's when Gosling was on the project. It's
I trust Lee Whannell.
I do too. Upgrade.
You know a movie of his I still need to watch that I bought in just life is Upgrade.
Yeah, you gotta watch.
You'll love it. Yeah,
it's great. It's great.
Everyone's told me that like Upgrade is going to be like in my wheelhouse.
Yeah. Well, what's great about Willie Whannell is like he's like obviously he came up with James Wan with the first Saw movie, but I mean it's like he starred in Saw and then also co-wrote it. Yep. So anytime there's a Lee Whannell movie, there's going to be some kind of fucking crazy twist. Like he's all
Invisible
about
Man was just was a movie that I didn't see until VOD during the lockdown, and I was like, okay, there's so much hype, and then I watched the movie and went, nope. Like sometimes a movie is hyped so much like it's never going to make it, and then but occasionally you get that gem that you watch it and you go, yes,
that poster was outstanding. They did such a good job with Invisible Man for that movie poster.
Yeah, I know. Like everything, yeah. So I trust him, after watching Upgrade, which was just like, this sci-fi kind of action-y, and it also had a little twist at the end too. It was just like, yeah. I know I won't say what it is, but I'm just saying that's just Lee Whannell. That it's like an M. Night Shyamalan. You go in, you go, all right, I have to start fucking, pulling out my magnifying glass. Something's going to lead to a twist at the end. Same with Lee Whannell, just in a different sense, I guess you could say, because when it comes to M. Night, he kind of he gets really philosophical and really deep with some stuff. And sometimes it doesn't hit, I will say.
Sometimes overcompensate. It's like I need a big twist, which is why I kind of like Knock at the Cabin, to be honest, because
I still need to see Knock at the Cabin. So
because it's a very different. It's worth it even just for I didn't love the movie, but it's worth it for Batista because Batista is just hitting a home run in that.
Batista is just, dude. When we talk about
going on,
I know, right? Because when we talk about he got Blade Runner 2049. He got, he just.
Oh, Dune, right? He's in Dune.
Oh, yeah, because he's one of the Harkonnens.
I'm like, what was he up to? Right?
What's he been? He's just doing a little indie movie called Dune and Part 2.
Small movie. No, I mean, when it comes to the wrestlers turned actors, I mean, he's the one that's pushed. And that's what I love about him. It's like he didn't want to just be I don't want to just be the action guy. It's like, I'll be the action guy, but I also want to not be the action guy.
But his story is his personal story is so bravo. Yeah. I'm a cheerleader for him.
Even in the wrestling business, the fact that he was starting out just under 40, that's an unheard of thing to get to where he did the main eventing of WrestleManias and make sure it's that he was a bouncer at a club and then eventually but usually wrestlers are hitting their peak in their 40s and then they're retiring around 45, and he was just breaking in the business 38, and he was of course in good shape, and I'm sure he had some help and stuff like that, but still his whole story, his life is a story worth, because he should not have been where he was. Wrestling business is constantly obsessed with ageism and trying to get the new young buck and stuff, which sometimes, of course, you have to because these guys are physical athletes and their bodies break down. But it's just like he's such a crazy story. So I'm excited to see him in Dune because I don't know if he has a bigger role in part 2. That's something I want more of him because he's in part 1. He's in part 1, but okay, good. Because I was like, oh, this looks really interesting. But he's here for like a cup and coffee, and I know he can do good stuff. So
I rely on Scott for Dune because there's no way I'm ever reading Dune. Sorry.
Well,
that's one that's going to have to pass me by.
I understand, but then I'm looking forward to the third movie.
Dune Messiah. Yeah. I think you're going to get it. I think Dune's going to be really... I think it's going to be big. Like, that first one did well, but I think this one, because now we're in full non-pandemic mode, like... I think people are word of mouth, the hype. There's so many people that I know didn't see Dune in the theater that have seen it now since it was on Max or Crave for us, or even on Canada. It's on Netflix. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix for you guys sometimes, but because they've been doing that.
No, it's not on Netflix. So. It's still on Max.
Okay, so yeah, for us, it's been all over. So yeah, in Canada they have. So that's where it's like it's been all over. So, and obviously all their stars have grown, like Austin Butler, Zendaya, Timothée Chalamet. Like I think there's a chance. I know you got Deadpool 3 and you got Joker, but I think there's a chance it could be the biggest movie next year, Dune 2, just because I feel like
I would hope
you can just feel that hype building for it. And what is it seem released? I know it's March, but I'm just thinking, what's it around?
They moved it up even more. So like it's like March 2nd or March
1st.
Well, it's coming out with around Kung Fu Panda 4 is coming out. Damsel.
It's got 3 weeks by itself though, because the week after it's the Rayman's big movie in Imaginary. March 15th there's nothing. March 22nd is
it's in a good spot.
March is clear. It's good until 29th because that's when Ghostbusters comes out. So
it's got the month of March to itself.
Yeah,
it pretty much does because
they chose right when they moved it to that date.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, because you got the only movies that people might be paying attention to are all like on streaming services. To be honest. That Spaceman movie, the Damsel movie, and then you got that Roadhouse, and you got the Roadhouse remake. I mean, that's all going straight to.
There's a lot of streaming. Yeah, you're right. Those 3 weeks, that's like a loaded little week there. Yeah, it sucks for them that they didn't get that theatrical that they were fighting for Gyllenhaal and director, but
give it the college try.
Yeah, they tried. Right. Yeah, they swear they got Bezos a screening and they did the whole.
Bezos said, "Nope, sorry, still didn't convince me."
Yeah, I like we'll put the Swayze one back in theaters, but we're not putting this in theaters.
I'll watch. I mean, I'll still watch it. It's
I'll give it half an hour. I'll give it 30 minutes in. Like I'll see.
I'm debating then if I want to, because I still do need to see the original, but it's like, how do I time it? Because
have you never seen it? Have you not seen the original?
I've not seen the original.
Okay,
I've not. I mean, I've seen some Swayze movies. Dirty Dancing, Ghost,
Ghost, of course.
I mean,
you got to see pottery. He kicks ass. Not just and does pottery.
Yeah,
you were talking about his daughter. M. Night also has a movie out too next year called
The Watchers. Yeah.
No. Is that his daughter with Watchers?
Yeah, the daughter's Watcher.
Yeah.
So he has a movie though himself out.
Oh, that's right.
Called Trap, and it's starring Josh Hartnett, which is very exciting because he's having like a nice little comeback.
Dude, it was so nice to see him in Oppenheimer. And
thank you.
He's great in Black Mirror. So that I'm there for M. Night because M. Night's like A24. Same thing. It's like I don't know if I'll like this, but I know it's gonna be something different. So I'm here for it. So.
What movie is he coming up with?
M. Night, it's Trap. August. Where was it here?
Trap. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I see it.
Then you also got that we don't have that. We have another Christmas Day one is Jordan Peele's supposed Christmas movie.
I think that got bumped.
Oh,
I heard it got
okay.
bumped. Yeah.
Smartly, because that would have been that and Nosferatu.
Yeah, no, I'm glad it got bumped. Then.
Yeah, which I guess I'm not going to assume, right? He might not be making a horror film. That could just be me assuming, and I go, oh, don't do it then. But I feel like they should put that in March or something the next year, and yeah. We'll see. I know people's theory was like, oh, he's directing the Death Stranding movie. That's why it moved and everything. But I'd love it, A24, if they got Peele. That would be something really fun. But yeah.
I forget we got that Santa Claus movie with Dwayne Johnson.
The red one.
The red
we
one.
were talking about in our chat. We were talking about him and
J.K.
Momoa.
Simmons, you know. So,
Chris Evans. Just let me know when his A24 movie comes out, and I'll. Oh right, I forgot about the Jack Frost rumor.
Yep.
Yeah, please. That's not who. Me and my wife have always talked about. If they remake Jack Frost and Santa Claus, which they're not doing because Tim Allen's still doing it, it's like who would be it? I did not think us going from Michael Keaton to The Rock was not the natural step in my mind, but I guess it's an easy role because he can just pretty much do the voice, and that's about
is that
it.
what it kind of is?
There's a rumor from Daniel RPK going around there's a package right now that Johnson's working on to remake Jack Frost with Dwayne
Fuck
Johnson.
that! I love that movie. Kelly Preston, come on. Fuck you!
We all love
Don't
Kelly
do that,
Preston.
Dwayne Johnson. No,
No, do the A24 mixed martial arts movie. That's what I'm looking.
That's what he's
really
gonna
for.
do, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, and I saw someone's reply to the tweet, and I would agree with this. It's like, okay, so you got Dwayne Johnson doing A24 movie, act.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
Show me, like,
and he
this
can
is-
though.
But
He can.
you
Pain
and I
and
have
gain.
debated this though, Travis, about like can Dwayne Johnson do drama? You and I have
He
debated this before.
can. Pain and Gain is always my example. He plays that role a little funny, but when he at the end is getting dark and he's really coked up, like he has it. Gridiron Gang, he has it. He
Gridiron
has it in
Gang, I was just about to
Southland
bring
Tank.
that. Yeah,
He
I was
has
about
it
to say
in
that.
Get Shorty or whatever. Is it Get
Yeah,
Shorty?
the
Right?
Get Shorty
yeah,
When he
yeah,
plays like the
cool.
gay cowboy, like he has it. It's just that, and probably smartly, his agent was like, you got to be the next Arnold. So like you got to do this stuff, which I think obviously worked out for him. But
Yes.
I think he has the chops. I think he can do it. So he's going to win an Oscar, and then he's going to become president. That's what.
There we go.
That's
Boom.
the natural form we're looking at. He's going to be this boxer. He's going to
He
win an
will
Oscar.
close out what Arnold could not legally.
Yeah, he's for sure running for president. I don't care what you like. He's running. I'll bet anything on it. He will be on the ballot one day.
Small pizza bet. There you go.
And he's gonna fucking win too. He's gonna win.
Of course he would. Why wouldn't he
you,
win?
he's gonna
Everybody's
win.
gonna vote for him.
Oh yeah, of course. Like you think about like his promos and Smack Talk. He's gonna do great on those debates.
Finally, The
Shut up,
Rock
bitch.
has come back to the White House.
Because everyone used to compare Obama. They're like, oh, he's such a good speaker. Like he sounds like The Rock when he's speaking. Like he had just this cadence about him. The Rock, if he's on that ballot, he's fucking winning, and that's gonna be a Civil War II movie.
But Travis, everybody's gonna see him like talking, and everyone's gonna be like, yeah, he reminds me of Lex Luthor in Superman the Animated Series.
100%.
Yes.
It's like, wait a minute. Yeah.
I would. Yeah, there's part of me that wishes we would have got that casting one day because I think he actually he could have pulled it off. I think he would have pulled off a good.
You see
like,
a little bit in him playing Hobbs. You see that?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and even Ballers too. Like I think the animated version of Lex, he could have got there. But I'm very excited to see what Holt does with it. That was my pick, so I'm all jazzed about that.
We'll see what happens with that. I know. I mean, that's the thing. Is like he needs to now transition to like, hey, okay, you were the action guy for a bit, but now
he needs to take a page out of Batista's book.
A little bit.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, let's face it, like the action roles that he got were all existing. I mean, the big ones that he was a part of are all existing IPs.
Yeah.
Remember when he the skyscraper one? Skyscraper. Yeah.
Skyscraper, San Andreas. He did like
It wasn't a
3 of
bad
those.
movie. I watched it. I enjoyed it. I mean, it helped that the Carla Gugino was in it. But isn't
That
she?
helps everything. That
Yeah,
helps
I
everything.
mean, let's face it. She's always been my ultimate crush. But she was in it, right? She was his. Anyways,
She's
maybe.
his wife in one of those
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Anyways,
but to your point, it's okay. You've got the paydays. You've formed your companies. You've got everything at that point. Now you can take a break and start showing us what you can really do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because
And I trust the director too. I trust. We're talking about Uncut Gems, the Safdie brother.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, it's a Safdie. Yeah, exactly. So
just the one Safdie.
I
so.
think this is gonna be that role that that Dwayne Johnson's like, all right, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to really just dig deep into this and really pour myself into it. Before it's like, with all these other roles he's done, it's like, yeah, he's just the action guy and he could just do it and whatever and have fun with it and blah blah blah. Now he's gonna really have to dig deep because it's like, yeah, I'm pushing 50, or is he 50? I don't even know.
Oh, he's 50. Yeah, I know he's about to be. Yeah, and like that's the thing.
He's got to make back. He's got to get back all the credibility he lost with Black Adam.
Oh,
everything.
Hey,
behind
that's
the scenes
DC's
stuff.
biggest hits, and
That's
since
fine.
Yeah,
He burned a lot with that one.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, but that's where like all those action roles, he's always had to think of body first, then roll. You got to flip that now because it's not impressive. Like him being the size, that's not
going to be
impressive.
interesting.
You know,
That's
like
going to be interesting because if he's playing a fighter, it's like now what are you going to get leaner? Like is he?
No,
gonna
the fighter's pretty big that he's playing.
Is he pretty
like,
big too? But as big as him?
I don't know. I've said this before. I
That's
really want
what
The
I'm
Rock
wondering.
to stop getting so big because I want The Rock to stick around, and I just worry his heart is going to go at any second.
Yeah,
because he's just so you're great. Like you're perfect. Don't like. I don't know why he keeps getting bigger. Like he should. Like you're the Macho Man. We got it, man. Like you're. But yeah, the fighter he is a pretty big guy. So I think that's why they kind of put the two together. And
I get that,
said,
but I mean, it just seems like with like what I mean, obviously he's gonna have to fully do the whole fighting thing. It's like I think he's gonna lean out a little bit.
He should,
like,
yeah, he should.
You know, and I hope that yeah, he'll be okay. I mean, yeah,
he gives himself an extra cheat day with more pancakes. I'm just saying, you know,
dude, his cheat days, fuck you, man. Like what the fuck? Like my God, he's like, yeah, I'm eating a whole plate of sushi and chocolate chip cookies, and then I got these French toast that are like this thick, and it's like Jesus Christ. I'm like, you're still eating like so like just crazy proportions, man. Yes. My God. And he washes it down with his tequila, of course.
Yeah, and then a Zoa right after. Yeah. Drink a
Yeah.
Zoa, let's fucking go. Scott, you're a musical fan. Are you excited for Wicked Part 1 in November?
No, because
okay,
thanks for laughing at me. Funny enough, I was actually chatting with Amanda today about that. Wicked is one of those shows I've never seen. I read the book, and I've listened to the Broadway cast album. I've never actually seen a production of it. It was one of those. It's one of those shows that I like it hit when I was in college. And of course, being a theater major in college, I was surrounded by theater people and everyone went crazy for it. And I listened to the Broadway cast album and just went, okay. Like it was one of those that like everyone went nuts for. And I just didn't care. It was like Rent. Rent was like the big thing when I was in high school. And it was like, okay.
So no, for both of those, like Erin did the same thing. She never saw Rent and never saw Wicked. She only heard the Broadway shows. And so when we were first dating, they had the last tour with the two mains coming through. She saw that and then saw Wicked. Wicked, she is anytime it comes through, it's like her guarantee. She absolutely loves the play. And
so
when
Chris,
I told
you're
her about
this movie,
no, because when I told her about the movie, and then I was like, it's another one of the return part 1 and part 2. She's like, why? And I said, money.
Yeah, it probably will make a good amount of change. That one, Wicked, I imagine.
Yeah, a lot of people enjoy it. I would think.
It won't be my money, but
it's
yeah,
but it's missing like a Dina at that point. And Dina kind of, I hate to say it, it's kind of hard to have her not be the witch. You know?
I mean, she is Elphaba. I'm like that's just, you listen to Defying Gravity, and it's like, imagine someone else singing "Let It Go" from Frozen. Like that just isn't going to go well.
Well, she was talking when I was down in Florida with visiting her parents. At that point, we were talking about it, and I was like, okay. I made a joke saying, if I were Dorothy and Glinda told me I had the way to get back all this time, I would take the shoes and beat Glinda within an inch of her life, just saying, wait a minute, I had this power and you didn't tell me? What's wrong with you? But the book I hear is terrible, but you would, from enough people, I don't know, Scott, what did you think of the book?
Yeah, it's not the play. I'll tell you that. Yeah. It's not the play. I mean, because you read the book and you read the synopsis and the linear notes, and it's like one of these things is not like the other.
But I like how the play flips the whole idea of like how to perceive Elphaba, how to perceive Glinda, and things like that. So I appreciate the play, and I actually do like it. So
There you go. We've talked about Wicked on the Vodka stream.
We talked about Wicked, and I think
and it wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Yeah. I think before we wrap this up, I did want to talk about the fact that so obviously when it comes to Matt Reeves, the Batman 2, did you guys see the fact that there was a little scoop that hey, guess what, Professor Pig, Scarecrow, and will join Clayface and Hush and Dick Grayson in the Batman 2, and James Gunn said nope, totally made up.
And then they got on James Gunn saying, "What? How do you know all this stuff at that point?" And I was like, "Really?
He's
really?"
DC Studios head. Come on, I know.
God,
I know. And then some people, well, there's just the people that don't like him, and like the fact that he's answering the questions, and it's like, I mean, but that's what he's kind of doing that nobody else is kind of doing. I guess
it was fun because I had a follower who said. And I knew it had to be something because all I know is that I'm hanging out with my family and I get a tweet that says, "Who is Professor Pig?" And I went, "Why are you asking?" And of course, it's replying to one of those tweets.
Yeah.
And I just went, and oh no, it's like what the fuck is Professor Pig? I think actually was the tweet. And I was like, no,
why?
And then I went, no. Cool character. Like I was like, I could see a Professor Pig in a Matt Reeves movie. Not gonna lie. Like that's a character who would fit.
Mm-hmm.
So let's back the truck up. It's Grant Morrison, fucked up character. But I basically just went Grant Morrison, Batman and Robin, pre-New 52 run. Shows up in Beware the Batman, Harley Quinn, and a side quest in Batman Arkham Knight.
Beware the Batman.
Yeah, who would have thought?
No, but I mean,
would have happened.
What's interesting about that though is it's like obviously Gunn just said nope, totally made up. It's like but who knows which? I mean, what's listed there with the screenshot that was sent to James Gunn? I mean, it says Professor Pig and Scarecrow will join Clayface, Hush, and Dick Grayson. I mean, there's a lot of characters that are listed here, and you're just kind of going hey, which one are we? Is everything totally made up? None of them are going to be in there,
but that's the beauty of the response. Is that
yes,
it is, but then they're gonna throw it back in his face later on and be like, "Well, you said totally made up."
You're such a liar.
Yeah, and that's where I go. That's where I am. I don't know if you need to respond. I don't know.
You don't need to respond.
I think the reason he did do this one because I think since Daniel RPK broke the Reed Richards scoop, he's been getting a lot more heat, more just published and stuff like that. So I think maybe that was to take him down a notch. But kudos to him. He said, "Hey, I got some bad information. This isn't true." And then that happens all the time. He said, "I saw a casting grid," which those are things that are out there in Hollywood all the time that scoopers use. So, and Scott said, when I saw that list, I'm like, all these characters make sense because I'm still on the bandwagon where I think Reeves is going to use lifelike, realistic-esque characters, and Scarecrow, Pig, and Clayface, if it's the Master of Disguise one, those all could be realistic serial killer types. So I don't think they're in there now. I still think Hush is because a bunch of not just Daniel said that, a bunch of scoopers have been saying that for the last 3 months. It's Hush.
You have the natural progression.
And you also have hints to Hush in
a ton.
Yeah.
In the Batman.
It literally in capital letters says Hush.
I know, yeah.
We
got Tommy in there.
That's why when everybody was like, "Oh, they're doing Court of Owls," I'm like, no, it's it's all in your face right there. And I know some people worry it might be too similar to Riddler. I don't, because I think this is going to be more about Bruce's identity. Where Riddler was about the Batman, this is going to be focusing on Bruce and how he coalesces with Bruce and Batman being one and stuff. The thing I'm still iffy on. The Dick Grayson thing, I'm still very scratching my head about because we've talked about this before where I said there's still a worry where people see the Batman 2 and when Brave the Bold come out, they go, I don't need this, especially if it's 2 movies now with a Batman and a Robin. I know they're different because it's the sun. So I'm, I just don't even know if I want Dick Grayson yet, but
I think it's because this Batman is still this Batman is still young.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think again we've got him in the first one. Let's see him one more time out by himself before we start considering bringing in a Dick Grayson.
But that's the tough thing though, because if you want to do Dick Grayson, you can't bring him in the third though, right? Because if that's the end of the trilogy, that's it, right? Like if they were to come to me and say, "Hey, guess what? Matt Reeves is actually doing 6 of these," I'd say, "Oh, whatever, then fine." But my worry is if we are in the box of just passing, just doing 3,
which assume we are,
which I'm assuming we are. That's my worry of like doing Nick now, like because I think the natural progression is we got Riddler, we got Hush, and that's why you should watch Saltburn because Barry Keoghan is going to be a fucking, he's going to be a fucking phenomenal Joker. I said that when he got cast.
And by the way, when we were doing, on Squadcast Media, as we've been doing the Batman scene by scene, I guessed where the Joker deleted scene fell in the movie, and then on Max, before they took it out and put it on Netflix, they actually edited where the deleted scene.
Yeah, they did.
Yes.
Oh,
and
I want that copy.
They didn't. No, what they did was if you played the deleted scene as the extra feature, instead of starting the deleted scene, they played like the last 20 seconds of the preceding scene of where it would have gone.
Okay.
And damn it, if I didn't nail it, I called it.
You did.
No, yeah.
You take a victory lap on that one, Scott.
So for your reference, Travis, when you go back and watch the Batman, remember the scene where Batman and Gordon in the morgue after the commissioner gets killed?
Yeah, maybe he deserved
it. Yeah. When he leaves,
guess where he goes?
That's where he goes.
Because
he leaves the morgue and goes to Arkham to talk to the Joker.
I'm team should have left the scene in because I just think it plays better.
I'm there with you now. Now that I have it confirmed where it falls in the movie, it would have.
It plays so well.
It plays so well.
It also, for me, it's more so how we meet the Joker in the final cut. Now it's the most. Matt Reeves does not feel like an MCU director at all. That feels like an MCU scene.
It kind of does, right?
It just pops up and it's like, it's such a setup. It's like, this feels like someone came and said, Matt, put this in there. And it's not. I understood. They thought, oh, it's repetitive. But I thought, and I like the take of Barry. I said when he got cast, like, man, this is an inspired choice because it's not. He's going to bring something really different to it. So I wish it was in there. But I think third is number 3 is where he will be the big head honcho because you don't cast a Joker just for him just to be a side character he's and you don't get an actor that caliber either to be like, you're just gonna have 1 scene, 2 scenes and you're done. It's like, no, the third movie he's gonna be the big bad. They're building up to that.
The damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing when it comes to Batman. When you're doing a Batman movie, and most of them were always assume they're at least going to be a trilogy, Joker's going to be in there, and if it's not in the trilogy, that's going to be everyone's going to be like, why?
Yeah, and then of course you don't want to put him in the second movie because that's going to feel too much like Nolan.
That's always what you're going to be compared.
Yeah. So so I still want him to be in the second one as that Hannibal Lecter type of character, like what Matt Reeves was going for. The fact that it was like, hey, I know that this nut job that's in there that could help me figure out. Because again, it's such a detective story.
Yeah.
So he's so he's trying to get help from somebody who's got this crazy mindset that might help me out to figure out.
And even in the deleted scene, he gets under his skin, like classic Joker style, where it's like,
I love how it just thematically the reason, Travis, that like I wasn't with you at first, but now I am with you in the. I wish you would have left it in. Is that it just thematically plays into the idea of you're not so sure if he's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
because my big point throughout the scene by scene breakdown is when you go and when you really watch that movie piece by piece, dude, Batman has an arc in that movie because he has such a black and white mentality that has to get broken down as that movie goes on. And I really feel like that Joker scene like puts a pin in it really well.
God, man, so good. And then another thing that that when it comes to DC, the DCU is like, Obviously, pretty much James Gunn said we're not going to probably get the Superman costume reveal until after they start filming. So,
but aren't they filming non the volume?
No, they're not going to film on the volume. That's what he said, which is
so
good.
Is it all sound stages and sets built? I guess
that's going to be it. That's what's going to be interesting about this.
If they're outside, James Gunn can't do anything about it. Like if they're
I have a feeling that if they do shoot outside, he's just like post something.
Post it, yeah.
Gotta post something. But then I remember, it was funny too because I think it was on Threads. He was like there were people who were like, hey, I think he was responding to somebody said like, we already know what the Superman costume looks like. No, nobody cares. And then he goes, so is there trunks or not? Kind of leaning into the whole debate because that's always like a big debate. And then
I think he's just gonna go pantsless and just shock everyone,
Yeah. And then we got these like right here brought to you by like DCU updates. How are we feeling about some of these designs right here? I am a fan of the Rebirth. No trunks, of course.
I mean the Rebirth one, but I also
I want
I'm
the
not
black
gonna lie, a Fleischer looking
Yes.
costume.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Fleischer one, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like the logo for 2 the most, like the second suit there. I don't care about Trunks, but I want Trunks to happen just to make a bunch of people mad because
you love chaos,
yeah,
Travis.
I don't care because as I've said, as always, it could be the best movie or worst movie. The Trunks aren't going to decide it. And if it fits in the world, it fits. Maybe just because I grew up with it. Like I know some people don't like his underwear. I've just always seen it as like a one whole seat. Like I never saw it as underwear until people were like, it looks like underwear. For me, it was just like, it's just the suit. It's just the same with Batman, So I still think he's going Trunks because I think he's going to go the classic look and, or you could get variations. I don't know. Maybe that's how he beats it is you get
It'll be interesting. And then we got this one right here too. That's like a Flesher without the trunks.
I like that.
I like this. I like this remix right here.
Yeah.
Fleischer and Rebirth. I'd be down that. Just don't. One thing I'm asking for, because I just associate it way too much with Superman Returns. Do not put the House of L symbol on his belt buckle. Like that.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird.
Where are you on the cape? Because I've seen a lot of people saying they want the S on the cape. Where are you on that?
Oh, the S on the cape.
Yeah.
You know what? It's funny
I'd have
enough.
to see it. I think
I have to see it because it's funny enough that like most of my Superman, well, actually no, I'm pretty half and half because you got to think. Christopher Reeve had the S on his cape, and Dean Cain had the S on his cape, but then the animated series didn't have the S, and
didn't have it either. Ralph
didn't have it, and Cavill didn't have it. But then in the comics, there's nothing more iconic to me than Superman 75 with the cape flapping on the pole, and the tattered S on. You don't get that if the S isn't on the cape.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Same thing with the trunks. I'm like Harrison Ford with Who Shot Greedo. I don't care. I don't care.
No, Han shot first. I'm sorry. I do care.
I don't care. Let them murder each other. I don't care. But you're right with. It's what are they trying to go for with that? How are they going to introduce it? What is that going to be? Is it what's more important at that point? Is the S on the cape or the S on the chest at that point? How the S on the chest is more important to me right now than the S on the cape.
Just make it work. I mean, that's the thing. It's just like
just make it work.
Yeah.
I mean, how many concept art has James Gunn looked at? How many drawings? How many things? I mean, that's just what happens. I mean, we saw costume test for Cavill, and they were going for like no yellow in the background, and it was like it was
better idea. Let's go the Nick Cage with the the full
that too
silver lights going on everywhere. Let's do that.
I know.
You want to cause chaos, Travis? There you go. That's how you could really
get him
chaos.
Get the first suit from that first photo. Whenever I thought that was the only suit he had, and I was like, "This is awful." Then when you watch the doc,
Tim Burton with his head on his face with that.
And then when you watch the doc, you're like, "No, it's just like one of many." And like the suit they decide on, same thing. It looks silly, but it made sense for what they were going for, like Burton and Company, right? They're going for a very science fiction-y, like this suit was like a pod around. I'm not saying it was good, but I'm just saying like it fit that. that. So I feel like I agree with some people where, because he's posted the cover art, I feel like he's going to go for like a New Frontier sort of vibe. And I just feel like Trunks go with that vibe. Like,
oh no,
that's
Trunks
like,
definitely go with a New Frontier vibe.
And that's what I think he
absolutely.
wants to evoke, in my opinion. So
yeah, Superman for all seasons. Yeah.
Yes,
exactly. Well, it's Superman for all, but you know what? I love Darwin Cook so much. If you want to go, with a New Frontier, oh God, I love Darwin Cook. This is just your day. This is your reminder. If you've not read The New Frontier by Darwin Cook, go read it.
It's fantastic.
Yes. Don't cheat and watch the animated movie. Read the book.
It's good too, though. It's good too.
It's good, but the book is better.
Yes. Yeah. And then what? Batman Ego.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I really I like the with the S on the chest. I like the black background. I like the flesher more. I kind of hope he does that just to piss people off too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do the gold.
We all want a little chaos with this, guys.
Yeah.
Let's just admit
because
it.
no matter what, it's gonna be chaos.
I just want to pop my popcorn and be like,
yeah.
I'm either gonna watch the chaos and I'm gonna watch the movie. I'm gonna do both.
Why not get both? You know?
And as we've seen from this year, the people debating on Trunks or no Trunks, they're not the ones that are going to decide if this is a hit or not. You know, like the people that don't care about Trunks, that have like people on the internet arguing about a guy's underwear, like those are the people that are going to make this a hit or not come July in a couple of years. You know, that's not going to be the make or break. No one's going to turn away. There might be a late night joke here or there, but it all comes down to if it works. And who knows, because fucking July or 2025, it sticks is just like, again, filled with like a bunch of comic book stuff from like, I don't know if this is going to pan out, because it's just like 4 MCU movies, the Batman, Superman, all this stuff. So, but, you know, hopefully Superman can stand aside. Or stand, not aside.
We have faith.
I kind of wonder too about the texture of the suit, because I love, obviously, you know, I love of course this, you know, and the texture that what they did, because it feels very alien to me. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, what do they do? Like, what do they go for when it comes to, you know, the texture of the suit, or is it's just going to be like just a straight, like, you know, smooth fabric? Maybe, I don't know. That's what I'm just kind of wondering too. I'm more wondering about that than like, okay, Trunks, no Trunks, doesn't matter to me. Whatever, fuck it. You know,
I'm honestly more curious about like the aesthetic that they're going for. Like the fact that Rachel Brosnahan did get the Lois Lane part, which, you know,
I know.
Super exciting.
2 more seasons.
Total
2 more
win.
seasons
Total
left.
win.
Oh.
2 more seasons.
How you feeling? How you feeling, Chris? Do you understand my excitement?
Oh no, I understood it after episode 1. Like Aaron and I told her, I said, we're watching this show, and she's like, why? I said, she's cast as Lois Lane, and I need to watch this show. and within the first episode, I was like, yes, she's Lois Lane. Like and as she progresses, it becomes even more clear. She is Lois Lane.
But because of that, because the dynamic of how she's playing that late 50s, early 60s woman, I'm just kind of curious, like, what's Gunn going to go for? Like, you know, that's a question I have. That's my curiosity is there going to be an aesthetic choice to the costumes, to the production design? Like, what is this DC universe going to look like?
That's a good question. I mean, one of the things, obviously we're, you know, on DC Fanimated, is one of the things we pointed out is like the aesthetics of Metropolis. It's very futuristic, but there's also like, you know, I mean,
it's the ocean liner deco we've talked about.
Yeah, the ocean liner deco, you know, and then of course you go to Gotham, and it's very, I mean, Jesus Christ. You look at the cars, you look at even the phone in the car that Bruce Wayne has. It's like it's still very, still very old school. Like, but I mean, I don't know. That's what's going to be interesting too, is like how he designs all of that and what they're going to be doing with that. I mean, he could be trying to like do a combination of many things and just like trying to, because it is called Superman Legacy, right? You know, taking a bunch of, you know, inspirations, the legacy of Superman.
And that's why I like what Matt Reeves did with the Batman, because it was like, it was modern, but Gotham also felt, because they shot it in like Glasgow and everything. It's like, it also looked really old.
Yeah, like Batman's tech, like that's what I love about it. It has like that Blade Runner vibe where they have tech, but the tech looks old. Like all his stuff, like when him and Selena are set up there, I think it's like like this is futuristic tech, but it doesn't look future. Like it looks old and dusty and gross.
He's down in the abandoned subway system.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I'm gonna be watching the Batman this week.
I know.
Oh god, I know, right?
I feel like watching it right now too. I'm like, it's been a minute since I've watched it. I love that movie so much.
Yeah. This must be your favorite night of the year, right, huh, pal? Happy fucking Halloween. I'm sorry. That meme is now like my October 31st tradition of happy fucking Halloween.
Oh, yeah. For years to come. But all right, I think we'll wrap this up. Like I said, this is the last Vodka stream, obviously, because, we'll see you guys in the new year. And hopefully, the new year, I mean, it's going to be full of movies. We'll be having a bunch of conversations.
More movies than I even knew were knew were coming.
Exactly. Scott learned some things today, like what's coming out next year, which is good. And it's been a great year. And thank you for everybody, of course, who's been watching these and spending some time with us, watching everything. Obviously everything we all do, or listening, whatever. But particularly, being, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I appreciate everybody watching, these streams. These are always, I always look forward to the Vodka stream, talking to, whoever's showing up, especially you guys, it's always great. And of course, talking to Scott about DC animated stuff, which will be back on the 7th, not this weekend, but of course the 7th we'll be back. And like I said, watch that last episode because there's so many jokes.
We were so
many jokes. I know. I was like, man, it was very. I was like, how am I going to edit this clip? I mean, it took me a little bit to get that.
You did a good job with it. I was impressed with what you.
I was trying to figure out
because I was like naughtier bits out. I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah, there's some other stuff too. I mean, there's a chance. I mean, maybe if I might do another one. But I was trying to
be called DC Fanimated After Dark.
Pretty much. But I was like, all right. I was like, yeah, well, trying to figure out exactly what to put in there. But yeah, we'll be back on the 7th to continue on talking about that. And I don't know, when it comes to Film Junkie Live, maybe I'll do it on Wednesday. I don't think I'm doing anything Wednesday. I think I'll be all right. So that'll be the first one of the new year. Anyways, let's go around the horn and let's go ahead and promote what we got going on in the new year, I guess you could say. Chris?
Oh, okay, sorry. I was like, who's doing it? Okay.
You are.
All right. So, you can follow me on Twitter at Chris Balga. 2 shows, World's Finest True Believers at Finest Believers. You can follow that on Twitter, and Marvel Alliance at Marvel A Podcast. Marvel Alliance do weekly. We just broke down the first 5 episodes of What If Season 2 this past week, and we'll be breaking down the last half of it next week. It is a big step up from Season 1, so definitely a huge fan of that. And apparently it's just dropped now since it's 3 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Nice. All right, Travis.
Yeah, no, you can find me Travis B. Snell, just doing stuff at Geekverse, everything like that. We will be having in the next 2 months a movie coming out, so I'm very excited about that. We'll talk more about that in the new year.
Yeah, I'm curious about that when you
may or may not hear someone's Balga's voice in that. You'll see, but yeah, we've been working hard, a lot of sleepless nights and stuff like that. But this has been fun. It's always good to jump on here when I can. It's great to talk to you guys and everyone else that joins these. And happy New Year to everybody in the chat or people that listen to this after the fact. Thanks for watching. It's always a good time, whether we're talking about Batman, Superman, Wicked, Saltburn, food. Who knows?
Yeah, I know, right? I was about to say food. Sometimes we're going food.
Yeah, food. Yeah, but happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Scott.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Check your feeds pretty soon because we'll be dropping our 350th episode, which will be our Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom review. And if you follow us over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, you can be looking forward to a video review of Tim and I talking about Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire, where I do also drop some juicy tidbits from the novelization because, yes, I have read it all. So check that out. And then, as Dave mentioned here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel, join us on January 7th, where we will continue the DC Fanimated stream with the 23rd episode of Superman the Animated Series, Solar Power.
Ooh, there it is, guys. All right. Well, appreciate it, guys. And we'll see you guys in the new year. Been a lot of fun and more to come, of course. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Later.